Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. If we could grab our seats, we're going to commence. Well, a warm welcome to FutuRetail. It's our third year here with Google, and we are delighted to have a fantastic audience for what should be a really stimulating and provocative day. My name is Philip Ross. I'm the founder of Unwired and FutuRetail. And we're delighted to be back at Google. And so firstly, a big thanks to Google for hosting us here for our third year, where the aim is to kind of create a new tension in retail. As you know, there are plenty of events in retail, but we felt there was something missing, which looked at the collision, the convergence of online and offline, how bricks and mortar would respond and react in a world of online commerce. So the idea behind this event was to look at omnichannel futures and to look at kind of the cross-fertilization of ideas from those two sectors. So this is kind of very much your day. I hope you'll get a lot out of it. It's about interacting. And before we begin, I would like you just to turn to somebody that you don't know and introduce yourself. For 2 minutes, someone you don't know in retail, and say hello. Great, thank you. Thanks very much. I think I have to close it there. If we can stop the conversation for a second, and there'll be plenty of time for further introductions. This is I've now started something I can't stop, haven't I? This is great. So if we could stop the introductions, and we'll carry on with the day. Thank you very much. There's obviously a lot of conversations to have. I hope you'll meet some great people during the day. It is all about making new connections. I hope that's been a good start, but please introduce yourself, meet new people, but also challenge our speakers. We'd like to obviously thank Google, our hosts, but also our sponsors for today's event, without whom this couldn't be possible. So could we please thank our lead sponsors, Visa and Cushman & Wakefield, who've really helped us pull the program together and back the event to make it so successful. Our bronze sponsor, Scanomat, and I hope you'll get a great coffee from them in the break. It's one of my favorite ideas, an iPad-generated coffee. How bad can that be? Our founding partner, Order Dynamics, and you'll hear from my brother a bit later on as a keynote, and our supporting partners, ecommerce and Mintel. So they have really helped pull this together for, I think, will be a fantastic, interesting day. At the end of the day, we want you to come and have a drink with us. And we are lucky that downstairs, Springwise and Cabana have sponsored the FutuRetail cocktail party. It's at the very base of Google, just outside. So please stay on for a cocktail and do some networking with people at the end of the day. So we're also live on Google Hangouts. This will be broadcast, and we're now live going around the world. People are going to join and ask questions, but it's about you interacting and challenging our speakers. And a day like this has to be chaired provocatively. And I'm delighted to welcome Neil Gilake, who will be chairing the day. Neil's been at Google for a long time, and is one of the heads of one of the multi-channel teams, and is a specialist in digital retail. So I'd like you to give a warm welcome to Neil to the stage, who'll be our chair for the day. Neil.
What a great introduction. Provocative. It's a new one for me. But welcome, everybody. Welcome to FutuRetail. Welcome to Google, Central St. Giles. Some boring stuff before we start. Logistics, or as I prefer to call them, the T's and We's. T's, it's not going to get any better than that, ladies and gentlemen. T's over there, you've seen that as you come along. There's plenty of breaks. First one at 11:30. We's are through the doors that you came in, by the lifts. Either side of the lifts are gentlemen's and ladies' toilets. If you do hear the fire alarm go, there is no planned fire alarm, so follow me because I'll be the first one out of here. It's great to have you all here. We've got an exciting schedule laid out in front of you. How's everybody feeling? Good? Good. Okay, well, look, I'm going to try and get you in a better place than just good. I want you all to stand up, please. I want you to turn to your left and get right up close to the person in front of you and put your hands on their shoulders. You've just met each other, so we're all pretty friendly now. And just give that person a little rub. Just give them a little rub. Okay, you're all out of the office. Just a little massage. Both hands. Make some effort. I can see some of you are just standing there with your hands on shoulders. Give them a rub. Give them a good rub. All right, super stuff. Well, let's try and keep that energy going, shall we, throughout the day to drinks. But look, you should be enjoying yourselves. You're out of the office for the day. You can sit there, relax, and enjoy the show, or lean forward, get involved, and ask some questions. Now, before we get stuck into Future Retail 2015, I thought maybe a quick rundown on 2014, because it was a pretty remarkable year for retail. A bad year if you're Tesco or one of the grocers. A good year if you're into click and collect. But 2014 was probably the year of the IPO, with 6 IPOs in the first 6 months of 2014, which is more than in the entire decade previously. Incredible. Right, I'm going to blast through these. January, of course, it was the hottest year since records began, 2014, and January was the first time we heard complaints from retailers that the hot weather was impacting their sales. It won't be the last time we heard that complaint either. February, Valentine's Day searches grew 20% year on year, but this love match was made in heaven. Dixons and Carphone's Warehouse merged to create a £4 billion company. March, Aldi named Retailer of the Year. April, Easter time, a good Easter if you're House of Fraser, you got bought by Sam Power, 480 million. A good Easter if you're employed by Next. Lord Wolfson shared his £4 million bonus for the 2nd year running with Next's 20,000 staff. May, happy birthday, John Lewis, 150 years old. June, quiet time for retailers. Same old, same old, same old, same old. Germany won another World Cup. World Cup 2014, the most searched for sporting event in the history of the world ever. July, slow month for retail news, July, I'm afraid. Argos and eBay announced they were extending their partnership. 65,000 eBay retailers can now sell their goods for collection in 650 Argos stores. Pretty incredible collaboration. August, it was the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Who did it? Well done, that's great. Some of you were probably the ones that contributed to the 36 million ice cubes sold by Tesco in 1 week. Well done, Tesco. They gave all their profits made from ice cubes to the ALS charity. September, Alibaba, the biggest IPO ever, $21.8 billion, 5 billion more than Facebook, 10 times the value of Twitter. We won't even talk about Google on that scale. October, another slow month. We said goodbye to Phones for You. We also said goodbye to the Breaking Bad figurines. Toys R Us had to remove them from the shelves due to complaints from parents. November, Black Friday frenzy. And my first baby was born. Hello, Amber. December, we all went crazy here in the Google office for YouTube and retail ads. Sainsbury's and John Lewis battled it out for the top spot. But my favorite and one you should definitely check out is the Mulberry Win Christmas. There you go. Quick look back at 2014. Let's start thinking about 2015. Right, first up on stage. I click forward. There we go. Okay, great. Gives me great pleasure to welcome my boss, Martijn Bertesson. What can I say about him? He runs the multi-channel retail team here at Google. For 7 years, he's been here at Google. An expert in all things export and performance-related digital marketing. Please give him a round of applause. Martijn Bertesson.
So even though I'm his boss, he still can't spell my name correct. Amazing. How do you deal with that energy every single day? You guys are in fantastic hands today, by the way. He will absolutely make sure you will not doze off at any point and keep you on the ball. I was thinking, how do you follow Neil? Which is very, very hard. But it was my birthday last weekend. And as I was actually nearing, I'm now officially closer to 40 than 30. And I was looking back at years gone by, I guess. And the year 2000 for me was actually one of my favorite years. I found myself completely random in Los Angeles working for a digital startup in the travel space, selling standby airline tickets. And in the midst of the bubble, that company was growing and we did very, very well. Nobody's ever heard of them again since. But looking back at 2000, there were just about 400 million people online in 2000. That was less than 6% of the world's population at the time, just about 6%. Skip ahead to 2014. How many people do we think are online, approximately? Percentage of the world's population? 20? Higher? A third? Yeah, it's even more than that. It's about 40% of the world's population. It's just shy of 3 billion right now. About 2.9 billion people are online right now. And of course, the impact on e-commerce, I don't have to tell you that, has been profound. There's about 1.5 trillion worth of e-commerce sales happening online right now. Still growing very, very rapidly at about 14% in 2014. And of course, that landscape is constantly changing and new trends are emerging. And Neil already touched on a few, and we'll go a little bit deeper on a few things that really caught our eyes, especially the things I think that the winners in the space are doing very, very, very well, and those that won in 2014. So thinking about one of the first things for me is the consumer expectations continue to rise and continue to change. And if we think about where standards have probably evolved the most, it's in customer service and in fulfillment. And if I look back at last year, the norm is no longer 3 to 5 days fulfillment. It very much has shifted to next day delivery, actually same day delivery for most retailers right now. And if you think about the impact, of course, on the bottom line that has, if that all has to be for free as well, is quite profound. If you look at Amazon, and I know we have some people from Amazon here, I'm sure John Lewis as well. I think Amazon Prime, the success of that business model last year, still growing at 53% in terms of the number of subscribers to Amazon Prime. Of course, all of those customers hooked in to kind of one click buy and get it delivered for free the next day. Sunday deliveries for Amazon 4 times up versus the previous year, so accelerating that. John Lewis, you look at their Christmas results, digital sales, over half of them were actually click and collect, so facilitating the fulfillment and the actual delivery of items in a much more seamless way. And I think we'll see much more evolution in this space. The predictive fulfillment, I'm still not sure if that was an April Fool's joke from Amazon, whether they really are going to send me items before I've even purchased it because they're so confident that I will click that buy button. Whether we'll have drones land in our back garden, maybe not this year, but certainly a lot happening in the space of fulfillment and delivery. And at Google, we scaled Google Shopping Express, a functionality that we started off in the Bay Area, where we actually allow customers to purchase through Google Shopping Express from multiple retailers and receive one bag to their home. Retailer stores being turned into fulfillment hubs effectively, and opening up a whole range of possibilities. And we've scaled this now to over 7 cities. So we'll see more and more of this. Content, Neil already alluded to it. Content, absolutely critical. And I think editorial, increasingly at the core of retail. And we saw early in the year, we saw M&S launch a new site, which was very content heavy and very content first, and arguably has reversed back slightly over the last year. But the leaderboard, what Neil didn't touch on, John Lewis alone had 23 million people watching their video. And for me, the biggest change in this space is actually not the creation of content, because that has always been around, but now retailers really start to think about the distribution of that content. Where do I put that content online? Where do I make sure that my customers are seeing it at the right time, at the right place? And I think it was also the year where we can truly say goodbye to borders within retail. The power shift to the east has truly happened. And if we think about e-commerce sales and that big number that we saw early on, APAC is now the biggest e-commerce region in the world, overtaken North America, growing at a much faster rate. Out of every $10 spent in Asia Pacific, 6 of those are spent in China alone. So the shift in power has really happened. And I think there are 2 things for UK retailers. One is, of course, a world of opportunities to go after international consumers. But 2, increasingly, your peer set and your competitors are not within the borders of the UK. And I'm not just talking about Amazon and eBay, where we'll see increasing competition for imports into the UK as well. And we certainly see that in some of our query volumes. And of course, Black Friday. Neil already touched on it. Black Friday completely shifted retail seasonality forever, I would argue. There is no way back to last year where this did not feature. Black Friday arguably is a monster that we've all created within the retail industry in the UK. And just to give you an idea, in apparel, Black Friday was significantly bigger than Cyber Monday, significantly bigger than Boxing Day. I was looking at a stat last night. Anybody here from IMRG? No? So I can share this. Good. Just to give you an idea of how big of a surprise Black Friday was, IMRG predicted £500 million worth of sales for Black Friday. They were off by 300 million. In reality, it was 800 million sales. And this is kind of what happened. Retailers weren't ready. Pretty much every single retail site in the UK had issues staying up. And as a result, I would argue, maybe slightly provocative, we saw some of the worst of the offline world coming online. Queuing systems online. Not my favorite idea, to be honest with you. But we saw infrastructure fall over. Retailers did not have the bandwidth, the infrastructure behind it to cope with the increase in demand. Let's flick back to the east. Alibaba, we touched on the IPO. Alibaba at times bigger than Walmart in terms of market cap, the biggest retailer in the world when it came to market cap. A company that if I'd asked you about them about a year ago, about half this room would have not known what they do. Singles Day, the 11th of November, is the biggest shopping day in the world. On Alibaba alone, $9.3 billion worth of transactions happened on the platform. It took Alibaba 17 minutes to take the amount of transactions on that day that it took the entire Black Friday in the UK for the entire retail industry. It took them 17 minutes to take $1 billion worth of transactions, and not a single flaw in their systems. Everything stayed up. And then transitioning, where did that actually come from? Over 40% of the transactions on Alibaba on the day came from mobile devices. In 2013, that was a mere 10%. So in a year's time, they've gone from 10% of transactions on mobiles to 40% on transactions. That is a retailer looking at mobile and thinking mobile first. 2013, we saw the early glimpses of mobile coming up. This is looking at retail queries. You could see that around Boxing Day, mobile became the predominant source of traffic. Once we skipped into 2014, mobile became the dominant source of traffic when it came to mobile to retail queries. And actually towards the end of the year, absolutely started dwarfing tablet demand and certainly also desktop demand here. So mobile at the core of the retail experience, and that has been very, very disruptive for many of you in the room, but also to Google. And if we think about how that has disrupted Google, we're now in a world where consumers are continuously computing, connected to the internet 24/7. On average, I think in this room, we probably have about 3 to 4 connected devices on us or in our household at any given point in time. And this is how we think about this. If we switch to the phone, please. This is Neil's phone, by the way. Wedding pictures. If anything else comes up, it's not me. We think about mobile very much in 2 ways. We think about this as how do we suggest information when, where, and to whom it's most relevant at any given point in time, the most relevant point in time. And secondly, how do we answer demand that comes through mobile devices? Because it comes through in a very different way than we've previously seen on desktops. This is Google Now, and it actually tells me to leave right now. Neil, you're not going anywhere. You're in here until at least 4 o'clock. But it's tied in to my calendar, to my Gmail. It's tied into my geolocation. It's tied into my previous search history, and it will surface information to me. So it tells Neil that he is here for FutuRetail. This is the rest of his day. It tells him that it's 40 minutes cycling home from the office for later. It tells him the weather where he is. I know he's a United fan, so he's for that fanatic and reads everything. So here we go, John Lewis Christmas advert, still reminding him of the success of that, and a good coffee nearby at Monmouth. So it constantly updates him with information that is most relevant to him. Secondly, we think about this demand functionality, and I'll demo this in terms of how we're thinking about voice search, which is increasingly important to us and how we respond to that. So, okay, Google, what's the weather like in Paris?
It's 4 degrees and clear in Paris.
So very quickly, we'll start answering voice demand, but we can now go into full conversation mode. The phone is actually smart enough to understand that I want to, in terms of the context in which I'm searching. So if I ask the next question, okay, Google, how about tomorrow?
Tomorrow's forecast for Paris is 7 degrees and clear.
So without repeating Paris, without repeating the location, it understands that that's what I'm after. And I can keep going in this thread. I thought Paris was appropriate because we got Valentine's Day, and of course half this room is off on the Eurostar on Friday for a weekend. And if you haven't, you might book that today. But if we switch back, please. So mobile is fundamentally changed the way that we have to operate, the way that retailers have to think about their experience. It is tying, for me, it's the glue between the physical and the digital world, and it's bringing those two worlds seamlessly together, if you can get it right. About 2/3 of consumers will shop across device. We see that now where most customers that will start on a mobile device will at some point actually end up on a desktop, and the majority of them will transact on a desktop device in the end, because it's still the preferred device for final transactions. Over 50% of people that searched actually visited a store within 1 day. So the cross-channel piece, where right now there's a lot of assumptions in place and a lot of companies haven't quite figured out what that value is. But it is driving people into store, and it's driving people into your physical locations. And as a result, I think the stores have never been as important as they are today. You know, the stores have really come back to life, and I think, you know, have been given a new lease of life, to the extent even that you look at pure players in the next decade or so. I would argue that 90–95% of them will end up with a multi-channel presence and would actually have a store base as well, for fulfillment purposes, for experience purposes, etc. This background picture is Warby Parker in New York, and I was recently in Soho in New York, where actually Their store right now is one of the best performing stores when it comes to revenue per square footage in the US, only just about trumped by Apple. But that's a pure player taking what they do best online into a store environment. And if you are in New York, I highly recommend you go and check it out because it is a real great experience. And what it also does, what this constant connectivity and mobile devices gives us, is a wealth of data. It's projected that between now and 2019, the data we have about our customers will 10x. Just the fact that we now have their geolocation, that we can really play around with that and offer a much more tailored and personal experience should give us real benefits in the way that we engage with our consumers. Now, I'm not sure if this is my absolute favorite one, but you Target who are using customer signals and data to understand actually whether one of their customers is pregnant before that customer knows themselves with messages around pregnancy. And that's kind of where we are with retail. Over 40%, well, less than 40% of retailers right now have the technology to bring data into play when they are talking to their messaging, their customers. So 2015, no doubt, will be a year full of innovation, a year full of disruption. But it will also be the year where innovation will be so slow that we'll never see it any slower again in the rest of our lives. Things will only keep accelerating. I think what I urge you all to think about is your organization right now set up to innovate, to keep up at pace? Is your organization set up to learn, to test, and to fail? But if you do fail very, very fast and move on to the next thing. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I'll take my phone back.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Martijn. Yeah, really fascinating stuff. So look, we're running a tight schedule, so we're gonna, depending on how fast or how slow each speaker is, we'll try and build in time for questions if you've got any, okay? But we've got to crash on. Gives me great pleasure. They're one of our favorite clients to introduce Jonathan Wall, the e-commerce director from Shop Direct. Jonathan has been into e-commerce since 1998 and was part of the team at Dabs, who then sold it to BT, has been part of Shop Direct for the last 5 years and part of that transformation. And we're going to hear about that transformation right now. So please welcome Jonathan to the stage, please.
Thanks, Neil. You're probably thinking, why is an e-commerce director bringing a catalogue onto stage? But I'll explain a little bit in a minute. So we're Shop Direct. And I'm going to spend about 15-20 minutes telling you about our transformation and the journey we're on at the moment. I absolutely resonate with what Martin just said, that the pace of change is just accelerating so fast at the moment, and it's about setting your business up and about setting your teams up to be able to react to that change. And that's something that we've been really, really working hard on over the last 3 or 4 years. We're an 80-year-old business. Some of our brands is more than 80-year-old. So we are an oil tanker of a business. We've got thousands of members of staff who are used to creating a catalogue. And the last 3 or 4 years has all been about changing how we work as a business. Just to give you an idea of our business, so we're Littlewoods, we're Very, we're K&Co, we're Woolworths, we're Isme. So we're multiple brands, and we've got £1.7 million of sales in our business. We're pretty much there online, we're totally online. Very is over 90% now, but we're getting to the vast majority of our sales are online. Very is our flagship brand. It's growing at over 20%. It's growing in autumn winter, it grew at 24%, and it's about an £800 million business. So it's our biggest brand by far. And without sounding a little bit arrogant, it's probably at that scale, probably one of the fastest growing retailers in the UK at the moment, of scale anyway. And the daily website visits, we're getting more than 1 million visits to our sites every day. That's not about showing off. That's just about, it gives us fantastic scale for our testing, which I'm going to explain a little bit more about in a minute. But it enables us to fail very, very fast when you've got that number of visitors to your sites. So our transformation has been, we've been in 3 stages. We got new shareholders in 2003. We're a private business with very long-term aims and long-term strategy. We've been through 3 stages, as I said. Firstly, it was about survival. It was about crashing two businesses together, Great Universal of Manchester and Littlewoods of Liverpool. Now, for those of you who live in the Northwest, or those of you who know about kind of like football tribes, crashing a Liverpool brand into a Manchester brand is not the easiest thing to do. But we achieved it. It took us a few years. We sold out. Obviously, we had some retail stores as well, and we sold those to Primark, and we started our journey to become a digital retailer. But we were losing money. You know, there's no question, hand over fist, we were losing money. And whilst our shareholders are in it for the long term, our shareholders still want to make a return on their investment. So 2007 to 2012 was about turning us into a profitable business and moving us online as well. So in December 2013, we were 84% online. As I said, now we're near 90% online, and we are turning a profit. The last 2 years, we were profitable at PBT level, and it's a big as a business. But now we had a new chief exec started in November 2012, and we've got a strategy which is to turn ourselves into a world-class digital retailer. Now, I always think it's a bit thing saying we want to become world-class, because I think when you become world-class, you stop talking about becoming world-class. And lots of people ask us all the time, when will we know we're world-class? It's kind of like, you'll know. And when you're world-class, you don't accept that. You want to be better. And that's the vision that we've got, and that's the absolute purpose of our business, is to be there. At the heart of all our transformation as a business has been testing. You know, as a retailer, we've always tested everything. So when we were a catalogue retailer, we used to send different catalogues out with different telephone numbers or different covers. But the testing that we did, you know, a catalogue goes out there for 6 months and it sits out there. I was actually, the reason why I brought this up today is just so you can get an understanding of our transformation. This is Very's catalogue from 2010. And this was the autumn winter edition. So it goes out in July and starts to sell winter kit in the beginning of summer, which is an interesting thing to do. But we were sending, I worked it out on my calculator. My calculator didn't have enough notes, actually. We were sending 40 billion pages to our customers every year. 40 billion pages. So if we've done anything by removing these, we've helped the sustainability of the planet somewhat. But, you know, today we were sending 20 million catalogues out in 2010 or just before. Today we're sending a few 100,000 out. Actually, Very doesn't have a catalogue anymore. It's a pure digital retailer. We've still got some catalogues in the business for Littlewoods and K&Co, but it's absolutely our plans that at some point in the future we will remove them. But going back to testing, this was our testing platform. We went out there for 6 months. We looked at the data back. We made the decisions. 6 months later, which was the next season we could send, we made the changes. So a testing program generally took 12 to 18 months. So when I joined the business in 2010, I realized that testing, we hadn't run an A/B test at that point. Our first A/B test in the business was October 2010 on our product page. And it was a real learning curve for us because people in the business still believed that testing was this huge, long platform of kind of like process that you had to go through. So the first one was in 2010. It was on the product page, as I say, and it was dramatic for the business. It was a huge change. Within a few days, we had a really hippo-led environment where the highest paid person's opinion kind of mattered. And it was like, that's the product page we want. Creative created a nice looking product page. It went on the site, and lo and behold, thankfully, because we had an A/B testing platform at the time, we could show that actually if we went live with that product page, it would have cost £1 million in sales just before Christmas, not what you really wanted. But it was great we were able to iterate the product page and get it back to being profitable. But what it enabled us to do was to show how powerful to our team, not just within e-commerce, because at the time the e-commerce team existed at 10 people. What it allowed us to do was through the business, show how powerful online could be, no matter what they wanted, whether it was a new product adding to the site, whether it was a new journey, whether it was a new financial services product, we could test it. And that has been the biggest part of our transformation, enabling us to test everything we do. Since 2012, not a single change happens on our website without it being tested. Both qualitative and quantitative, we test everything, every single change we make on our website. So we test everything. And this isn't saying that Google are wrong or M&S are wrong, although I know Martin mentioned it before. We believe in iteration. You know, we see Google out there, they're running X thousand tests a day on their search page. It's unbelievable the amount of tests that they're doing on their search page. M&S had to come off the platform, and this isn't a dig at M&S in any shape or form. They had to come off a platform and move onto a new platform. They believed that a complete redesign was what was needed for those guys. We believe absolute iteration. So you make a small change and you iterate from that change, running between 50 and 100 tests every month at the moment, and it enables us to make these small iterative changes. Even when we're making big changes, such as adding a new search and navigation feature, we build on it and learn from the iteration. So for us, it's about iterative design changes. We fail fast. We're fortunate. We've got 1 million visitors to our sites. We've got 4 or 5 brands that we can test different things on, but 2/3 of our tests don't work. You know, 1/3 of them succeed, 1/3 of them are inconclusive, and 1/3 of them fail. Obviously, the 1/3 of them fail, we learn from, but we park them. We don't develop them. A lot of our tests are done right at the front end, so it's done by developers who are making these changes really quickly. The interesting one for me at the moment is the ones that are inconclusive, and we do a lot, particularly in personalization, which I'll touch on in a moment. We do a lot of inconclusive tests, and we're trying to find out at the moment from those tests what can we learn from. So obviously our platform, our A/B testing platform, which is managed by Qubit, is absolutely about the numbers and very data-led. What we're doing at the moment is we're putting a smiley face, so you'll see it if you walk through airports and the like, where it's an unhappy face and a smiley face. We're adding at the end of our testing program at the moment, on the order confirmation page, we're adding a smiley face or an unhappy face to understand on these inconclusive tests. And we ask the question, was your journey easy today? Or not, because we might have some inconclusive tests that didn't drive any more demand. Our primary KPI is sales, but actually made the customer thought the journey was easier. And obviously 1 or 2 of these easy journeys added together can increase demand. So we're putting a secondary KPI in there, which will be really interesting, but we're learning more from the ones that are unhappy, because we want to know, even on inconclusive tests, we can dig back into the data and find out if you were unhappy on those things, what was the journey you had today. But anyway, failing fast was something we've embedded into the business, and we're learning we're learning more from the failures than we're learning from the successes. We've got an absolute evidence-led approach that's absolutely key for us. First and foremost, our testing hypothesis come from the data. So we're looking at our data, we're working with our CI team and finding out what's the funnel, you know, what's happening in the funnel today, or what's happening with the exit rates or dropout rates and the like. We then take it into our UX lab. So we invested in January of last year in a UX lab on site. I think we're the first retailer in the UK to have a UX lab on our premises. It's about bringing our customer close in and reacting to find out what our customers are actually doing when they get onto our website. The data's great. The qualitative data tells you one thing and gives you the results, but it doesn't tell you why. And for us, the UX lab is all about telling us why a customer is reacting in a certain way. And then we get the quantitative testings on site. As I said, at the moment, we're about 50, 60 tests a month. We're ramping up by the end of this financial year that we're in at the moment to about 100 tests. And then we believe we're going to get to about 150, 160 tests a month by the end of this calendar year. I'm sure you can't have an e-commerce presentation at the moment without a graph on mobile. I'm sure you've all seen these graphs before that show how important mobile is. And it kind of shocks me every time I see it that this is autumn winter 11 with hardly anything to this sort of number. 51% of our sales today are on mobile devices, but actually nearer 70% of our sessions are on mobile. And I think the reason for showing you this graph is it's not because it's mobile first. We're not a mobile first company. We are a device agnostic company, and we will design to what device our customer wants to come on. And the thinking of our team at the moment is much about those multi-device journeys as it is a single mobile first journey. We're really fortunate in the fact that we've got a lot of existing customers on our sites, and we know who our customers are. You know, we're a finance-led business, so we know who our customers are. Generally, they're soft logged into our sites. 70% of our business on Very Even, which is growing rapidly, is still existing businesses. So what we can do is we can connect customers across devices. And for us, we did this at the back end of 2011, early 2012, and rapidly we could see that although smartphones are converting at roughly half of what your desktop site converts on, what we could see rapidly was the impact that that journey, the mobile journey, was having on your desktop journey, or was having on the desktop, on this tablet journey, which is what Martin mentioned before. A lot of our customers are completing their orders on desktop. So what allowed us to do then was, when enhanced campaigns came along with Google AdWords, it allowed us to put the investment in there, safe in the knowledge that it wasn't just Google, apologies wherever Google are, it wasn't just Google trying to sell us some more advertising, it was actually solid data that defined that customers who came onto us on a mobile first then completed the order onto the desktop. And we were seeing massive uplifts, 10 times increase in conversion when people were coming in across 2 devices. When they were going across 3 devices, it was 3 times, and and when it was tablet and desktop, it was 12 times. When it was all 3 devices, we were seeing a 15 times uplift in conversion. So for us, it was significant about being able to see this data across device. So then offsite, we class it, so our e-commerce team is split into 2. It's split into conversion rate optimization team, which we class as on-site, and then it's classed into our digital marketing team, which, no surprise, is classed as off-site. Recently, we've had some massive changes in this team. The key one was about bringing it in-house. Obviously, digital marketing is a key skill of any e-commerce business. We didn't want to be at the behest of agencies. It wasn't because we had a poor agency in any shape or form. They were a good digital agency, but we believed that by getting this closer to us and bringing it in-house, we could get closer to the data, and then we could partner our data, our first-party data, with some third-party data to grow our sales. We brought Google in-house in the beginning of last year. We grew our revenues in autumn/winter 14 by 66%, and we improved our ROI by 24% by bringing it in-house. And now with better targeting, we believe we can take it further. Now, that famous, the worst acronym, and I do apologize to Google here, the worst acronym in the world, which is RLSA, remarketing list search advertising, is not quite driving that 66%. But we absolutely strongly believe that over the next 12 months, it's going to be central. And not just on Google, but on all media platforms, that cookie-based targeting is going to be absolutely vital for the growth. So we want it really close to us. We want it in-house. And we want to share that first-party data with our third-party data as well. And then obviously cross-device. We want to retarget across device. 36% of Very's retargeting that is now done on mobile. We believe that acquisition as well should be done cross-device, not just on single device. So this was some work we did before Christmas. We work a lot with Israeli businesses. So our retargeting partner is MyThings. We partnered with a video company called Sunday Sky. And before Christmas, we were able to move just from display retargeting to actually video retargeting. And we won a performance marketing award, which is all very good. But this was utilizing data and our offline advertising, so our brand advertising with Very. I've got to say, it wasn't me being retargeted with lingerie, it was one of the team.
Having plenty of options in your wardrobe makes it easy to create fab outfits. And if you select Collect Plus at checkout, next day delivery is absolutely free. Click here to order now and do this Christmas in style with Very.
So completely programmatic, completely automated, and it was exceptional ROI for us, stronger than just display ROI, and something that we're extending in 2015. Then one of the last things I want to touch on is personalization. It's a mantra that everyone talks about, and we've been talking about it for a long time, 2 or 3 years inside of e-commerce within Shop Direct. We are on that journey now to personalizing our journey for our customers. One of the great things we've got, as well as all the behavioral data and all the customer data in terms of what they've bought and what they've spent their money on, we've also got our customers' credit data as well. So 80% of our sales are done on credit. We know how much our customers can afford. So the great thing for us, if we can combine all that rich data, we can curate the offering for the customer and make sure, for instance, on a television page, we're not merchandising televisions to £700 televisions to customers who've only got £500 left in their credit account. So for us, it's vital to get this, because it's a piss-off factor for customers if you're trying to sell them something that they can't actually afford. So using that rich data, we're developing a real-time decision engine which will go live in March with SaaS that will allow us to personalize our sort order based on their behavioral data and based on actually what an awful lot of work in our acceleration team on personalization. So we've had this huge project, which is our decision engine project, and then we've had this kind of like experimentation acceleration project, which is all about trying the small things like showing people it's raining in Liverpool, here's a rain jacket, or welcoming them saying, hello, Jonathan, welcome back. So all that kind of stuff we've done on acceleration. The interesting stuff on acceleration is a lot of the stuff is hippo-led. It's not data-led because it's really hard to get the data. And actually, there's a lot of inconclusive tests. We are getting a few winners, but there's a lot of inconclusive tests in this world because it is hippo-led, not data-led. And then that's our... that is our vision, to transform a catalog business into a world-class digital retailer. There's some bumps in the road. One was mentioned before. The biggest bump we had last year was Black Friday. We were an online retailer, and I think we were one of the last major retailers to go down on Black Friday itself. I think we were 8 minutes past 11, if I remember the frantic minute. I think a lot of retailers have gone before, but we were 305% up on sessions at that moment in time. If Andy, our CIO, would come to us and says, right, okay, the forecast is we're going to be 300% up, he would have got laughed out of the boardroom. It wouldn't have been an acceptable thing, but it is something that's here to stay. Our belief is, and Alex, our chief exec, has absolutely said this, our belief is it fits very well into the digital market's hands. We think it's going to be a pain in the backside for multi-channel retailers. I apologize for that, but we actually feel it fits our thing. There's lots of things to do on Black Friday. We need to sort logistics out. Promising a customer next day delivery on a TV on Black Friday is not the thing to do, but we can extend and make sure the customer is aware of the deadlines and things. So we think there are some fixes we can do about Black Friday. But we're in e-commerce. It's a bumpy road. I've been in e-commerce since 1998, and it's changed the whole time. I think Martin is absolutely right that the pace of change is accelerating at the moment, and there's going to be some bumps in the road. But that is why we're in e-commerce or we're in digital, because those bumps, mean that we have to innovate faster and we have to get ahead of the competition. So that is it from me. I think I've got 1 minute left. If you want to follow me, by the way, or you want to get in contact, Twitter is the best way. It's at Jonathan Wall. If you've got a minute for questions, Neil, or do you want to?
Yeah. I mean, I've got a question, Jonathan. That was great. And an impressive grasp of Google acronyms, remarketing lists for search ads.
I had to look up on Google on the way down because I can never remember that one.
That's brilliant. Yeah. So you talked about this journey to being a world-class digital retailer. I mean, how far off is that until you know?
I don't think you'd walk into Amazon or Amazon would put it on a placard saying we're now a world-class digital retailer. Because I think what it was for Alex, who set this vision for us, is it was about explaining to our team, our colleagues, that we're on a massive transformation. We're not there yet. Yeah. And it was a transformation that he needed to set the agenda for was the important thing. We're never going to pat ourselves on the back and say we're a world-class digital retailer now, let's have a rest. That is not going to be the case. But it was about setting the vision and setting the future transformation plans to be there.
Okay, and speaking about Alex, the hippo factor, how then do you move from this culture of away from where the highest paid person's opinion counts?
I'll just quote, it wasn't Alex actually at the time who was the highest paid person's opinion who was saying the product page should be this way. I think the data, if you can show people the actual data, we had one yesterday, I won't go into detail, we had one yesterday where the data doesn't lie. And if you can explain in a English format what that data is telling you, the argument is won straight away. And I think that's a great thing for us, because when we had catalogs, people were used to looking at the data and looking at the catalog things. They do understand what testing data is.
Yeah, great. So, any questions from the audience? Great. Can you tell us your name and where you're from?
Justin Taylor from Cushman & Wakefield.
Thanks.
What's the growth expectation for Black Friday for this year?
We haven't set that growth. We had a growth factor. We grew at 51% in terms of sales, which is an incredible figure, because Little's was down, Ismi was down, all our sites were down apart from Very. We would expect it to be somewhere around about the similar sort of numbers. If all our sites are up, which we will obviously plan to be, we would expect in excess of 50%, but we haven't built that plan yet because we have to build about what we can cope. I know Martin, for instance, didn't like the queuing system, but actually we're not sure how else you can manage those plans at the moment. So we might have to go to a queuing system of sorts. Obviously, we want to be Alibaba, we want to be up, but financially, we don't know how. We're in the cloud anyway, so the cloud's meant to be scalable, but actually, we've still got some databases that are underneath the cloud that we need to be able to scale on. So,
great.
Okay.
Thanks, Justin. Okay. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Great. Right, next up, further on the journey of retail digital transformation, I'd like to welcome to the stage Sophie Albitsua, the co-founder of the Innova Partnership. She's going to talk to us about how her consultancy's view on the trends shaping retail's digital transformation. Thanks, Sophie.
Thank you. Well done for pronouncing my name.
Bad
problem. It's actually Spanish, so right. I've been told that I have a microphone-unfriendly necklace, and I'm French, and I make a lot of gestures. So if it's a problem, just wave and let me know, and I'll change that. So I'm the co-founder of the Innova Partnership. It's a digital transformation boutique consultancy, and I'm here to give you a helicopter view of the trends shaping our beautiful industry that retail is. I've got a very complicated agenda for you today. Ready for it? So part one is the present, and part two is the future. Told you. But before I go on to that, just a few facts and definition. You may be wondering why I'm using the words digital transformation and not multi-channel or omni-channel, because I thought that's what it was all about nowadays. So we've been asked to be controversial on this stage, and I'm going to make my first controversial statement, which is that I believe omni-channel and multi-channel as concepts are slowly on their way out to be replaced by digital transformation. And I think that's very good news. But before I explain why, this is a little game that we play in the office. We have far too much time to spare. We count the number of times that the main retailers in this country say the word multi or omni-channel or cross-channel and all variations thereof in their annual report. So starting in 2005, there's only one player around, and that's Argos or Home Retail Group. Invented click and collect in 2000, and back then there were not many others who were following in their steps. 2008, here comes Halfords, who's also one of the most established and complete multi-channel retailers out there, and a few others starting to bubbling on the surface. 2011, here comes M&S, JLP, etc. Note the pace of growth here. So we're going from 20 to 40, 40 to 115, etc. So very, very fast growth and almost, comparable to the pace of growth that we're experiencing everywhere else. 2014, right. So what am I saying? We're still growing, multi-channel, omni-channel. People are talking more and more and more about it. But if you look at the detail of this chart, then you notice that the guys who've got it for a long time, the Argoses and the Halfords of this world. So Halfords, just to put things into perspective, they're the highest penetrated retailer in terms of click and collect. They do 86% of their online orders through click and collect, which is unbelievable. These guys are actually, it's okay. We've talked about multi-channel and omni-channel, and it's the Tesco's and Morrisons of this world, and maybe the ones who are catching up with this trend, who are making these numbers go up. Let's do the same exercise with digital. So 2005, no one. 2008, no one. 2011, no one. 2014, boom. Right, and as usual, it's Halfords and Home Retail Group leading the way. And, it's just words, but I do think it shows what's happening underlying the industry, which is that this digital transformation trend is taking over. And I think it's great because actually it's a much better word to describe what is at stake. It's about transformation. It's not just about retail anymore, because omni and multi-channel retailing are very retail-centered words. I'm sure if you throw this at dinner parties, people who are not in the industry don't quite know what you're talking about. Digital transformation takes it out of retail, and it shows the effort that's required to get there, and gives a sense of the journey. Some go, further, and this is an amazing article from The Economist. If you haven't read it, send me an email and I'll give you the detail. And they call this digital transformation the third great wave. So they go as far as saying that this is as big in impact as the first two industrial revolutions. So it's something absolutely massive that we're in the middle of, and trying to think about the future. Right, back to my helicopter and to the present. So instead of showing you a picture I gathered from the internet, I thought I would share a picture of my recent trip to Patagonia, which is absolutely amazingly beautiful for those of you who haven't been. But it does feel a bit like that at the moment. So we are here standing a bit helpless in front of this massive, big industry of ours, which is extremely old and which is starting to crack. And I think what happened on Black Friday, is the beginning of some of these cracks that are showing. So the other way of describing it is, it's grown so fast that retailers have been patching up their systems, their teams, and everything, as best as they possibly can over the past few years, and that's worked. But at some point, the glacier is about to explode, or the bubble is about to explode, and I think that's what the word digital transformation signifies, and that's where we are today. I can't make a presentation without talking about click and collect, because it's actually one of these trends that is not about to crack, and one of the ones that has surprised us in the office with its longevity, and the fact that it's still one of the biggest drivers of growth for many retailers out there. And nowadays, to make click and collect headlines, you need to open up click and collect shops within coffee shops or gyms or the underground. So you have to be innovative about it. But we've been absolutely amazed sitting in our helicopter, seeing how much impact click and collect can still have. So it's one of the good old tricks that's still around and available, and is very much the present. So this was setting the scene a little bit. If I have to pick 3 top trends for the present, these are my 3. The first one is internalization, not to be confounded with internationalization. That's not what I mean. The second one I've called small is beautiful, and I'll explain in a second. And the third one is digital transformation itself. What I mean by internalization, this is my French accent coming out, is that there was a trend over the past 10 to 15 years to outsource a lot of what e-commerce and multi-channel is about. This is roughly the ecosystem in which we are operating in. It's complicated. Now we kind of all know what these words mean, but 6, 7 years ago, a lot of us, including myself, had no clue what a payment gateway was all about, etc. And it's a very complicated thing to integrate all these systems, all these agencies and third parties, into a business and make it work. So the default solution to start with is to start outsourcing as much of that as possible, also because there wasn't enough talent around to do all of these things. But I think it's changing, and we've talked about it in the presentation just prior about the necessity of internalizing some of these functions. So what's changed, and why can companies internalize now as opposed to before? I think the industry is now in what I would describe it as its teenage years. So it's 15 years since click and collect was invented, 20 years since the internet came about in any meaningful way. And we now have a little bit of time under our belts and talent to fuel all of this, which means that it's all possible to internalize. Digital talent pool, I mean, it remains basically one of the biggest blockers of growth, certainly for my business, in terms of finding the talent out there who's got the skills to do all of this stuff. But, with 15, 20 years of time under our belt, it's getting better. And then things are a lot more agile and fast, and IT and operations and softwares create environments where it's easier to test and learn and go faster. And then the importance of the last mile, back to Black Friday and what happened there. Companies are realizing that it's absolutely critical to retain last mile. And there's, some people go as far as saying that the key battle going forward will be that one, that instead of giving that to couriers, a lot of businesses will be trying to bring this back in-house to complete the customer journey. Small is beautiful. So there's dinosaurs in our industry, and then increasingly there's a little ants on the right-hand side who I found very cute. So these examples, but Instagram, 13 people sold for $1 billion, and challenging somebody like Kodak, who's had 140,000 employees at its peak. WhatsApp, sending trillions of, challenging the mobile phone companies, Dropbox, Collect Plus. I could add to this list ASOS in the fashion industry, which went from nowhere to the second most visited website, fashion website in the world, etc., etc. So there's lots of small businesses challenging big dinosaurs. So much so that the latest must-have accessory for any city or any retailer out there is an innovation lab. So JLab, this is a farm in Venice. School 42 in Paris is the X factor for coding. It's a very, very interesting school. And it just shows that it's all about agility and being small and innovating. Finally, digital transformation. So as I said, I do think 2015 is the one where the digital transformation concept takes root, and where companies start attacking the core and rethinking hierarchies and rewriting a lot of the rules. The future. So we're here wondering what is the future of the retail industry. I'm going to talk about the usual suspects, and then I'm going to talk about the tidal waves. The usual suspects. So big data is number one, and a little pause on Moore's law. So Moore's law is the rule that says that computer processing power doubles roughly every year. When you put it on a graph, it looks like that, right? But it doesn't quite show you the fact that each of these dots is double the one of the year before. So it looks like nothing's happening, and then suddenly it balloons. In 3 years' time, that number is 1 billion. So you're 1 billion faster than 30 years ago. That is very scary. Another way of looking at it is if this is your computer in 2015, that was your computer in 2014, 2013, 2012, etc., etc. Bottom line, your current computer processes as much information as all the computers you've ever owned together, and probably you can, slot in your mobile phones and all the rest of it, and it's, and that's what it is. This is absolutely, completely scary pace of growth that we're in. So back to the graph. Another person said it, in one weekend, Apple sold 25 times more CPU transistors than they were in all the computers on Earth in 1995. That's the speed of growth that we have to deal with, which is scary and bewildering. So the problem is big data can often look like that. And if you're not careful, you just get lost in the detail. And back to some of what we were talking about earlier on, I think that there's a case for little data, which is instead of trying to attack this beast, start small, start from what you can learn from small tests and small sets of data, and maybe have this running in the background, but keep doing that, absolutely, otherwise you won't go anywhere. Mobile, so now you know everything about Moore's law. Tell me what that chart looks like. An exponential curve. So this is absolutely unbelievable. Over the past 4 years, iOS and Android devices being shipped in the world have absolutely dwarfed PCs. And again, this is real life data of the pace at which we have to follow this trend and how important mobile is. The Internet of Things, I have my question marks about this, not that it won't happen, but when I see that when data was really needed fighting the Ebola crisis, and we needed data from the mobile operators to follow the spread of people traveling in order to model the spread of the virus, nobody was around to give it for all sorts of security and data protection issues. And it just, I think, reinforces that there are still a lot of barriers between us and the perfect world of the Internet of Things. And then you've got the ones that I've called the tidal waves. They have less to do with retail, but they're none the more important. So the first one is the sharing economy. So we all know about Airbnb. There's basically an Airbnb of everything. So Boatbound is to rent boats. Roost is to, if you've got spare storage in your garage, somebody can rent that. Spinster is if you want a bike anywhere you go in the world. And my favorite, God, this is brilliant, Airbnb for toilets. Yes. So I had to check it to make sure that it was actually true. So this is my office here. And I've got 5 available toilets, 5 to 10 minutes away from my office. And I've got one which is an immaculate luxury facility in Covent Garden for, you can't see, but it's $10. So that's the type of stuff that's popping up. The on-demand economy, which is related but slightly different, is the Uber concept. And in the same way that there's an Airbnb of everything, there's an Uber of everything. This is somebody who had fun putting a list of these businesses together. And finally, related but slightly different again, crowdsourcing. So how the crowd fuels everything, Crowdcube, which we'll hear about this afternoon. StreetBees. So StreetBees, for example, is a consulting business where the data is gathered by people on the street as opposed to highly paid consultants. So all of these agile businesses are appearing and fueling this agile economy. And at a speed which is, again, which is incredible, because Uber is not that old, and look at all these businesses already popping up everywhere. Right, so what's that got to do with the price of eggs? We are here to talk about retail, and I'm talking about Uber and Springwise and all of these things. Well, I actually think it's got everything to do with retail, because all of these things are new ways for customers to think, to act, to share, to consume information, to consume products. And at some point, it's going to affect retail in a major way. So imagine, and this is now or coming very soon, a world where the retailer, which is typically the intermediary that makes the link between what consumers want and what's available to purchase, well, suddenly all of this starts to challenge that, because I can access anything, anywhere, from punters in the street if I need to. I don't need, this intermediary, which is the retailer, to do that for me, maybe. We are in a world where we may not need to buy to consume. We can rent, we can get our neighbors to work for us, we can consume in all sorts of new ways, which are completional retail model. A world where businesses with 15 employees or businesses led by teenagers suddenly, give a kick in the butt to industry giants, and this is the reality today. And game-changing businesses taking years, no longer decades, if not more than that, to flourish and challenge. And a world where suddenly it's all about, back to my little ant and my little small data, it's all about bite sizes. It's bite sizes communications. Look at your teenagers sending you text messages. They don't speak with more than half a sentence. And everything is like that. Everything is in bite size, and a lot of products that we will consume and the way we will consume them will be in small bite sizes. And a world where there's an app for everything, literally. So The other day I was, I'm a mother of young children, and I had my buggy was broken, and you know I work hard, don't have time to fix it, and so I Googled, and there comes a buggy valeting service set up in a garage locally, and you know at great expense they came and took my buggy and fixed it, and I was sorted. And it's like that for everything. So there is an app for everything. So I need to conclude. I think we're in a world where the little ant is making headways, and the balances of power are changing, and big entities like the state, the company, the school, the entity, maybe the retailer, are being challenged by individuals, by enterprise. And by enterprise, I don't mean company, I mean, you know, that word that the French don't have, entrepreneur. So enterprise is challenging, and agility and speed. Summary, so the present, internalization, small is beautiful, digital transformation. And if I had to pick 3 for the future, it would be mobile, little data, just to be controversial, and what I would call the agile economy. The only certainty is that retailing in the UK will be different, and you can be sure that you can throw away the retail rule book and start again. Thank you.
Merci pour une incroyable présentation.
Merci beaucoup.
Sophie, merci.
À toi.
Lots to think about there, Sophie. What's the one piece of advice you've got? Let's get some free consulting from you. What's the one piece of advice you give to everybody here today?
So I think actually it's to almost go counter to the speed that we're experiencing, and to stop and breathe and get out and think, because nobody can catch up with these types of speeds. And you know, we should just accept the fact that the train is running at an incredible catch it, and we should still, you know, somebody in the office should still be trying to make that work. But the best piece of advice that I give to people is to not try and catch that train. The best thing to do is to try and escape a little bit, think about all of this, and then try and catch it laterally, because it's the only way.
Great. Lovely. Thank you. Thanks, Sophie.
Thanks.
I'm going to take a holiday next week. Right then, what's next? Great, really looking forward to this. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Michael Ross, please, the co-founder of Orderly ecommerce, founded in 2007. And Michael's going to talk to us about the role of data in retail decision-making. Thank you
very much. Thank you. Morning. Well, it's very interesting listening to Jonathan and Sophie. Jonathan painted a grand vision for Shop Direct, where the data is at the core. Sophie talked about Industrial Revolution and actually talked about trains, and that's a perfect introduction to what I want to talk about, because I want to talk about the automation of decisions and how you make decisions in a world of vast data and vast complexity. Yes, the train is leaving the station, and this is James Watt's steam engine from the 1770s. This was one of the defining inventions of the Industrial Revolution. Set us on this path towards the mechanization and the automation of transportation. That was in the sort of 1770s. It was about 100 years later that control theory was developed. Control theory was the science, the logic of actually how do you control, how do you have self-contained vehicles that have feedback loops. It took 100 years from the beginning of the Industrial Revolution to actually the science that was behind it. Then cars started to become manufacturing, and this is the Ford Model T in the early 1900s. And then again, another 100 years from that to the Google driverless car. And I think this is an amazing sort of journey, obviously, in transportation of sort of over 200 years. What I'm going to talk about is how the same evolution is going to apply to decisions. Decisions that today we're used to being made by humans. How will decisions be automated? Why it's inevitable? What it means in practice. And in terms of where we are in this spectrum, I would say we're in the late 1800s. We're at the bad car phase of decision making. And again, I will explain why. When we talk about physical retail decisions, decisions that are made, day-to-day decisions in the physical retail world, if store's not performing, do you fire the manager? Do you open the store later or close it earlier? If a product's not selling, do you re-merchandise it? Do you mark it down? These decisions are very, very well understood in retail. Retail has been making them for a long time. There aren't that many of them. You understand how the world's supposed to work. If you open a store later, you'd expect to take more sales, and you'd hope that the sales is worth more than the additional staff cost. I would describe the data is relatively simple, but it's messy. And this is why humans are pretty critical in making decisions in physical retail. They're very good at interpreting the data, making sense of it, applying judgment. And a kind of related point, but an important point, as we shall see, is that averages are very, very helpful. This is anonymized data, but from a retailer with 29 stores. Overall, their sales are up 1% year over year. And then you can look at your 29 stores and you can look at the like-for-likes by store. And our intuition of an average makes sense. You know, we have stores at the top that are a little bit over 1% up year on year, and stores here are down year on year. And as the CEO of this business said to me, he said, Michael, you know, I don't need a PhD to make sense of this. He said, the stores that are down year on year, and I can probably diagnose in about 30 seconds what's going on. Averages, useful, makes sense. What changes in the digital world? Well, Sophie described this sort of extraordinarily complex ecosystem of technologies that power the digital world. You know, a typical retailer will have 20, 30, 40 bits of software that combine to power a website. And the consequence for me is that decisions have been atomized. They are what people are referring to as nano decisions. If a physical retailer is making hundreds of decisions, then a digital retailer will be making millions of decisions. Now, Jonathan described, for example, at Shop Direct, the ability now to think about personalized search results. I'm working with a retailer in the US where every search from every customer is getting an entirely different set of search results. Millions and millions of decisions. Now, clearly, someone doesn't sit down on a Monday morning and make millions of decisions, but these decisions are encoded in rules and logic that sit within this software. The decisions are being made whether retailers like them or not. So decisions that used to be made at store level are now being made at customer level or even at customer session level. Decisions that used to be made at product level are being made at SKU level and SKU view level. There's a vast explosion in the number of decisions that retailers need to make. And taking Google as just one example, one of the bits of software that people need to manage. You know, if you're managing an account on Google, might have 100 campaigns, 1,000 ad groups, 10,000 keywords. When you get down to the bid adjustments, and again, as Jonathan said, it's an annoying algorithm, but the RLSA options, the location, all the bid adjustments, and this is a small keyword campaign on Google could literally have hundreds of millions of possible decisions you could make. As we will see, a critical question is, how on earth do you do this? At what level do you manage? Do you manage at the account level? Do you actually manage at keyword level? Do you manage at the bid adjustment level? If people aren't overwhelmed by this, they don't understand the question. This is mind-numbingly complex and is part of the challenge of the next few years of how businesses used to making decisions in the physical world at an aggregate level, how you actually make sense of this. Linked to this atomization of decisions is the atomization of data. All of these systems, again, you know, that people are used to, whether it's digital marketing systems or on-site search or increasingly beacons or payment or returns or delivery, are all spewing out what we call digital exhaust. They all create data, whether we like it or not. Working with a retailer who collects all their web analytics data and customer data, they're collecting about 500 data points on every single customer every single day. Incredibly granular, high resolution data.
But more than that, increasingly, all of these data silos can be connected. Digital marketing data can be connected to analytics data. Analytics data can be connected to customer data, customer to delivery data. So what already starts as huge amounts of data then gets lit up. There is an overwhelming amount of possible data and possibly connected data to make sense of. Key question is, what do you do with it? And one of the consequences in the digital world is that averages are extremely unhelpful and potentially very, very misleading. So you move from the average store, which is very helpful and very representative of what's going on, to look at the average customer. Every business I've ever looked at has some sort of Pareto curve on their customers. You'll have some high value customers. The top 5% will be worth anywhere from 50, 80, 90, some cases 120% of your profit. And then you'll have a bunch of customers who lose you money. And the average customer is entirely unrepresentative. If you focus your efforts on the average customer, particularly in a competitive world where your competitors are both fixated on acquiring all the high value customers and jettisoning all the loss-making customers, focusing on the average customer is a recipe for disaster. You need to understand the distribution in a way that is very different to the physical retail world. This is a related point, but different, when averages can be really, really, really misleading. This is an example from Berkeley University from 1973, from the graduate school, very famous example, where 12,500 people applied, 5,000 people were admitted, and the overall admissions rate was 40%. When you looked at the data by men and women, 44% of men who applied got in, and shockingly, 35% of women who applied got in. This was sold to a women's group who had some statistician look at this and say that this could not possibly have happened by chance. This was a statistically significant difference between men and women, and they took Berkeley to court. They took them to court to sue them for discrimination. And Berkeley's defense, which is below, which was very interesting, was they looked at the same numbers by subjects A to F. And what they concluded was pretty much in every subject, the percentage of women who got in was higher than the percentage of men. Again, if this isn't confusing, you haven't really understood it, because this is extremely confusing, but this is what happens every day in digital commerce, as we will see. And what's going on, to understand it in real world terms, is basically men are applying for all the easy subjects, women apply for all the hard subjects, right? So what you're seeing is a mix effect. And actually, when you look at the aggregated average, it's entirely misleading. Sufficiently misleading that someone went to court over this. Another of my favorite examples, this is straight off the Border Force's website, the dear people who run our immigration and passport control at Heathrow. This is an exercise in corporate self-delusion with, unfortunately, with our money. And this is, I'm sure most of us here are EU citizens. If you come back through Heathrow recently, I wouldn't necessarily say you would describe the experience as 100% or 99.8%. When you get into what they're actually measuring, what is being measured, and no doubt what people are being bonused on, it is so banal. It's almost pains me to repeat it, but essentially every 15 minutes throughout the day, from 5 in the morning to midnight, someone looks at the person at the back of the queue, times how long they get to the front of the queue, and if that time is less than 25 minutes, that's considered success. And then each 15-minute period is considered equally. So again, Heathrow at 5 in the morning and at midnight isn't very busy, but no account is taken of the fact that if a few 747s arrive, people wait a little bit longer. A more interesting metric that actually the Parliamentary Select Committee asked the Border Force is, what's the longest time someone's actually waited? And the last time I looked, it was about 4.5 hours. Doesn't leap out to you from these statistics. But again, it's how important it is if you look at averages that are aggregated and misleading, when really what you have underneath is a distribution. you can be very, very misled to what's going on. So what are the implications for decision making in this world of nano data and nano decisions? Well, the first problem I see a lot of is people making decisions at the wrong level. They misunderstand the knobs they can turn, and they make decisions at too aggregate a level, too detailed a level. They assume that because some big software companies sold them some software, that the default settings are to be trusted. They get to the wrong answer. I'll give you some examples in due course, but it's incredibly easy simply to analyze the data in the wrong way and draw entirely the wrong conclusion. And finally, they get poor feedback. They take actions and look at what happens and fail to understand and make sense of the conclusion that's being reached. So in the home of AdWords, it would be churlish not to give a keyword example. And this is a real client, but anonymized. This is a big retailer who was spending money on Google and generating orders at an average cost of £4.57, which was below their target. And they were pretty pleased with that. The decision based on that at the board was fantastic, good work, you should spend more. And then we looked at the distribution. So we looked at what's the cumulative spend against the cumulative revenue. And that was interesting because actually 20% of the spend generated 80% of the revenue. And you could see that there was a whole bunch of outliers over here. This is where we were actually losing money on orders. And over here, you're actually losing money on customers. So the second decision was, hold on a second, maybe just don't put your foot to the floor quite yet. Can you scale at the margin, and shouldn't we be dealing with the outliers? Well, then decision 2 was then interesting because then we looked at this by match type. And when you look at it by match type, much like in the Berkeley University example, looking at the data by subject, you get a very different picture. You see the picture that actually the exact match spend is incredibly efficient. The phrase match spend is really not very efficient, and broad match is in the middle. So then the conclusion people reached was, okay, so what we should be doing is reallocating spend from phrase to broad. That should be the direction of travel. Well, that turned out to be the wrong answer, because when we looked at decision 3 and then we said, okay, well, actually, let's look at what are people searching for? The broad match was picking up all the very, very specific search terms, which was actually driving their efficiency, and phrase match was consumers searching for much shorter terms. This notion, this flip-flopping, that unfortunately, depending on how you look at the data, you can make entirely different decisions. And in this case, the right answer was review the entire account structure. This, unfortunately, is the reality of making decisions in the digital commerce world. If you oversimplify and if you make decisions at too high a level or in the wrong way, you risk making entirely the wrong decision. Another example, this is, again, another retailer who was doing a lot of retargeting. They had a target, again, this target cost per order of £15. They spent £270,000 at £12 an order. And again, the results from the board were fantastic, spend more money. And we looked at who was being retargeted. This required connecting the retargeting data to the web analytics data and to their customer database. Really not a straightforward exercise, but as you will see, you get a completely different view of what's going on. What emerged was that if we're retargeting lapsing customers and loyal customers, seems to be a relatively low cost per order. But if we're retargeting people with abandoned carts and new visitors, actually an unacceptable cost per order. So our decision from let's just increase our spend moves to, well, actually, let's be more sophisticated about who we're retargeting. Unfortunately, we then did an A/B test. And the A/B test was to then say, well, we're going to retarget certain people with a banner ad, and we're going to retarget other people with a so-called control, a charity ad. And then you got a completely different view. We started looking at the incremental cost per order. And unfortunately, lapsing customers looked pretty cost efficient, but everybody else looked very inefficient. And again, another example of how it's when you start looking at data at the right level of detail, but based on the right dimensions, you can make entirely different decisions. It's what I call decision landmines. Very, very easy to, if you're not, I would say, creative with the data, very easy to do the wrong thing. And we all understand the consequences. This is essentially retailers spending money and delivering customers to the wrong things. I talk a lot about what we call the ghost economy. And we're working with 40, 50 retailers around the world on big data analytics. And we see enormous amounts of money being spent on marketing, being sent to products that are out of stock. We're all used, from a retargeting perspective, of browsing a product by mistake and then that product chasing you around the web. And often then you click on it, and again, it's either out of stock or it's out of stock in your size, and it's both wasted money and a poor customer experience. We're seeing lots of retail sales, retailers being flattered by driving revenue, but a lot of sales being done either low margin or where the marketing cost is greater than the margin of the goods being sold. Generally, the point about silos, lots of retailers, because they're used to making decisions in silos, making decisions where there are disconnects between inventory, stock, marketing, and operations. But the real challenge is this is very, very hard for humans to do. There's so much data, there's so many decisions, it's so complex. When retailers try and do this by hand, simply it's not scalable. And this, for me, is the context. I think this is why we're at the beginning of a trend towards how retailers will think about automating decisions. This is simply not things that can be done manually. And again, certain businesses have huge teams of customer insight teams. So how are retailers who aren't necessarily huge, how do you make sense of this? And for me, this is the beginning of the path towards decision automation. And what does this look like? What does the future look like? This is the driverless car. This is the driverless car for retail decision making. We're at this point where you bring in connected data. We now have this extraordinary digital exhaust of all these systems. As Sophie said, the big data processing, one of our clients we're chunking through maybe about 150 million data points a week. 150 million data points a week. The guys who built our system said, 5 years ago, that would have cost about $20 million a year. Now it's costing us a few $100s a month on Amazon, on the Amazon cloud. The cost of big data processing is really going to zero. Artificial intelligence, less the scary robots that are going to take over the world, but more about how do you take this data, turn it into decisions, and have feedback loops that mean the decisions get better and better over time. And then the statistics and the maths to actually make sense of this. So for me, this is the time back in the late 1880s where we're beginning, and obviously lots of people are thinking about this, how will decisions get automated that will take us on a journey towards the driverless car of the future. And I'm a big student of Amazon, and Amazon, for my money, are way ahead on this. This is a quote that someone at Amazon told me, Bezos had attributed to Bezos, which is the role of humans at Amazon is to help computers make better decisions. Amazon have understood for a very, very long time that computerization and automation and algorithms is the only possible way to make decisions in this digital world. But I think what's also critical here is that in this world of big data and automation, leadership is absolutely critical. The humans and the leaders who are able to take businesses through this digital transformation, I think, is possibly the most critical part of this journey. Thank you very much.
Great, Michael. Thank you very much. So, really enlightening presentation. What's the biggest challenge or the most common problem you think you come across when talking to your clients, your customers?
Firstly, no one has any idea what I'm talking about. And then the people challenge. This is terrifying vision for most people. I mean, it's, people who've been in this industry a long time, it's pretty scary.
Yeah.
And people who've worked in retail for 20 years and are used to doing things in a certain way get very, very, very defensive. And I think I was in New York a few weeks ago with Sir Tom Hunter, who's an investor in my business, and he was talking to a big group, and he said there needs to be a stupidity amnesty. He said, you know, people have to kind of draw a line in the sand and say everything that's happened in the past we're going to forget about, because we people need to recognize that there's a different approach needs to happen. But you need the leadership to take people on a journey. And I think when you look at the businesses that are doing well and doing badly, you can look at the CEO and you can say the CEO is absolutely critical.
Yeah. Give us a couple of examples. Business doing well. You're impressed with?
Look, I don't want to pick on anyone, good or bad. There's a few. Say Mothercare, what Mothercare is doing, what Mark Newton-Jones is doing there, I think is fascinating. Halfords has been a fantastic story. What Shop Direct is doing. I think it's CEOs that, as Sophie said, you know, put digital transformation right at the heart of what they're doing and aren't afraid to drive change.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the floor? No. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Great stuff. Lots of Google AdWords chat I'm enjoying this morning. Right, next up, we've got Natasha Toothill from Visa. Natasha, please come and join me on the stage. Natasha's going to talk about how Visa are approaching e-commerce and some of the payment models employed. Thanks, Natasha.
Thanks. Morning, everyone. Can I just ask you just to sort of stand up just for a moment? Just have a little stand up. I think you all need a little stretch. Feel free to do what the lady's doing up here, have a little stretch. We've got me and we've got a little bit longer before coffee. So feel free to sit down. You're feeling relaxed. Because I come to talk to you about payments. So on my session today, we're going to be talking about risk authentication, contactless payments, what's happening in the chip, what's happening in the cloud. Don't worry, I'm only joking because that's really boring and that's really quite dull. So I won't be covering that. So my name is Natasha. I head up retail for Visa Europe. Basically, what I do is, and my team do, we work with all the major retailers across Europe, and we try and help them with their payment journey. And we try and drive preference for Visa over other forms of payment. As you can imagine, there's many forms of payment. There's many other sort of coming into our space. So, you know, we want Visa to be up there and we want it to be number one. So here's a question for you. We've sort of talked about, seen some really interesting sort of presentations this morning. What are the most crucial trends affecting the future of payments, affecting commerce and the whole user experience? Well, I'll tell you, if I knew the answer to that, I'd be a very, very rich woman and I'd have an amazing consulting company. But what we actually want to try and look at today is, what does the roadmap look like? What is the future? What is expected of us? And what changes do we need to make? And what hurdles do we need to overcome to understand the future of everywhere commerce? So at Visa, we've been working with some amazing organizations, some really insightful people, some thought leaders and some experts from around the world to look at the whole digital ecosystem. And it's great that sort of Sophie mentioned that's the whole digital piece. Can I just get a feel for who's sort of in face-to-face here? Who works in the sort of face-to-face retail world? Hands up, sort of face-to-face retail. That's great. And who works in sort of what they call traditional, well, sort of in the e-com world? Who would class it being e-com? And then anyone sort of would say they're actually real sort of digital exponents as well? Both? Okay. Digital as well at the front. Jonathan at the front. So in terms of sort of, you can see there's so many different sort of players sort of operating in the space. And our sort of session today is actually going to be looking at, what does this everywhere commerce look like? So let's set the scene. It seems that anyone today can achieve anything. We've seen huge turbulence in so many different industries. We've seen it in music, in media, in entertainment, and we're seeing massive changes in our sector and in the financial services sector as well. Consumer commerce is really shifting. We're becoming more digital, it's becoming more instant, and I'd like to think the shopping now is actually becoming more fun. And Visa is very much tied up in these particular changes. The new ways to shop means that actually there's new ways to pay, and also there's new ways to be paid if you're in trading. And Visa will either meet these needs or enable the changes. If we fail, we'll leave a vacuum for competitors to fill and become the victim of changes. And our CEO always talks about that Kodak moment, that no one wants to be the next Kodak. And it's a mantra that he absolutely talks about in our business. So if we look at the changes, we see three real themes here. We call them frictionless commerce, we call it everyone in business, and we call it my control. And each of these themes is being played out now across Europe. Our job is to understand what they actually mean for payments. I'm going to talk you through those one by one. So frictionless commerce. We all know about talking about reducing friction in retail. Traditional barriers are disappearing from every process of buying. We see evidence of this in every day. If you take Amazon, why do we all love one click? Well, it's easy. And then they add in Prime as well, and it eliminates all the hassle of delivery. Why do we use cloud-based services like Spotify? Well, sort of in Sweden, Spotify was originally established because there's a huge piracy problem. So Daniel Elk, the founder, said he actually wanted to make it easier to be able to stream music. It's a service that's actually paid for, but it's easier and it's more convenient. Wherever you look, people are gravitating now towards more low-touch channels. And for this at Visa, this means the payment experience must be easier. It might even disappear completely. I don't know if anyone took the tube today, but now contactless payments, you can pay using your credit card, your debit card, or even your mobile phone if you touch and go on the readers. TfL absolutely said they're in the business of moving people. They're not in the business of taking payments or ticketing. A great example of this is what I call Push for Pizza, and this is an app that's actually come over from that's actually over in the States and developed by a couple of guys from Brooklyn. If we could just run the video on this. So users of food delivery services such as Domino's can be wondrous and sinister all at once. Video, please, guys. Thanks. Have a look at this one.
Hey, fellas.
Order a pizza.
Yeah, order a pizza. I can go for a pizza.
I want pizza, but I don't want to order a pizza.
I wish there was like a button, you know, and all you have to do was push that button and then pizza comes.
Wait, say that again? Yeah.
I wish I had a button I could push for pizza.
A button you could push for pizza.
Yeah, like an app. And it's just got one button on it.
And that one button?
Pizza.
Pizza.
So like an iPhone app, and we'll make it so you only put your information in once and you'll never have to do it again.
Never again.
Just one button and you push it.
Push it for pizza. Push for pizza. We have to make it.
We have to.
Yeah.
We'll make one of those videos where I turn to the camera and I'm like, are you tired of ordering pizza by pressing buttons or something?
Do you want pizza?
Yes.
Do you want pizza?
And do you want it now?
I want to wear a suit. If you want pizza and don't want to spend a lot of time finding a place.
Putting in your credit cards and shit.
Say it's like Uber for pizza.
That's kind of stupid.
We can't say Uber. 2 choices for now to keep it simple. Plain and pepperoni. Just pick your preference, then
push the button.
Push the button.
Push for pizza.
Yippee! The Push for Pizza app sends out your request along with your payment info and pizza preference.
And hot pizza shows up at your door, all paid up, even the tip. Push for pizza. Yeah, it's real.
Download for free on the App Store.
So we don't have that over here at the moment. What I actually love about that app, and a couple of things that they sort of mentioned, he says, we don't have to put all that credit card shit in, you know, which is something we absolutely need to think about with regards to Visa. But also, if you look at something like McDonald's, currently, 0 of their business is delivered in the UK or created through a digital channel. Domino's is 70%. Look at these guys, the Push for Pizza. You know, they've said they actually don't want any friction at all whatsoever in their business. You know, they're very much aimed at the millennial customer. A one-time information is captured right at the start of the interaction, and with 3 taps from start to finish, you've got your pizza. For me, that really is frictionless fast food. But there's reason to be cautious about frictionless commerce. Just take this one. There's reasons to be cautious about frictionless commerce. Transactions have become automatic and possibly more impulsive. I don't know about you, but I spend a fortune on Amazon one click. It's just too easy. There's less consumer innovation. Traditional checks and balances, such as entering the PIN, are eliminated. New participants, new technology companies play a new role in making purchases. And new authentication techniques, such as geolocation, look at fingerprint authentication, Apple Pay, which rides the Visa rails in the US. I'm guessing sometime it will come over to Europe, are increasingly being deployed. So we as consumers must be comfortable between the trade-off of convenience and control. And we must accept that more companies are actually being involved in everyday transactions, and more companies are more aware of our behaviors. And we must be satisfied that novel and intrusive authentication techniques are robust and easy to use. So if e-commerce is becoming more frictionless, so must payment. So are we ready to do that? Some things to consider. Payment data must be digitized and securely stored, whether that's in the cloud, whether that's on a HCE, whether that's in a device such as a secure element. We must think about authentication, which is the biggest cause of friction in payments. I'm guessing you've all gone through the verified by Visa process and thought, you know, really, can I be asked? No, I'm just going to abandon my basket. So we as an organization are trying to improve that. There's many potential problems such as biometrics, geolocation, profiling, but they're fraught with issues, and we need to collaborate with all the players in the payment experience and the retail experience. I think common APIs, and we mentioned that this morning, common APIs is happening, and I think we're opening up more, and that's all the players in the channel. The new top of wallet, people no longer choose to pay by every transaction. Money is automatically sucked from your account or nominated card. And you can get yourself into a position where you get substantial payment flows. Potentially your brand is actually absent from the payment experience. So for us, if we look at an organization like PayPal, which many may view us as one of our competitors, most PayPal accounts are actually fueled by a Visa card, but you think you're paying by PayPal and not paying by Visa. So our next key theme is everyone in business. This is where more and more individuals and micro businesses are able to trade, but actually have new responsibilities to meet. Small businesses can reach global audiences. We heard about peer-to-peer platforms such as eBay, marketplaces like Alibaba, for example. Sophie talked about the sharing economy. Services that enable you to share your drive, rent a room, even your clothes. Peer-to-peer financial solutions allow you to give money to other people, allow you to borrow money from other people. And we're also seeing, obviously, with crowdfunding sites, investing in the next big thing. Innovation has made it easier to set up shop with drag and drop e-commerce platforms. And in the face-to-face world, we're seeing more of what we call MPOS solutions, mobile point of sale solutions, which is effectively a device that can be plugged into your mobile phone and suddenly make you a vendor with a card acceptance terminal. And this is often backed up by a very friction-free sign-up process. Economically, this emergence of small and micro businesses is going to have significant effect. In the UK, the number of micro businesses has grown by 40% in the last 10 years. And across Europe, SMEs now account for more than 20 million plus businesses. There's plenty of big, obvious examples. I too love Airbnb. I think it's amazing. We talk about Uber. Uber's now sort of come into our language. It's Uber. The guy sort of mentioned it on there. Uber, Parco Media. But it's also taking roots everywhere else. This is one I wanted to mention. Wallapop, described as a mobile flea market based in Spain, operating also in France and the UK. It's like eBay, but it's different. It's designed for the mobile. It's all about proximity. It's about what's available in your local area. Downloaded 1.5 million times in the last 6 months, sold 2 million products. There's also DeWanda from Germany, now used by 250,000 designers. I mean, you could mention a million and one of these. But there are some reasons to be cautious about frictionless commerce. We can't rely on well-known brands and well-established local businesses. We're putting our trust in unknown individuals. They may live on the other side of the world. We don't know who they are. Our only real indication is often just a trust mark, a number of stars on their site. But what happens when the payment goes wrong? What happens if the seller actually doesn't really exist? So by definition, we as consumers must be happy that the associated trust mechanisms like reviews are robust. We need to be clear that where all the personal responsibilities lie, and we must be confident that when things go wrong, they can be easily resolved, or you just suck it and get on with it. So what does that mean for payments? Is it helping or is it hindering? Well, a few years ago, if you wanted to accept cards, you had one choice. You'd ask a bank. You had one solution. You would ask a bank very nicely, and after a long, hard credit check, they may just agree to sign you up to a very binding contract and possibly a very expensive terminal. How things have changed. Today, there's many different acquirers, there's many payment service providers, there's many people coming into our ecosystem that are happy to serve small micro businesses. The sign-up's been accelerated, the process is so much more simple. You can just pop down to John Lewis and buy now a card acceptance terminal. It's amazing, the accessibility of these solutions. There's also the online experience with e-cart providers and solutions such as Amazon Marketplace. The payments piece is now completely handled for you. But there are some things to consider. There's some rules to follow, a new sense of energy and exuberance in payments, and for many, a new audience that want to enter small and target small businesses. But as we see new propositions being moved into the marketplace, and we see many that actually don't measure up, and that for us obviously causes concern. So who do you turn to when things go wrong? When you call a taxi through a taxi pooling service and it doesn't arrive? When the room isn't available that you wanted to rent? The person doing the selling or person doing the introducing? The principle of what we call revocability at Visa has always been a defining factor. Payments can be reversed. It's really important. Exception items can be processed if things go wrong. When the wrongdoing has been identified, you, the retailer, can actually charge back that transaction. But when there's so many different players in the process, a concern for us in this ecosystem is the balance of liabilities can be extremely hard to unravel. The final area I wanted to look at, which is our third big theme, is what we call my control. I think where people have the means to take more control of their behaviours and also their relationships with organisations, starting by taking advantage of the data they leave in their wake to actively protect themselves. And everyone's talking about data. Everyone's mentioned it this morning in their presentations. The counterpoint to frictionless commerce, although a friction-free experience is valued, is we still want to be in control. We still want to think we actually have the upper hand in doing things. We see people using mobile and digital technology all the time to stay in control. We're seeing the quantified self. How many steps have you walked? How many calories have consumed? What's your heart rate? Look at it in motoring. Volkswagen with their the China Blue Motability app analyzes real-time driving behaviors, provides tips on how to economize. And in-home energy, an extremely deadly dull and quite boring subject, O-Power allows US consumers to track their electricity use. And if you're really quite sad, you can compare it to your friends. And if you're even sadder still, you can enter a competition on a Saturday night to see how you can reduce your energy consumption even further. So I think we're all aware that consumers are becoming more market savvy, but actually more data savvy, becoming more and more aware of the commercial value of our data. So it's less developed than the other two themes, and examples can be a little more subtle. For example, we take advantage of personalized recommendations. We talked about Amazon, price comparison sites like Price Runner, peer reviews such as TripAdvisor. There's been many ways to monitor and manage personal finances across Europe. So there's organizations such as Spendy in the Czech Republic, MyBills in Israel, Tink in Sweden, and then there's the fitness and the health apps. So there's Fitbit, there's Mono Glucocomputer in France, there's Hive in terms of energy consumption. There's also Dietiem in Turkey. I actually did a Google of this, Dietiem, just to see what it actually meant, because my Turkish isn't particularly good. And it came up with a very odd YouTube video of a hamster doing some sort of hamster aerobics in their bowl. So I'm not quite sure what that means in Turkish. But anyway, there's so many things happening in terms of control of data. But again, there's reasons to be cautious. about retaining the upper hand. We as consumers need to be confident in our dealings with all businesses. We do retain the upper hand. We need to be happy that where our data is harvested, it's also used for personal benefit. And we need to be given ways to better manage and monitor our behaviour. And we need to be able to control our spending, even though consumption is becoming more impulsive. So data, as I mentioned, is becoming just as everyone is talking about it. I think, say every session so far. Payment is data, and data is payments. The two are completely inseparable. The richness of payment data gives rises to many opportunities and entails many sensitivities. And these are some of the areas that retailers are actually using data, the Visa data, to create a point of difference. They're harnessing it to look at spending data to understand customer behaviours. At Visa, we know where you went before you went to a particular retailer. We know where you went afterwards. We know how much you're spending at all of your peer groups. We know where you come from. We know how international you actually are. We know whether you're using debit or credit. We know just exactly so much insight into your customer behaviours. Research has shown that the reason why people choose Visa is because they worry about losing control. Cash is actually still king out there within retail. It's actually one of our biggest competitors. And cash can be counted down, and its availability puts the limit on spending. But Visa enables them to go through money unhindered. It's been interesting to see the move following the recession from credit onto debit. So 95% of customers within the UK now actually have a debit card. The highest proportion of spend within supermarkets is on debit. There is a real move towards debit and away from credit because it gives you that element of control. For retailers, there's no data footprint associated with cash. So there's obviously no valuable customer insight that you would associate with a card transaction. But surely with today's technology, we can allow customers to be put in control. Maybe the answer is to let consumers take full control of their own payment propositions. Could they set their own risk parameters? Could they use an online dashboard to select transaction limits, even to block transactions? Well, I hope there's none of my colleagues here from risk, because they'd absolutely string me up for saying something like that. So what's the direction of travel for Visa? Well, digital payments are facilitating new payment models. The user experience is becoming slicker, it's becoming quicker, and the payment sector itself is becoming increasingly more disrupted. But what do we have to do to enable everywhere commerce? We want Visa to become the payments platform. It's interesting, another quote from The Economist. As The Economist magazine puts it, the key to creating a successful platform is building a thriving ecosystem around it to get the network effects going. So we reach out to everyone in the payments ecosystem and in the retail ecosystem to work and advance their network and improve electronic payments. It's about becoming more open, more flexible, and more accommodating. And a great example of this is now the improved commercial model for Visa. We've actually committed to reduce interbank fees and facilitate cross-border competition within the EEA. This means that retailers can benefit by choosing Visa over other forms of payment. And if you can see, if you work from left to right, the savings and high street convenience, petrol, supermarkets, and quick service restaurants. So an example would be if your ATV was £10, the cost would have been 8p for a debit. It's now moved to an ad valorem rate of 20 basis points, so the cost is effectively 2p. In essence, a saving of 75% by paying with Visa. So we really sort of talk to retailers about what the value of Visa is to the community. It's cheaper, we're transparent, it's more convenient, it's quicker, it's secure, and obviously it gives you that great data footprint. And these are some examples of some retailers that we've actually worked with to gain preference for Visa at point of sale and to drive Visa card spend. But there's some old-fashioned principles here. Shopping is changing, but the principle of retailing, great products, superior service, a compelling proposition remain. This must not be forgotten when dealing with the all-present disruptors as retailers strive to adapt to the ever-present changing new normal. We've outlined some of the retail realities in everywhere commerce that we envision could potentially have an impact on retailers and players in the payment value chain. Should we move faster? Yes. Should we innovate quicker? Yes. Innovation and trust needs to be underpinned by some basic principles. Trust. You always trust that you can pay by Visa and it will be accepted. There's standards. We set expectations and ensure that the system can withstand fraud and malpractice. There's universal reach. With a positive outcome, you can use your Visa anywhere, a card anywhere in the world. And the systems are robust and reliable. We never go down. But to sum up, what I actually would say, it's a great time to be working in retail payments. People are actually saying payments are changing. People are actually saying payments are actually exciting. I actually heard somebody say payments are sexy. Hurrah! Maybe I finally moved into the right market. I might not go actually that far, but what I would say, it's changing and it sure is fun. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Natasha. Lovely talk. I think we're going to crash on. If you've got questions for Natasha, probably save them for the coffee break, yeah, which is after the next session, okay?
Great.
But great, yeah.
Thank you.
Payments are sexy.
You said it, that's twice. Thank you.
Great. So look, if you're thinking about pushing for pizza or Air PMP, we've just got another quick talk to go, and it's great to welcome on stage Ryan Davies, who runs Head of CRM and Loyalty at Mothercare. And joining him is Alex Kaiser, founder of Y Receipts. Guys, do you want to join me on stage?
I'll actually start.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Fantastic. Hi, everyone. So, as you said, one more to go, and then we have some coffees. Well, my name is Alex Kaiser, and this is not working. Probably. There we go. Green, right? Not working for some reason. Maybe, well, I have to skip through. There we go. There we go. Right. Right, so I'm Alex Kaiser. I'm a co-founder and the CEO at Y Receipts, and I'm quite excited today to talk about a certain concept that we believe in our company, and then hand over to Ryan, who's one of our dear customers, and will tell you how they put that into place and achieve tremendous results. Now, 20 years ago, at the dawn of the bubble, as we all say, if someone would have asked, how does retail look like in 20 years, most people came up with this: a world without shelves, lots of screens, monitors, Minority Report style experiences where people tap and swipe and select to buy virtual products. Now, the reality is, 20 years later, which is actually today, brick and mortar is still very much there. As Neil, Martin, I think it was mentioned before, stores are back in fashion. I think they were never really out of fashion, so they're still around. But what happens is that technology is creeping in, and we all embrace technology to not replace brick and mortar, but to embrace new opportunities to enhance experiences, products, and services in these retail stores. The underlying theme, though, whatever we do with technology and whatever will happen with brick and mortar in the future, is something that we call connect, and that's what we build our business on. We believe whatever we do in the future of brick and mortar retail, we need to always remember to connect customers to transactions, to connect data with ecosystems, and to connect online with offline. Now let's look at each of these. Connecting customers with transactions, what does it really mean? It means we want to identify who buys what. We want to understand who our customers are and what they buy so we can use that data afterwards. First point of call, loyalty program. That has been around for quite a while and is a very successful tool to connect customers with transactions. However, loyalty programs have one thing in common, and that is they cost a lot of money. They hit our margin by the very nature. What we do with loyalty programs is we incentivize products and we give away free stuff. And what we believe is there's place for another method of connecting customers with transactions, and that is the digital receipt. Most of us have probably experienced it the very first time over the last 7 years, maybe in an Apple store, who pioneered this new technology. And the electronic receipt is nothing else than an electronic copy of a paper receipt that we usually use or fill up our wallet with. Our customers, however, go a bit beyond that. They do not only use it to connect customers and transactions, they open a new communication channel, a new marketing channel. They use digital receipts to communicate to their customers, to drive behavior, as Martin said, I think it's about content, delivering content in new channels. The digital receipt is a new channel. You can start getting in-store feedback directly linked to the sales assistant and to the actual purchase. So that data becomes really relevant. One example is Charles Tyrwhitt. They did something very interesting. They just added a button, not even a preview, that says watch now. That increased click rate by 700% overnight. So that's an example for really driving digital receipts into a new sphere. Now, if you run digital receipts, that means if you're a big retailer or a small one, you have lots of customers buying lots of stuff, lots of transactions, sales assistants, store locations, date, times, and Sophie mentioned the big data and lots of data points flying around. What does that then mean once we have all that data? And again, what Sophie said is actually something I will talk about as well. It's about the ecosystem. Every retailer has an ecosystem. That ecosystem can be very big, can be very small, can be complex or not. But what we believe is nowadays ecosystems are very bespoke. All of you have the choice and the challenge to pick the right suppliers, the right internal or external systems to build your solution around your needs and your objectives that you set as a business. So there's no more one box fits all. You decide what is best for your own company. And that's what we believe is at the core of what we do, which is connecting the data. We want to give you the opportunity to use that data in small bites, maybe, again, like Sophie said. So let's give you two examples. There might be a transaction happening in the store. If someone gets a digital receipt, that data feeds directly into your CRM system where you use it, but it also feeds, for example, into a newsletter database where the next newsletter is personalized. You might say something like, hi, John, thanks for shopping in the Oxford Street store yesterday. Hope you like your blue shirt that you bought. Please find below our weekly newsletter. And that's it. We have tested that. And one of our customers personalized newsletters by small bite size, using small bite size, which is the email address, the name, and one item, and the store location. And engagement in that newsletter increased by 11-fold. So one very interesting example, just using tiny bits to engage. Another one is customer feedback services. So let's use that same customer. The information that the customer bought the blue shirt in the Oxford Street store and was served by Susanna fed into the feedback service that the retailer used. And a day later, that customer was called up and was asked and queried about the experience in store, which created more data in the background. So these are just two tiny examples of what can be done with data, and once you understand who bought what and brought a customer and a transaction together. Now we take it a bit further. We want to stand for connecting data rather than using data. There are experts out there who use the data that we can connect, which is why we build our software so agnostic that it can be used on any system. And we start to work with the first retailers, work with roughly 120 companies around the world that roll it out across franchises, markets, countries, because it's a centralized way of connecting data into the ecosystems. And there are lots of errors probably that you imagine at the moment that are not on here. Now, I want to focus on one particular area, and that is offers, rewards, media platforms. You want to drive behavior, and if you want to drive your customers into brick and mortar stores, normally and increasingly you reach them through digital channels, social media, email, any other channels to drive customers from online into offline. So it's not the other way around only, which you can do, by the way, with a digital receipt, but it is driving customers into the stores. And what is really important is the last bit, connecting online and offline. And I'm surprised I'm the first one using the term closing the loop today. I suppose probably quite a lot more people talking about it, but that's actually what we believe is very important. It's not enough to have fancy channels, fancy media platforms, and driving highly targeted campaigns if you don't know how successful they are. So that's what we focus on as well. And being in the home of ads, as we heard today, This is just one example of applying it. So if you're a retailer running an ad online that drives a customer into the store, that identifier, which might be represented, for example, in form of a barcode, can be connected to the transaction. We feed it back up in real time, so you know how much did this particular click and ad actually generate down to SKU level. So you know this click actually generated this basket in the stores. One example for closing the loop. Now at this point, I would like to introduce Ryan. Ryan is connecting customers to transactions, connecting data to the ecosystem, and online to offline. With that, we actually have increased, together with Ryan last year, the in-store data capture rate almost 20-fold over a period of 12 months. For that, Ryan and his teams win a lot of awards. And with that, I would like to introduce Ryan Davis, the head of Loyalty, Insight, and CRM at Mothercare.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, man. Hello. Firstly, does anyone else get hangry? You know, when you're so hungry, you just get an absolute raging temper. Because I do, and it's my fault that you're all 20 minutes further away from the break. We had to put this session, it was supposed to be this afternoon, and I had to move it this morning. So you all probably hate me right now. And I hate myself because I'm starving. So we'll get through this as quick as we can, just 10 more minutes, and then we can go and eat as many biscuits as you can fit in our mouths over there. So to talk about Mothercare, to put Alex's kind of words into practice, I'm going to talk about some of the things that we've been doing at Mothercare in the last couple of years. So for those that don't know, Mothercare is a specialist retailer of products for pregnancy, for babies and toddlers up to the age of 8 years. Our kind of main specialism is the pre-birth months up to 2 years of age. We've been going, we're an old-time retailer, we've been going since 1961, I think. In 2007, we also built Early Learning Centre, which primarily designs and manufactures educational toys for children, again up to the age of 8 as well. And that hit its 40th anniversary last year. So lots of kind of traditional kind of retail space. We have 200 stores in the UK, about 1,200 globally as well. But it's not all rosy. You know, when I joined Mothercare 2 years ago, we were right at the start of a turnaround, and we were having a lot of problems. Our UK store sales were down. We were facing stiff competition on all sides, really. So we had new specialist retailers entering the market. We didn't have it all our own way anymore. We had retailers coming in from the convenience side, and we had pure plays like Amazon coming in everywhere else. So if I was to sum up Mothercare in 3 words, I would use babies, bricks as and boring. And boring, by the way, and I've used this bit at the start of a few presentations, and there is no word that means traditional that begins with the letter B. So that's what that's supposed to say. So I'm not saying Mothercare is boring, I'm saying it's a traditional retailer. So if you do think of one, then please let me know. I am none of those things. So I don't have kids, and as you can tell, Mothercare did not hire me for my childcare expertise there. Retail, I've never worked at a retailer before. I've never worked client side before. This is my first job client side. I've been at agency my entire career. I never had a job in a shop. So this is not a great start for my experience with Mothercare. And boring, and in terms of traditional, what I did do when I was at an agency was I was a digital consultant. I'm a data guy. So I spent the previous 8 years connecting up different systems and platforms and building better customer experiences on top of it. And that's exactly what we've been doing at Mothercare for the last 2 years. So that's what we're going to talk to you about this morning. So for Mothercare, we heard it earlier on in the day. Our product path is actually very simple. So this looks terrifying, and it's not, right? So each one of these lines here, this is a different product category. And what we've got along the bottom is your life stage. So the very first bit here, this is when you first find out you're pregnant. This is birth, first birthday, second birthday. And actually so there's a really clear product path that we have here. So, for example, maternity bottoms, we can see 15% of baskets feature maternity bottoms when you're 3 months pregnant. And then we go into the pushchairs and the car seats and the kind of maternity bags. And then at 6 months old, we go into the home safety, and then we go into strollers and trikes. So we have a really well-defined product path. So one of my previous roles when I was agency side was Dixon's. And if you go in and buy a telly, I don't really know when you're going to need a laptop or a phone. If you come and buy maternity bottoms, actually, we've got a fair idea of the things you're going to need for the next 5 or 6 years. I don't know your price point. I don't know who you're going to buy it from. But actually, if we can use that, that should be an incredible competitive advantage for us in the data. So our product path is actually relatively simple despite all those wavy lines. Our customer journey, however, is not simple because you don't just go and do the same thing in the same channels all the time. So when I started, we instead of kind of saying, actually, we need to stitch these systems together and do this and that, we actually, instead, I drew out what the customer journey looks like to kind of work that stuff out before we got there. So at the time, Kate and Will were having their first baby for the first time. And we have Kate, and it normally is Kate will go and research everything everywhere. So that is friends and family, that is signing up for every newsletter under the sun, that's antenatal classes. It's you know, it's a really kind of vulnerable and kind of worrying time, and you want to absorb as much information as you can when you're in the pregnancy months. And actually, if you notice from the previous slide, you're not actually buying loads of stuff. You know, there's a kind of between here and here, there's like maybe 3 months where you're just absorbing information before everything kind of peaks in a very, very short window. So the more we can help you in the earlier stages, the more chance we have of selling stuff when the time is right. So they research everything everywhere. And actually we have 3 pillars of loyalty that we're trying to put in at Mothercare from the CRM point of view. And the first one is inspire me. So help me navigate my new world. So actually, if we know what life stage you're at, regardless of whether you're in pregnancy or you've got a 2-year-old and they're in the development stages, you know, they're learning to walk and kind of the motor neuron skills and all that sort of stuff, we can actually give you ideas, advice, and information to help you with the products that you're going to need for the next phase of your child's development. So that's great. So that's really relevant newsletters based on the things that the data tell me you're going to be researching and needing anyway. So that's good. That makes your life easier. You'll be looking at stuff on the desktop. You're looking at emails on your phone. You'll be going in store. And actually, one of the really interesting things for us is that 80% of first-time mums to be will set foot in one of our stores at some point during their pregnancy. And when you think about it, if you're going to buy a pushchair, which, by the way, costs like $1,000, that was one of the things that shocks me when I joined Mothercare, is pushchairs can cost £1,000. I could buy a quite good car for £1,000, or I could buy a pushchair. So you want to go in and you want to pick it up and you want to see it folded and see if you can kind of carry it under one arm because you're going to take it on the bus. There's lots of things that go on in store when you're doing your research as well. So actually there's another channel that's happening here. If you're ready to buy it, fantastic. If not, and because there's so many people all trying to, you know, talk to you at the same time, we need ways of you collecting things when that time is right to buy. So that leads us on to the next stage. So inspire me, involve me is actually about collecting the things you're interested in. So the more things we put on your wish list, the more things you're doing on the website, the more things you buy, the more our recommendations can improve. If we do know you've got an event coming up, like a baby shower or the child's birthday, then we can talk to you about that stuff. So it's a deeper level of the kind of life stage-based communications that we want to be putting in. And then the final one is interact with me. So actually at this point over here, you're very vulnerable. You need lots of advice. You need kind of guidance. And then we talk to you about your things. And then over here, when you bought the product, you worked out that pushchair you just spent £1,000 on is way too bulky and you should have got a lighter one. So your reviews over here will help the next Kate who's coming along and looking at those products. And when you think about things like pushchairs, actually I can look at it online. I can go in store and see one that I haven't noticed before. I might want to scan it and then bring up the reviews there. So the more reviews we get here is helping the store channels as well as the online channels when customers are doing research on things like that. And also it's customers saying whether it's any good, not just the things that we say are good as a brand. So that's a really interesting thing. So that's having customers kind of having word of mouth back into people starting their journey. But then the really lovely thing we have in our market is that I mentioned before we have home safety about 6 months old. That's great. We want to sell you baby gates and things so the child doesn't fall down the stairs. But as a parent, the wonderful thing that's happening is your child is taking their first steps. So we want to celebrate those reasons as well and actually get people talking about the life-changing thing that's happened with their kids. So that's a great marketing thing that we can go if we're getting the data and we're helping them through those bits of the customer journeys. The problem with that, to get there, and if you think about all the different channels there, you've got stores, you've got online, you've got research, you've got mobile, you've got word of mouth, there's lots of stuff going on. And customers, they don't see all of the different departments, the different data silos, the politics, the budget restrictions, they just see Mothercare. And it is our job as retailers to actually build the customer experience in the way that the customers expect to see it, which means we have to stitch a lot of stuff together behind the scenes, which actually the app is a great example of this. So 2 years ago, we didn't have this. It's only just launched. And from the very first kind of login, we have data capture. Great. So if I get the due date or the date of birth, I know where you are in that life stage, so we can help you through. The other one is we have lists, so they're there when you want them, so I can actually go and help research the things for baby clothes, for feeding time, and so on. If I'm in store, I can use the scanner, so I can bring up the reviews. I can see what people are saying. If it's good, I can say buy that. If I'm not ready, I can add it to my wish list. So in that really, really short example, there's all these channels going on already that have been stitched together behind the scenes in the app, which is a great start that the business made. But that is still, we can go further because that is just online. So we have 2 websites with Mothercare and Early Learning Centre, but we have 200 stores and 5,000 staff that are talking to hundreds of thousands of customers a week. So there was another gap there in that we could use to make those customers visible to my database. And that's where e-receipts came in. So with Y-receipts, we put that in. So 18 months ago, it was on 3 tills in 1 store and a trial. 6 weeks after that, it was in, what was it, in 200 stores, 1,000 tills, and 5,000 staff were using that, talking to customers every day. And then about 6 weeks after that, the stores became a bigger source of new customers than our website did. So it's a phenomenal thing when we think, you know, digital is huge and it's explosive, but actually stores are where our customers still are, and especially in our specialist retailer bit, that makes a massive difference. It emails you a receipt. It's the same. It's exactly the same as a paper receipt. So the barcodes, all the SKUs and stuff. It means I can return things straight off my phone. It also means we can send reviews out there. We can do recommendations as well. But also, the real thing is actually it makes our store customers visible as well. And we can say that, and we can talk about conversion rates and what we want stores to be doing. But the thing that really kind of hooked into them was this. So the Olympic Stadium, when it was still full and it was still going, when that is absolutely full to bursting, that will hold 80,000 customers or people. If a store adds 500 new emails a week via e-receipts in 3 years, that is the size of the local database they will build. So when we do sales, we do new ranges, we do store events. If I'm talking to that many people because they've been into your store already, that is a huge difference, a huge competitive advantage we have as a traditional retailer with lots of stores as well. So that's the thing that store managers really, really hook into now. It's not about conversion percentages. It's about us being able to talk to your local army of customers. So we've already now connected the physical with digital. We want to go back the other way because e-receipts does have a number of problems in that it's quite error prone. If you're typing an email address, if you get one letter wrong, it's not going to the right customer. So at best, it bounces back. At worst, it goes to someone else who's a different customer, and then they get freaked out and they wonder why they've had an email for something they bought in a store when they're on the other side of the world. Also, it takes a bit of time at till to introduce it to the customers. So linking it back to the app. What we will, in our next release, which is coming out next month, because we already captured the email address on the app, we thought instead of you typing the address, we'll just take it from the phone instead. So you just scan that at till, it puts the email address in, and it will send it directly to the app. So all of my receipts now live in one place, as well as means I can go and scan stuff there, I can send gift receipts, and actually it starts wrapping that up into the customer experience, and they're carrying everything around with them as well. The really interesting thing that this has done, as well as making it easier for the customer, is it's actually changed the composition of our marketing database. So now we have more store customers in there than we do purely web customers. So when we do things like store events, and remember we're a specialist retailer, so at the moment we're in expecting parent events, we will sell that out 5 or 6 times faster than we used to when stores were just recruiting their own customers, because we're talking to store customers now online. So it means we've launched new services like Personal Shopper as well. Everyone seems to be doing a nod to Google in their presentation, so I actually looked for Google HQ when we did that as well. So, and we use Google Maps to show the thing up, but it means we can get customers back to store when the moment is right to do that. So and this is the sort of feedback that we get when we do it. So as a specialist retailer, we don't want to be doing markdown and giving away points to do it. We want that customer visibility, but this is why. So we're getting at a Personal Shopper experience with Susan at your Mothercare Edmonton store, by far the best customer service I've ever received from everyone. And when we think about pregnancy and how much it matters, if this customer is telling a friend, by the way, you go see Mothercare, they're brilliant, then that very quickly builds up if we have enough customers to kind of get back into store and have those experiences as well. So the reason we called it Here Comes Everybody in our presentation, there's a book called Play Shirky. It says we live in a world where little things are done for love and big things for money. Now I have Wikipedia, suddenly big things can be done for love. So what that was is Wikipedia is not written by a small team of experts with broad knowledge. It's written by thousands and thousands of people with very, very niche, something they very care about that lots of other people wouldn't know about. And that's the same thing we want to do with Mothercare, is I want pregnant people to come into our stores, have fantastic customer experiences, and then tell their friends that the Mothercare is the place to go, and go and see us because we really are the experts. And that's the exact sort of thing that we're seeing now with actually the Expecting Parent event we're running at the moment. We can see this, and actually these are the sort of conversations that we're having. So go along to this, they're talking to their friends. And actually this is all driven by making that sort of store database bigger and making it visible to the customers. Thank you. I've had to rush through that, so I hope you can go and get some biscuits now. Thank you.
Right, guys, it's 5 to 12. I'm going to be really mean and give you 15 minutes, okay, for your next coffee, pee break, email, phone calls, whatever. We'll come back and start at 12:10 sharp. That will give us an hour until lunch, all right? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2-minute warning. Masterful. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's the time? Well done, you lot. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're having fun, but we've got to get a move on. Please, can I ask you to sit down? Super stuff. I thought so. I thought that was pretty masterful. 10 past 12. We've got lunch at 10 past 1. Before then, we've got 3 great sessions. I thought this morning was really, really good, actually. So these next 3 sessions have got a lot to live up to. We're looking at rethinking the high street, okay, for the next hour. And first up, I'd like to invite Callum Ewing, Head of Property at Metro Bank, up on the stage. He's going to share his experience. Thanks for joining us, Callum.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to speak. I'm going to take you through a number of things today. First of all, just talking about our model, our business, and our growth plans. I'll then just touch on our property strategy that obviously impacts on the high street. But then I'll touch upon some of the things that Mothercare actually, Ryan and Mothercare mentioned earlier on in terms of the multi-channel retailing approach and how we deliver that in terms of the banking service. And then finally, I'll comment on the high street and how we see the high street remaining crucial to our customers, and I believe to all retail customers. So first of all, Metro Bank. We're a bank that thinks like a retailer. But fundamentally, we've got a clear retail model that I'll go into in a little bit more detail in a few seconds. But there's a lot of myths that have grown up about retail banking over the decades and generations that we've been growing up in the UK. One of the great myths of retail banking is that banks don't need to be open when the customers want them to be. Every other retailer is open 7 days a week, and yet banks think they don't need to be. So our model is about actually ensuring that customers get that service and convenience every time. So all our stores, we call them stores, not branches, are open 7 days a week. We're only closed 3 days a year. We're open bank holidays. Another myth, why do banks have to close on bank holidays? We're open early, open late, 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. We actually open 10 minutes early and close 10 minutes late. We don't tell customers that, but we never want a customer coming up and doing that to the doors. We've got 32 stores at the moment, and our ambitions are to open up to 200 stores around London and the southeast. And I'll show you a couple of images of those stores shortly. This is what really sets us apart. And it's really technology that allows us to do, especially the first two. We open bank accounts within 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, customers walk away with their debit card, and if they want one, credit card, and if they want one, a checkbook. You know, checkbooks are pretty easy to print in store if you've got printers and ink. So we can deliver that to customers every time. Now, technology allows us to do that, but we know that 77% of our customers get their bank accounts opened with debit cards, passwords, all printed in 15 minutes. There's a few other things we do in stores. Why doesn't a bank, your bank, accept coins, loose? They force you to have plastic bags, count them properly, and then sort of come back the next time, and they limit you to number of bags. Alternatively, you go to Coinstar, and they charge you for use in the supermarkets. We're commission-free for anybody, non-customers, street traders, charities, kids, everybody. We're bringing back safety deposit boxes. Every store has them. Other banks have taken them away because they didn't think customers liked them. We know customers love them. Every store's got customer toilets, baby changing facilities. We've won a Mum's Net award for the last 3 years for that. The community is very, very important to us. We work in the business community, in the local high streets, and the communities in which we have stores. And I'll touch upon that shortly as well. And I'll also come on to talk about what we do in terms of delivering services in-store, online, mobile, drive-through banking. We've got to empower the customer to choose how they want to bank with us. Our model, and we always talk about the model, is something that is built on our chairman's model from the US. Our chairman, Vernon Hill, opened Commerce Bank in 1973, and he grew it to become the 18th biggest bank in the States before selling out in 2007 for $8.6 billion. That was organic growth that did that, and it was one store at a time, it was one customer at a time, and ensuring that customer experience and that service was the best. We're very different from other banks. We're about building deposits, and from those deposits, we lend money, and that's how we make our money. So we don't go to the capital markets for funding. We don't do insurance products. We don't do those add-ons that the other banks have delivered and created products over years. We're about being a very simple banking operation. Now, this next comment is it's about the experience of banking customers in the States and in the UK, but it's not unique to banking. We all know that the great retailers, people don't always go to them because of price. It's more often than not that they go there because of the experience and the product and the trust that they actually achieve and deliver to the customers. And that's what we're about. We're not just about creating customers. We're about creating fans. We're creating people that will take to Twitter, they'll talk to their friends and family about the experiences and the service that they receive at Metro Bank. And we are about killing some stupid bank rules. I've talked about the 7-day week trading. I've talked about the counting. But again, it's one thing in terms of our chairman always joked, you walk into banks and the pen's always attached to the counter. You've got to protect that pen, as he says. So we give pens away by the lorry load, and we'll continue to do that in every single store. We are a brand, and we're about branding ourselves. And there are other things that we do also in terms of, we love dogs. Dogs rule. That is really underestimated, especially when you get to some of the suburbs around London and the southeast. It's a very, very strong message that I don't think a lot of people actually quite appreciate. So our stores are around London and southeast. We've recently opened in Cambridge. We'll be opening in Brighton shortly. And fundamentally, we want our customers, whether it be retail or business customers, to be able to trade and come in and come into our stores wherever they are. You might live in Reading and work in the City of London. You might live in Reading and work in Milton Keynes. We've got to give you that choice. So just talking about some of our stores that we've opened, we spend a lot of money and a lot of time. We take 25-year leases. We're committed to the long term to these high street locations in which we're opening up. And we carry out significant works to them to actually make them look the way they are. We'll lease, but we'll also buy sites. This is a site in Kingston where we bought the site. We went out and got planning. We built the store. So it's about delivering the model in whichever way is appropriate, either leasing or buying sites. We're very quick in construction. This took us 19 weeks to build from spade in the ground to doors opening. And again, this is the landlord we did all the construction for. But again, the model we've got allows us to just to crack on and get the stores opened. And this is Slough, so it's got a drive-through around the back. We're about to open our second drive-through later this year in West London as well. It's very simple. You pull up, you ask for a Coke and fries, and people do, but that's fine. Fundamentally, it's about just taking money out and paying money, taking money out and paying money in. That's all you can really do in the drive-through lane. But the store tells everything about our brand and what we want to sort of convey to our customers. We're open for business, and we want to give our customers the best service. Very quickly, our property strategy, I've kind of touched upon it, but it's consistent. We are looking for 3,500 square feet sites around all these locations. We want 200 locations around London and the southeast, and if you pretty much get a map out of that location from Oxford Circus down to Brighton, out to Oxford, all the way around, that's where we're looking to open stores. But it's not just about the actual stores itself. It is also about the multi-channel approach that we're taking. We still see the stores as a central part of the business, but as Ryan and Mothercare was saying earlier on, it is also about delivering that customer service and experience in whichever channel the customer chooses to engage with you on. So online, we've got the online banking. It's probably the best in the market. If you have been to Mothercare and you want to search for that transaction, but it was 6 months ago, you just go in, you search Mothercare, and it filters all your transactions to Mothercare. It's something we've built ourselves. Our telephone banking is 24/7. You pick up the phone, and in 3 rings, we'll answer the phone every single time from London-based contact centers, and that won't change. The mobile app launched last 9 months. It's the best in the market. If you imagine you ever walk if you ever imagine you lose your debit card, you go home, you cancel your cards, and you've got to wait 2 weeks for the cards to turn up. Or you go back down to Metro Bank the next day and print a new card off. Well, alternatively, we allow you to block your block your debit card and credit card using your app. And if you find it the next morning, you can unblock it. Similarly, if you go to a bar or a restaurant for lunch, you can leave the card behind the bar, block it, and when the card comes back and you're ready to pay, you unblock it. But again, that's technology that's delivering that. We're actually seeing the usage of the mobile app growing a lot quicker than we ever thought it would, and actually it's probably going to overtake telephone banking. Sorry, online banking and internet banking fairly shortly. but still internet banking is more important for customers in terms of those more sensitive transactions and those larger transactions. But fundamentally, customers should have the choice. And that's really where a lot of the British banks have gone wrong. They're driving people onto the internet, they're driving people away from the stores, where we've got to empower the customers, they've got to have the choice. The way we do that, and we're fortunate enough to have no legacy IT systems, we're building the IT fresh. But more importantly, we're investing heavily in that new technology. And that comes in a number of forms. I've mentioned the app, but also includes the tablets that we use in the stores. So when you come into a store, we'll take a photograph, we'll get you to sign on the tablet. You can walk out, having opened a bank account, literally with your debit card, and everything else is just emailed to you. But again, despite of the growth of IT, and we're investing more than we did last year, more than we did the year before in IT, and that will continue, it's still about our stores. And we still see that as a central relationship point with our customers. I'm just going to move on to the high street, because we're doing a lot on the high street at the moment. And people talk about the death of the high street. Well, it's just nonsense. The high street is going to adapt and it's going to change. And the retailers that operate in the high street just need to ensure that their online and multi-channel approaches do complement. And actually, having 2 young kids, it's great to see what Mothercare are doing. And I just wish I had that 2 or 3 years ago when our kids were going through all of that growth in initial months and growth. The bids that we operate with, and we're passionate about supporting business improvement districts in every town we go into. It's something that they are an important catalyst in the town centres, and it's something we'll continue to sort of work with. But town centres will change. They need to adapt, provide the choice, and provide the competition in the town centres. And banks and other services are part of that mix. But the biggest, I think, problem we face, and a number of other retailers still face, is actually the changes to the planning law that have come through have helped. But the planning regime still provides too many restrictions, we believe, in terms of other complementary uses in the town centres, such as restaurants, coffee shops, those things that will keep people in the town centres and create that sense of variety. And then finally, it's one of my personal things since I've been working at Metro Bank and seeing the way that we adapt and deliver the service to our customers, and then you go into other retailers. It's one thing I just still don't think other retailers have taken up, is improving the service on the shop floor, from that customer service assistant to the customer. It's something that we know that customers demand it, and I just think it's something that all retailers should continue to strive toward and to deliver. And it's just through overtraining and over-reinforcing that service mentality. So in closing, I'm just going to sort of finish with, when we opened, our tagline was that we wanted people to love your bank at last. Now, if you think we opened in 2010 in the shadow of Northern Rock and Lehman and all the banker bashing going along, you might have thought that was a pretty tall task for us to get our customers to love us. I'm going to show you a couple of surveys. The first, you may have read it late last year in the Sunday Times. Now, we are a new bank, we're a new brand, and we're a new entrant to the market. And it has its benefits, but actually there's no reason that any other business working in any other market, doesn't have to be banking, any other market, can't strive to ensure that their customers love them to the degree that they become, as we say, fans. A net promoter score is effectively in green, the customers that will recommend you to their friends, and the red is people that won't recommend you to their friends. So you can see we've still got a little bit of work to do. We magic shop, not mystery shop, we magic shop every store once a week. And that's fed back into our chief exec and to our executive team on how to improve this business. So fundamentally, we want to get rid of the red, and then we want to get onto the yellows. But our business is about giving customers that fantastic experience. We want to amaze and we want to surprise them every single day. And we don't see why any other retail business, can't be achieving that in the high streets, as well as on a multi-channel approach. And quick advert, we're opening our 33rd store in Brighton next Friday. I'd be delighted if any of you would like to come down and be our guests for the day. I'll be down there all day, as will our chairman and chief exec and full exec team. So I'd be delighted if any of you could join us down there. And if you don't live in Brighton, we'll be near town one day soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a fan. Dogs roll. Great stuff, Callum. Thanks for that. Right, on to rethinking the high street. Still, I'd like to invite David Tuig up onto the stage now. Head of Design and Placemaking for the Battersea Power Station development. David's been involved in a load of urban renewal projects. Not sure if you're the man to speak to if I fancy a flat in the Battersea Power Station.
I'll find you the right person.
Great. Let's talk after this. David Tuig.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks. I head up design placemaking, sort of content and direction for the power station. Work quite closely with our leasing team who are here today as well. So I'm going to talk firstly probably about the wider project and sort of wider challenges to urbanization, which I think link then through to retail specifically and where that's going. I've been at Battersea for 8 years on Valentine's Day, so that's what I'll be celebrating. I'm going to start first with a little bit of interaction, which is just to show some slides to see if people can tell where in the world the particular scheme is. I did this in Paris last week and actually nobody got any of them right. I'm guessing because you guys are all the retail specialists in London, hopefully that we'll get at least a couple of them right. So starting here, anybody has any idea where this is? No, Dubai Mall. A much easier one. Westfield, yeah. White City. Any ideas? KL, Malaysia, obviously for our shareholders. And then last one, and actually this one disappoints me the most. This is the World Trade Center. Actually a site that I've toured this site and it's actually had so much potential. I don't want to be bad-mouthing developments, but I think that the solution, generic office towers above another Westfield shopping center is maybe not quite deserving of a site with the legacy and the opportunity it had. The point being is, we are moving towards a homogenization of our high streets, of our shopping centers, office buildings, residential towers, and who cares? Well, we are urbanizing 2 billion people in the next 30 to 35 years. And to try and put that in context and say, actually, well, what does, in terms of space, that look like? Well, that's the equivalent of 1,250 Manhattan Islands, which is a huge amount of space that we are building across the globe in the next 35 years. I used to work in China for about 3 years, and we set up a large development company there. So I often kind of revert back to it because it is a place I know a little more than most. I think these are trends that we see in India, in the Middle East, in South America, and all these sort of developing countries. But I focus on this in China, and that they are building the equivalent urban area of the entire North America in the next 15 years. And that is equivalent of all of these fantastic cities and destinations that we're all familiar with. So New York, Chicago, LA, San Francisco. So you can imagine all these places you've ever traveled to are being built, the equivalent of every single town, every single city in the next 15 years by China. But it may well not end up looking like that, and it's more likely to end up looking something like this. And I think, we talk a lot about impact on the environment and sustainability and global warming and the impacts it'll have on our kids and our grandkids, but actually the impact on urban design and the places we're creating, is happening in the next 15 years, in the next 20 years, is right on our doorstep. And effectively, bit wordy slide, which I'm never a fan of, but the homogenization of our lifestyles, which includes our homes, our workplaces, our shops, clothes, food, all the same TV programs we're watching around the world, effectively compromises our life, our identity, our neighborhoods. And it's interesting saying about the death of the high street, and I agree, I don't think there is a death of the high street. I think it's an evolution of it when we get down to specifics of retail, because going back to the high streets and experiences and individual places and neighborhoods, that's what the high street's about. Whereas I think, although I'm not proposing the death of the shopping center either, but with increased online retail, I think it is the high street, the one that's going to rise up and potentially succeed again. So what might a future look like? And this is a kind of a saying that we have at Battersea, and I'm going to talk a little about the project now, but it's in a diverse environment, and diversity across everything, across your design, across your uses, so you're not mono-use, single-use developments, and also a diverse environment that has a no default approach. And we have this sort of ethos at Battersea where every single decision we make, from what we design to what our tenant might be, to every single thing we think about, we try not to reach for the default development solution that everybody always reaches for, the glass box, the shopping center, the obvious tenants that you might think of. It's always just questioning yourself and trying to push yourself one further, come up with a more considered approach, which doesn't mean you always have to take that approach. Sometimes the glass box is right, and sometimes the high street tenant is right, but it's at least having the guts to question that and to challenge that. So Battersea, I think we have a unique opportunity, and that is because of this building. Because this is what separates us, I think, from all the other homogenized glass box residential mixed-use developments across the world. It's this building that's, I think, creates our brand, that creates the interest and the history that's built up around this building. Ever since sort of '77, when the Pink Floyd album came out. And every year since then, there's been different events and different things that have happened there, from Batman or King's Speech or Open House. When we did Open House last October, we had 40,000 people queue over one weekend to come and see the building. That was the most visited building in any city in the history of Open House. And it's that sort of desire and that sort of affection that people have for this building that gives us a platform to then go on and do something more. And it is a brand. These are things that we haven't been involved with historically, that people have just assumed this brand for their own merchandise and for their own companies. So Converse, Vivienne Westwood, even the Olympics during the opening ceremony. It's got an amazing brand value that we need to link into and that we need to sort of share with our potential tenants. And it's all well and good having a fantastic, iconic building that everybody loves, but frankly, if it's not in a great location, we always come back to location, then, you aren't going to do very much. And that's what Battersea has. It's got 40 acres within the central activity zone of London. And I remember starting working on the project about 8 years ago, and we did this little bit of research where we showed people a silhouette of the House of Parliament and asked, did you recognize this building? And everybody did. We did the same with the power station, and about 95% of people recognized the building. And then we asked, how far do you think the Houses of Parliament are from Battersea Power Station? And we had less than a mile, 1 to 2, 3 to 5, 5+. And the majority of people had this sort of had the idea that the power station was sort of 3 to 5 miles, if not beyond, from the House of Parliament. That they knew it to recognize, but didn't realize that we're a mile and a half from the House of Parliament. And when the US Embassy moves here, in 2017, it will be geographically closer to South Bank and the House of Parliament than it currently is in Grosvenor Square. And I think there's been years and years of getting people to understand this as a location, that it is central London. It's got an amazing waterfront aspect and a fantastic park next door. And you can walk to Sloane Square in 10 minutes. And that's been sort of a long process. But I do think our neighbours at the Embassy and all the development that have now come forward has helped, along with the power station, sort of cement this as being a recognized area. I talked a bit about, at the start, about sort of the generic approach. I think there's two things. One is the sort of urban approach, and the second is the approach to development in terms of uses. And I think this is critical to retail as well, and the critical to success of our retail, that we are creating a mixed-use development. And too much of the sort of development for the last 15, 20 years in London has been single-use schemes, residential along the river, City of London. Canary Wharf started, obviously, offices and has learned its lessons and has gradually tried to come back to be more of a mixed-use scheme. But we started with about 4,000 apartments, which are key to drive the economics of what is a very expensive and difficult scheme to deliver. Otherwise, you wouldn't have 30 years of broken promises. We then also put on top of that 1.6 million square feet of office space. So we're going to have about 15,000 people working at the power station every day. We chose that number for two reasons. One, we felt that you've got to get over that 1.5 million square feet to actually become an office destination rather than just an office building in isolation. I think More London's been a good example of that. You get to that sort of number and it starts to feel like a place that you go and it's more than just a standard office building. And the second reason we went above that threshold was that's we felt the population could drive nearly 1 million square feet of retail and food and beverage and leisure and cinemas every day. So when everybody leaves to go to work, the residents leave, you've got a population that comes in that drives that sort of retail quantum. And then that retail quantum at 1 million square feet is enough. It's big enough to bring people in as a destination. People want to visit the power station, but then you need to layer on that the retail, the leisure, the cinemas, the hotels. So those were sort of three main cogs: 8,000 residents, 15,000 workers, 250 shops and restaurants that then drive all the other elements. But none of these individual three big cogs work without the other in terms of sustaining itself. And that is key to creating a successful retail environment for us. I won't go into the scheme too much, but the power station is the center. You then have a new tube station coming in the south and leading to a high street. So our retail offer really is in three parts, which I'll show you and I'll go through in a second. But there's 4 points I wanted to touch on in terms of, I think, how we create a diverse and a strong retail offer. So we've talked about the mix of uses across the site and how they're critical, but also on site, it's a mix of local and global brands, because we all talk about going local and creating an identity with local retailers, and that's critical, but people still want the global brands alongside that. Unique design, answering the point I was making at the start, is trying to do something that's architecturally different, that's an experience. Why would you go to a homogenized shopping center when you can just retail at home? It's about an experience, creating somewhere that actually gives you more than just products to take home. The context, and finally, curatorship, which again, I think is a key point, and I'll talk about the end. If you look at the successful estates in London that manage the retail very well. So these are numbers which I just showed in terms of our retail offer, leisure, F&B. And these are sort of three different parts. So we've got Circus West. This is phase one. It opens in 2016. The power station is the listed building. You're using the old turbine halls and that sort of rich industrial environment for more unique destination retail and one-offs. And then the high street, but again, trying to create an urban street, a real urban street in London rather than just an enclosed shopping center. So this is phase one, opens 2016, and it's got railway arches, it's got independent restaurants, it's got an independent butcher and a vintner and a cheesemonger, and actually create something that's a London village, if you will, and another London village before the power station opens in 2019. And the power station, you all know the Tate Modern probably, and its turbine hall. Well, these are the exact same scale turbine halls, which become the circulation space. So you move up the East Turbine Hall and then back down the West. One built in the 30s, one built in the 50s. Two very different urban characters. And then all your stores are located off either side, and then these huge spaces in which to create events, art installations, markets at the weekends to animate the space between the retail. And food halls, rather than having a food hall that a shopping center has, it's creating a real market. It's Brixton Market meets sort of Chelsea Market in New York, but again, the real industrial environment rather than going for the, white floors and ceilings and bright lights. And then this is what we call the Electric Boulevard, which links our new tube station extension through to the power station. And this is where you will get more of the international brands that people recognize and actually they come to do their shopping with. So, but again, we try to create an environment with Norman Foster's building on one side and Frank Gehry on the other side that actually is architecturally special and has spaces that you want to hang out and stay open. And, you know, yes, it will rain and people can handle that. It doesn't need to be always enclosed with a glass roof over it. And the third point was about curatorship. And if you look at, you know, some of London's most successful retail environments, and those have come up over the last couple of years as well, Marylebone, Covent Garden, it's having single ownership. It's to be able to get your mix right, to getting the right balance of different retailers, and then to animate the space between it, to drive your footfall, to understand that actually let's create a budget that we can support, that drives free events, that brings footfall, and that therefore will have a commercial payback. And I think the big advantage for us is being able to do that, is being able to control our entire site. I think that is, you know, we talk about the future of the high street. One of the biggest challenges for the high street is the disparate individual ownerships and not being able to come together. And the fourth point is context. And that's about not just creating a spaceship-like shopping center that you then just land in an environment. There is a fantastic existing neighborhood in and around Battersea, particularly on the west side of Battersea Park with Norman Foster's office and Vivienne Westwood, the Royal College of Art, Victoria Beckham. And it's about linking in together and actually having relationships with all of those. And in terms of timing, this is my last slide, but we're coming on board in 2016 with phase one. The power station in 2020, unfortunately, unlike Metro Bank, we can't build our buildings quite as quickly, and the new tube station opening at the same time. So really for us, the power station is a long 10-year project, but the public-facing part of it is 2016, and then really 2019 and 2020 when you have your entire retail, leisure, waterfront, and curatorship program finished. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yeah, incredible stuff. So if it's open at 2016, how close are you to filling all those retail spaces?
So in 2016 is the first phase, this urban village element, of which there's about 100,000 commercial space underneath that. About 35 of that is retail and F&B, of which we're pretty far down the road. We'll start to make announcements later this year. What the guys, the leasing team, have done is that they've tried to hold back as long as you can. So actually, you're getting new, interesting brands and concepts coming. You're not. What we don't want to do is go for all the chains, and therefore you commit too early. That person mightn't be, you know, the tenant you might want them to be 2-3 years out. So our balance is between committing early and actually wanting to get the great brands and waiting a little longer.
Good. Yeah. Can't wait to see it. Thanks, David. Well, actually, I'm going to ask you back up on the stage in a minute. We've got a panel now headed by Justin Taylor, who's head of EMEA Retail at Cushman & Wakefield. So, Justin, can I ask you to come up on stage? I'm going to invite the fellow panelists as well, please. Sue Stevens, Acquisitions and Development Manager from John Lewis. Thanks, Sue. And David, back you come. No escaping. Justin? Sorry, Adrian, miles away.
Thanks.
What am I name? Over to you, Justin.
Great, thanks. Okay, so very interesting introduction, very relevant from Callum, life on the high street, and globally and big picture stuff from David as well. If we can just get this to work. Great relief, just whilst we're waiting for the slides, great relief that there seems to be a consensus from everything I've heard this morning about the positive future of physical property. How are we doing on moving the slides on? Okay. With difficulty. too much talk about technology. So here we go. There's the panel. So let's just jump straight to this. Back in October 2013, and this trend had started even before that, The Economist ran this piece, Britain's Decaying High Streets. And what I want to do is just quickly in the next 5 minutes set the scene for a discussion with the panel. It was pretty shocking stuff. The economy was very tough. The food stores were gaining market share. And the internet was still very much threat rather than opportunity. And these are some of the images that I saw around the UK on my travels. It was bleak stuff. So there really needed to be some significant change, and things weren't happening fast enough. I think finally the government, central government, got the message, and local government. And this is just, it's a bit text heavy, but I think when you get to this agenda, this was followed on from Davos, where governments are talking about infrastructure as equally important or more important than some other events that are going on in the world. In the context of property, I think that is definitely a watershed moment, coupled with some pretty heavyweight politicians wading into the subject as well. But a lot else, in addition to infrastructure, and David touched on it as well at Battersea with the Tube, a lot else has changed in the intervening period over the last couple of years. And these, to me, are just some of those things. Callum touched on bids and how important those are for his business and getting engaged. But placemaking and public realm, nice places to shop, places that people want to go to, a sense of ownership is really important. Local authorities and everyone participating in that community, taking a leadership and participating in what's going on. But I think a lot of other things have changed as well about convenience and the way people want to shop, and we can see that in food stores, click and collect, pop-ups, and a lot of stuff going on at local level. To me, just one quick example or exemplar of best. This is Liverpool 1, and right at the centerpiece was a park, putting back a park right in the middle of a very complex city centre redevelopment. And all of this is open high street development, including a John Lewis store. And I just wanted to pull this up because CACI came out with this last year. It was a little bit of a surprise. It was sort of slightly counterintuitive as well. But when you have Bournemouth and some of these other towns popping up as the new retail hotspots, I really like that. There is a move back, particularly by these local authorities and other stakeholders, to refine the DNA of a lot of these smaller town centres. And I didn't just want to talk about London today. I wanted to talk about the UK much more broadly. This is just another quick trend that we see. Retail Gazette magazine ran this, and this is really about this shift that I think we're seeing. And there's a bit of a pinch on the mid or mass market as customers move at one end to value and at the other end to premium. And again, I think for retailers and those particularly sitting in the middle, lots of challenges there. And also for owners of real estate as well. Where do you position the product? And I was thinking about running a little competition on this, but I was not sure anyone would get the answer. But this move back to a sense of ownership about your local town centre. There's competitions running Great British High Streets, and this was actually won last year by Belper. Surprising little fact there. But lots of new winners and interesting places around the UK, not just about the big regional city centres that we all know about. And this trend, globalisation and localisation. Again, another shift in the way retailers particularly and some owners are moving. We've touched on apps earlier. This is the Regent Street app, and there isn't any reason why over time lots more high streets could be developing their own apps. informing customers about what's going on in on their local high street. So just moving on to some questions for the panel. I wanted to start with David on Battersea and the regeneration of Nine Elms. It seems the perfect case study for large-scale infrastructure regeneration, clustering of uses, mixed use. Actually sounds very easy. And the way you presented it all made it sound very easy. What have been the big challenges? Because obviously it's been sitting there vacant for 30 years.
Yeah, a lot of challenges. I mean, sort of starting with the big sort of steps along the way. I think at the outset was the overall vision. So working with Wandsworth, Lambeth, and the GLA to come up with an outline area planning framework. Because right at the start, people were talking about, this being Battersea Village, so very low density, 2- and 3-story. And I think that it took the first real challenge was to get everyone to buy into the fact that actually this is part of the central activity zone. Like you have all these boroughs around London which have a part of their borough within the central activity zone. Therefore, you need to go high density. It needs to be a more urban approach. I think it took not a bit of time, but it did. There was a discussion that had to be had with Wandsworth about that this is part of the urban centre of London, and it's not to be treated the same as the rest of the borough if you want to hit the housing targets, etc. And then the second tough conversation, and was completely right on their part, was retail, which is that we have 5 existing town centres, and we do not want those obliterated. So we don't want Northcote Road, Tooting, Balham, all these places to die, and they're great. They are great houses. I mean, look at Balham over the last 5 to 6 years. So we did a lot of work with Wandsworth to try and look at the retail spend within the borough. And yes, you have these fantastic high streets, but actually 85% of Wandsworth's borough residential spend on retail leaves the borough. It goes to Oxford Street, it goes to Westfield, it goes to Kingston, and they have no retail retention within the borough. So actually, yes, you want to protect the high streets, but inadvertently, there's this flood of money that's leaving the borough. So we looked at what kind of a mix, what sort of a density, and therefore what you could do without compromising the high streets. And I think that was the second challenge. And once you had buy into those two things, then it was the tube station. Because when I had worked for the previous developer, and when we proposed a new tube station in 2008, when there was no money in public government, there was a recession, Crossrail, we were literally laughed out of town. And people said, look, it can't happen. Even though all the other developers did not want a tube station. And I think the GLA and Wandsworth did a lot of work looking at tax increment financing and how you could fund that outside of traditional routes. And then once you did that, it was easy.
And I mean, just on funding, and it's interesting that it's a consortium of Malaysian developers, and the amounts of money involved with this are development on this scale is absolutely mind-boggling. But I don't know if you want to comment on it.
No, I think once the vision was right, I mean, I think you have to forget the first 20, 25 years of non-delivery, because I don't think they were very realistic plans. There was the roller coasters, and then was very much a leisure-led scheme by Parkview, not being critical to them, but that again wasn't the right option. And hotels and conference centers are fine, but any developer in the room will tell you that they don't pay the bills, and it is an expensive building. So I think these current shareholders have been fantastic. What they've done is that they saw, okay, there's an existing planning permission, which makes a lot of sense as residential, commercial, retail, the 3 cogs we talked about. And there was a developer who couldn't deliver it any longer, less because of Battersea, more because of they were from where I'm from, which is Ireland, and we weren't doing too well in 2009, 10, and 11. And they stepped in and they brought their expertise, but at the same time said, you know what, this is a UK scheme. As a development manager, you go do what you do. We will bring in the finance, but also bring in the speed. I mean, we had this idea of saying, great, there's finance, let's do phase 1 and then 2 and then 3. They're like, let's do 1, 2, 3 and go for it. And somebody quoted this morning that by bill under construction, I think the Battersea is now the biggest developer in the UK. That's unconfirmed, but we got 5 million square feet under construction. And they have just pushed the whole thing forward, and finance is absolutely key to that.
Yeah. Adrian, just moving to you, and just to finish off your introduction, you're a director at Chapman Taylor, who are known to many people here, but are international architects and have been very much involved with lots of big developments globally and in the UK. When I think about great retail locations around the UK, and in an architectural way, you think about Regent Street, Cambridge, Bath. They're places you really enjoy going to. Do you think over the last 10 years or so, there hasn't been sufficient emphasis on good design and placemaking?
I mean, I think for me, placemaking is fundamental. If you were or if you are a developer today owning shopping centres, and you listen to how quickly e-commerce is changing, you might want to go away and slit your throat. So for me, I think that if you create the right sense of place, that can compete and complement the internet. I do worry that we are looking backwards these days, and we're looking at, say, some successful schemes in London. I'm certainly not knocking these successful schemes in London, but the design concept was probably conceived, say, 10 years ago. And if we apply those same principles today, until that scheme is finished, it'll be 15 years old in the thinking. So for me, it is about creating successful environments, which will consist of quality sense of place. And that sense of place will have to evolve over time. But it's a sense of place that the customer will bond with. It's also a sense of place that will still be talking via the smart technology to your customers. And it has much more of a mix of use, a much more rounded offer, and a rounded offer that will cover a much wider spectrum of the customer population.
And your sense is that central government and local authorities planning, they've got it, they're behind it, things are happening faster. Callum touched on the challenges of the planning process.
I think the planning process is still challenging. Yeah. Obviously, whatever the government can do to try and help, especially some of our high streets, regenerate quicker would obviously be very beneficial. I mean, clearly one of the big issues with our high streets is the multiple ownership issues, and that is very difficult to actually create a proper managed environment which you're in control of.
Yeah. Okay. Sue, can I just move on? John Lewis, huge investment program, lots of money there. Not only new department stores like Exeter and Birmingham opening, I think, later this year, but it's actually in the digital technology area that John Lewis is absolutely excelling. And upselling to customers and Waitrose. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on?
Yeah, sure. I think it's interesting that we've heard all about the digital age today, but when we look at our sales, over 85% of our customers still come to the shop, and therefore our physical presence is still very much at the heart of our growth strategy. So I think the key to success is actually doing that hand in hand with the technical advances that we're seeing today, and it's using those technical advances to do what we've always sought to do, whether it's in bricks or in technology, but to be more compelling and more convenient to our customer. And I think those were the overriding things that I took from this morning, that whether it's in the digital only age or the bricks age, you've got to make it convenient for your customer to get to you. And you've got to make it compelling, because whatever part of the retail industry you're in a highly competitive marketplace, and it's constantly evolving. And I can still remember when John Lewis only opened 4.5 days a week.
Yeah, so can I.
Trading 7 days a week, to now being 24/7 with the customer. So it's critical to our success that we continue to invest in those new technologies hand in hand with our physical estate.
Yeah, and it's interesting, your physical estate ranges from new stores of a couple of 100,000 square feet, and recently Click and Commute, if I've got that right, at St Pancras, which I think is, I don't know, 1,500 or 2,000 square feet. So the flexibility that John Lewis is showing is incredibly nimble perhaps in comparison to some other retailers.
Yeah, and I think John Lewis perhaps has not been known in the past for being particularly fast and nimble. So for us to be able to respond to the marketplace in the manner that we have done in the last few years, very refreshing. And it's all about becoming more convenient to our customer, and the smaller formats and the flexible formats that we've seen at Exeter and at Newbury and the like, and then at St Pancras and Heathrow, is all about being able to allow our customers to access our products more easily.
Yeah. So vibrant town centres, keen to everything, core to everything John Lewis are doing in terms of property strategy. Absolutely core, and I think it's perception of convenience as well to the customer, and then it's not anything particularly new, but you've just got to make it easy for your customer to get to you, and that's ease of public transport and through the car. It's ease of good car parking, and making it easy to pay for parking, you know, and not disassociating yourself from any part of your customer base. And it's creating an experience as well. I mean, I think even though we can access and buy goods online very easily, there are shoppers there who still want that shopping experience. Just as even if we get a driverless car, there will still be people who want to actually drive a car for the experience, and I don't think that will change. No. David, can I just come back to you, because there aren't many developers who will have the opportunity to build a new high street in London, and you will. With the electric boulevard, which you showed an image of, which I think is about the length of the lower crescent at Regent Street. So it's a great thing for London. So have you drawn on experience from other locations around the UK, from globally? What are the learnings there?
No, I think it is a unique opportunity, but it is a hugely unique challenge as well. Yeah. You know, that you don't go down. Look, we all have different tastes. I think shopping centres will always be around, but I think it's trying to create some of those benefits, the single ownership, the convenience, all those elements, actually do it in an urban environment. It wouldn't have been right for Battersea to have a shopping centre sitting next to a power station. The one example I was going to put in my presentation, I didn't, is actually one in Shanghai, because, and it's, for those who might know it, they might sort of giggle because it's a bit twee, but you've got Xintandi, which is an area in Shanghai, but it's a retail scheme, but it forms part of a much, much bigger 80-acre master plan. And quite like the example that you showed in Liverpool, they did the same thing, phase one. Now, this is not a riverfront site. This is off the Hongbao Road, which is, there would have been another 100 sites in Shanghai like this. So they didn't have a premium. It's all very flat. And they put in a park, an urban park with a great lake in the center. And then they kept and refurbished some of the hutongs, which are the old 2-story, 3-story Chinese housing, which have great sort of lanes and courtyards. And they put a very much sort of retail, but primarily F&B and leisure driven scheme in there. It was probably 50% F&B, 50% retail. And then on the other 2 quarters was where there would be a new office district and then residential district. So it was mixed use. But the first thing they did, rather than saying, well, let's put up 4 or 5 office residential towers, get some funds and redevelop, they said, let's start with the brand, start with the place. In a place that, you know, China just doesn't do this. They built the lake and they built the retail, and it became the #1 sort of retail destination for tourists and sort of higher net worth individuals and middle class in Shanghai. And they went to be the 2nd most valuable address in Shanghai, except for Thompson, which was a private resi scheme on the riverfront. And then they went and they developed on from there. And it's interesting, they've kept that sort of high street with the old environment, and then they built at the end of it, it terminates with a shopping center. They knew that that was where China works, but you have both. And it's one of the few places I think you have that sort of the 2 elements working together. But they built a shopping center next to an outside element that brings you back, that is interesting. You've got your convenience of your shopping center, but also the shopping center is it works. It's located in the centre of town rather than out on the periphery, and I think that was a really good example. It's the mixed-use scheme and the approach to retail and destination.
Yeah, Adrian, it's back to the experience word, isn't it? And David, what David's saying, and the buzzword in the industry is very much experience. Is that one of the big challenges that is being thrown out to you in terms of design competitions and creating new great spaces or refurbishing existing streets?
For me, creating the place is fundamental. We have to have an environment that the customer bonds with, and also I come back to the evolution. That space is not just set in time, or the mix of uses is just not set in time, and it must evolve on a regular basis to keep in touch with the changing customer requirements. I do have a concern that in the old adage of letting shops for 25 years and just walking away, that can't happen anymore. You've got to work with retailers and the other tenants to make sure that if there's a failing retailer there, you can help put it right, or if you can't, you take them out and you replace them. And in some respects, we should be learning from the likes of some of our designer outlet operators who, I know they have a slightly different offer, but they change up to 30% of their tenants annually, and that makes sure that every time a loyal customer comes back, the environment has moved on, the offer has moved on, and it's another reason for them to come back in the future. So for me, it's much more than just architecture. It's also about the management and the effort that is required to ensure that our centres and spaces are successful.
Yeah. Well, we could get on with David to the subject of how long the leases will be at Battersea, but we'll save that for another day. But personal view, I think there's a lot to be said for that. The outlet type model run these things more as of a business, but the counter argument is to do with long-term investment, in property, long leases, etc., etc. That's how you raise finance. But park that. In selecting locations for John Lewis stores, I know John Lewis take a very holistic view to a city centre, influenced by infrastructure and placemaking and all these things. What are the big influences right now? Have they changed at all?
Not particularly, but I think infrastructure is key. The customer now has a huge spectrum of where they can shop, how they can shop. And so you've got to make it as easy as possible for them. So infrastructure in terms of the traditional forms of infrastructure are absolutely key, but also your digital infrastructure is key. And I think when we're looking at locations, strong partnerships are important, because these locations and successful town centres are often defined by the leadership from the local authorities and the local community, and therefore when we're investing in a location and a community, we're doing it for the long term, and we're investing not in terms of just the physicality of it, but also the local community and our partner base there as well. So it's absolutely key to us to get to build those relationships up, but also understand the vision and the context within which we're working, because each town centre, each city is slightly different, and we have to respond to that.
Yeah, and whilst we can't generalise, is your sense that high streets around the UK, for the purposes of today, have had something of a resurgence, are in a better place than they were generally 2 or 3 years ago?
I think there is, actually. I think there's certainly we've seen over the past few years a greater engagement from the public sector to become more involved in instigating big schemes, and that's been borne out at Birmingham and the City Council there, where we're opening later on this year. Cities like Leeds, you've seen it with Crossrail and HS2. I think there's been a sort of recognition that there is more of a part to play by the public sector in regenerating cities and towns, and a lot of them are putting their money where their mouth is now to get that moving. And then in the smaller town centres, accepting that there is a need for a slight changes to planning, more relaxation.
And Adrian, is your view similar, or do you have a different view that the high streets are in a better place than a few years ago, and design is part of?
I think there are high streets and there are high streets. I think there are certain secondary cities or towns that are going to really struggle and will need huge input and backing from the local authorities to help to try and regenerate those. The stronger city centres, yes, absolutely, they have improved, and the offer is improving as well. So I think there is very much two tiers. The lower tier needs some real serious help.
Yeah. And David, just to finish, I mean, when you're tackling something on the scale of Battersea, or even widen that to 9 Elms, which I know is beyond your company's own reach as such, it's almost as though at that scale it's easier to deliver a solution maybe than at a kind of smaller micro town centre level, which again has been one of the challenges in the past. Do you agree with that, or is that your sense? Or?
No, I think it comes back to ownership and management. You talked about it's not all about design; it's about the management approach. And the challenge for a lot of the high streets is the disparate ownership, and how you get the trust built up that you got to work together with a holistic vision, with either a bid or with a local authority, to create an offer which benefits everybody. If you're going to open a shoe shop, open it besides 8 others, because you'll have the critical mass. And it's that holistic vision. So you look at a small scale, and you look at Mount Streets and all these sort of smaller elements that have really come on in the last 5 years. So I think the bigger challenge is management and a collective vision for an area rather than how big or small it is.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're just about out of time. I mean, certainly where you can see that, where we can see that working incredibly well is in the London estates, and single ownership does make things significantly easier to set a goal. Everybody's on the same agenda, and I mean, you mentioned Mount Street. I think that is a great example of what can be achieved. So you heard it here. As always, it's about relationships between key stakeholders, between owners and retailers. High streets are in a better place than they were. Physical property is nailed on for the future, which is great news for somebody like me who lives in that space all the time. So I have a vested interest. But if there are any questions for the panel, please shout. If not,
Yes, I've got a quick question. From the election coming up, as we all know, this summer, what will be on your agenda, David, if you had an opportunity to influence 2 key policy decision makers?
Jeez, that's
well, just what David's thinking.
Business rates to help local high streets evolve, and do you see, with the influence of what you're doing in Battersea, how you can maybe influence some senior politicians in terms of the importance of management and also giving startups a chance to help thrive struggling high streets?
Yeah, I mean, for us, that big move has been made, which was, 3 to 4 years ago, the government said you can ring fence your business rates and hold on to them, and then use that to raise funding for the tube extension, which would never have happened otherwise. And I think all parties have said that they will support that vision, because the last thing we want in a 25-year project, as in 9 Elms as an area, is to have different parties coming in then with different shifts. So I think we just want the consistency, and I think all parties have sort of suggested that this is the right vision for the area and it will drive on.
Joe, I thought we might have to do the, no, not that question. I was talking to pointing to the gentleman behind you, who I think may have a question. Oh, and there's another over there.
Just wondering, in terms of support for the secondary cities, is it financial or structural that you think are the priorities in terms of how the councils are set up, or is it a fact of lower business rates or more money? That's just generally to
For me, I think it's about getting control of the secondary cities, or a big part of the secondary cities, and then really master planning them, tenant mixing them, and working them. So obviously, if there's funding available, great, but actually working them as a proper centre, getting the car parking in the right place, and making them work, and loving them rather than just letting bits and pieces be, evolve depending on who owns it at a particular time. So maybe a large CPO over a big chunk of a secondary town, which to allow you to actually implement the change that's required.
Sue, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think I would echo Adrian. It's a case of having a holistic view and a strong leadership and a strong vision. And I think if you can identify that for a town or a city, you have a better chance of moving forward regeneration. And I think leadership and vision is key to actually securing that.
I mean, it's quite impressive what they're doing down at Woking at the moment. So Woking before didn't have much of a sense of place, but the local authority have really got involved there with an adjoining owner of another shopping centre, and they're looking at the area holistically, and it's what they've done there is actually quite impressive. So it does show what true partnership with a local authority can deliver.
Gentleman in the blue shirt.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Question for Sue, relative to the John Lewis ethos of partnership and giving back and operating in the locality. You're wondering what's coming now, aren't you?
Yeah.
But, how much does JLP see itself as a sort of an agitator and a sort of a creator of you talk about globalization, localization, shop local, but if you put a click and collect in a current retail desert, how far do you think that will help generate further visits, more visits to that street, because people are coming to collect? People used to say 20 years ago, the best anchor you can have in a high street or a shopping centre is a post office. Are JLP that type of anchor, and do they have an interest in supporting the local communities as that generator and revitaliser of the high street?
Well, we're a great supporter of the high street. The majority of our investment has been in towns and cities over the past couple of decades, and we are seeking to make ourselves more convenient to the customer by rolling out click and collect to Waitrose stores and have done so to Collect Plus. But there is a cost to that, and in order to make sure it's still competitive in the marketplace, we have to do it in a fashion where it's can be operationally delivered and the customer's needs can be fulfilled in a positive way and they're not disappointed. We're always looking at new ways of being able to support the locations where we're investing in, but sometimes it does come down to critical mass, and that's the balance we have to look at.
The clock has gone red. I think we're out of time. That means lunch, I think, is on the programme. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, panel. Superbly chaired, Justin. Really interesting. So look, it's lunchtime, you're pleased to know. Let's have you back here ready to start again at 2:15. Now look, there is some lunch over there. It's fingers crossed there's enough to go around. Just I know there was a bit of a melee for coffee at break, so just take your time. Try not to steal 4 or 5 sandwiches. Leave some for everybody else. I'll see you at 2:15.
d'amore.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Oh, brilliant. How was that lunch? Good? Yeah, okay. Great. We'll just ask everybody to come on back down and sit down. We've got a really interesting session coming up, actually, for the next sort of half an hour before another break. And I'm going to get Stephen to come up and tell you a little bit about that session shortly. But that siren sound you heard will be played when any of the speakers go over their 5 minutes. Okay, there's a big clock over there, so the pressure is on. I'm pretty excited about it, but I'm not sure you guys are. So I'm going to suggest we do another little of my icebreakers. Do you remember this morning we did the massage? Yeah? You all enjoyed that, didn't you? Okay, well, remember we're on live stream. So is everybody familiar with the Mexican wave? Yeah? Okay, so we're going to do a Mexican wave from here. This is for the worldwide cameras. We're going to go all the way down to here, to row Z. Then over here, we're going to go back the other way, twice. Well, you all look like smart people. Ready? You up for this? Yeah? Oh, look, you're on live stream. You're on the interweb. Wave. Brilliant. Okay, right. Mexican wave. Are we ready? Let's go. Come on, come on. I'm back again. Back again. Super stuff. There, everybody feels better now. Thank you for indulging me. Right, let's get Stephen Millard up on stage, who's the CEO of ecommerce, the Retail Tech Business Accelerator. He's going to tell you everything about what he does and introduce some really interesting speakers. Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. My name's Stephen Millard from ecommerce. We're a retail technology advisory firm. We work exclusively with early-stage retail technology companies, predominantly UK, but across Europe as well, providing a window into the world of retail technology startups for retailers and for investors. We help our clients secure investment from retail-savvy and tech-savvy investors. We secured around about 10 million of investment for about 12 companies over the last 14 months. And we also helped accelerate time to market for about another 14. One of the things that we're most passionate about is trying to address the fundamental disconnect that we see between retail technology companies and the retailers, the marketplace. They're dependent upon the interaction with you, their customers, in a really vibrant and honest way. And the most important thing you can do for anybody you hear today, and the 4 startups that I'm going to be introducing, is to talk to these guys afterwards and give them honest, constructive feedback and criticism about the problem they're solving and how they can help. It's absolutely invaluable. We're actually in the process of creating a retail innovation platform and community within which we can showcase every single early stage retail technology company in the UK with the retail audience, such as yourselves, and to facilitate that kind of interaction. If I look back over the last couple of years, going back 2 years in terms of the companies that we were talking to, I would really categorize most of them as being about e-commerce and online retail. The single biggest and most profound change that we've seen, and it's accelerated over the last 6 months, and it's borne out by the 4 guys I'm going to introduce you to, is the landscape of technology startups in retail has changed profoundly. And Alex really presented it incredibly well. The challenges are about connecting people to products, people to devices, and the data that we have on our customers to the ecosystem. And the 4 companies I'm going to introduce are all solving the interconnectedness of retail in different ways. They're very distinct propositions, but all grounded in that world of interconnection between people, places, products, devices, and equipment. Each one of them's got 5 minutes, and I'm sure you all know the story that if you want me to speak all day, give me 5 minutes notice. If you want me to speak for 5 minutes, you better give me all day. So they've all been practicing this, and to get their pitch down to 4 or 5 minutes is a really big challenge. But if you'd like to, the first one I'd like to bring on stage is Ryan. Ryan, if you want to come join me. Ryan is the CEO and founder of Vertically, an incredibly audacious vision to connect advertising, brand advertising or programmatic advertising, to individuals on mobile phones with personalized coupons that can be redeemed in store, and then using that data to serve back to his clients through real-time advertising. So Ryan, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Ryan, and I'm going to talk to you about Vertically. It's an online to offline platform where we connect digital advertising to real-world data. So I want to tell you a bit more about the problem. So the problem is that brands can't fully connect adverts to individuals. 90% of everything in the world is bought offline, but 50% of that journey is started online. And what we see is that programmatic advertising is going to double in the next 3 years. So if you can connect up those two journeys, then it's a massive opportunity. According to Deloitte and TechCrunch, online to offline is $1 trillion opportunity, and it's one that we want to take and maximize. So what we do is we're an online to offline platform that fully connects brands to individuals at scale. So we take people from online and then drive them into real world stores. And I thought that the best way to explain this was just to show a user journey. So here we go. So what we've done is we've connected up TV to social to in-store, and then we've retargeted that person across 97% of all the mobile ad impressions. So that's billions of ad impressions. We've dropped some tracking and retargeted the user with content that shows what intent they have. So we've got 3 key applications. Typically, it's brands across multiple retailers or closed channel, omni-channel retailers where it tends to be more about e-commerce, so that's online to store. And then lastly, we have publishers, so it's people with large volumes of traffic that are looking at actually driving those people into store. And because we can connect the offline sales, then we can attribute the value back to the original advertising. So just taking you through a simple journey with a retailer that we're looking at now. So it could be that they're running a TV ad where they want to deliver, for example, a free eye test. So we can actually automate a hashtag so we can deliver a unique coupon. Someone can log in with social media, we can check third-party data, and we can deliver content in real time based around someone's gender, someone's age, if they have kids, for example. And then lastly, deliver a unique coupon which tracks the whole journey from start to finish. And then at the end, we actually then can bid on, say, The Guardian or Grazia or yours, and then actually serve up content based on how they engaged, how they redeemed, and who they actually are. So the key thing is we find the audience through lots of different touch points, and then we extend the audience out to pretty much every touch point. And typically, most of our work is around mobile because we can get location and we can get insight from that. So in terms of successes, we're roadmapped to be one of the most extensive cross-channel redemption networks across Europe. We've got 50,000 locations planned for 2015. We're working with publicists who are in the top 3 globally in media agency, with Starcom, with brands like Heineken, Novartis, Coke. We've also won an Innovate UK award worth 6 figures, where we're looking at driving traffic into the high street, and that's connecting up around 4 million users on the publisher site. And we have a top 10 global internet company who's actually working with us to connect lots of high street retailers so they can drive the attribution between media into store. Work with the BBC, we're connecting Scottish television so that they can actually connect response at the end of their TV adverts, so they can connect the above the line with in-store redemption. And we've also worked with Empire Cinemas doing personalized mobile vouchers for films where we retarget people based on who they are, the film that they've seen. So in summary, we're rewriting the rules of advertising where consumers expect brands to be relevant, mobile, and immediate, and brands expect adverts to maximize sales. So thank you very much.
Well done. Bang on, 5 minutes. Right, so if Ryan's vision was about connecting kind of top-down brands through individuals to stores, Alex is a great segue. Alex is coming at it completely the opposite direction. Alex is single-handedly on a mission to digitize the high street and to put all high street inventory into the cloud. Alex Schlagman from Pocket High Street.
Thank you, Stephen. Not quite single-handedly, but so my name's Alex Schlagman. I'm co-founder of Pocket High Street. We are an entirely open platform for the online to offline digital high street. And like Stephen alluded, our mission is to reinvent and revive local retail. And we're doing that by putting the whole high street into the cloud and enabling local shopping experiences to exist anywhere where local demand exists online. So the third phase of the high street is today, and don't need to reiterate a number of the stats that we've been through, but we are moving rapidly into a period where the high street is connected by, not in conflict with, the internet. With 80% of retail local and an increasing proportion of influence of the internet on our end purchase to sale, we're enabling the local independent retailer for the first time to digitize their assets and be discoverable online. So how do we do this? So at the moment we are in a position where the web experience to find and buy a product is simple, but it's very much more difficult to find and buy things in physical stores across the high street. So Pocket High Street is fundamentally not a local shopping marketplace. Our vision is to build a platform for local shopping marketplaces to exist anywhere. We're reducing the commercial and technical barriers for any retailer to add their product inventory, whether it's everything or individual items, into the cloud. And then we're making the data available to a network of social influencers, location-based services, and local publishers. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great experience this afternoon.
Thank you, Alex. And so next up, we've got Fergal Downey, so we can reset the clock as we've got a bit more time. Fergal Downey is the CEO and founder of Boskabox. His platform is designed to allow a retailer to manage the distribution of content in a physical store through hundreds or thousands of digital displays, using those displays in a very creative and interactive way and bridging the gap between the digital displays you see in physical stores to individuals and their mobile devices. Fergal Downey from Boskabox.
Thanks, Stephen. This is my mic up, yep. Hi everybody, I'm Fergal Downey from Boskabox. Our business is a SaaS-based in-store digital media platform.
driving content to screens across the networks of stores. But really what we're all about now is bridging the gap between those devices and the individual. And we're doing that in order to be able to allow people to purchase not just what's physically in store, but what's on the virtual inventory. And we have our own cheesy word that we use to describe this. In fact, I can thank Stephen for it. We use the term phygital. Harvard Business Review calls it digital. Phygital is a much better buzzword, so you can all use that from now on. And really what we're talking about is that convergence of the physical and digital space. It's around the reinvention and reimagining of a physical store to have a real purpose for people who live in a digital world. It's about maximizing the space as a retailer. And some of you might be familiar with the Audi City showroom near Piccadilly, where they've reimagined what were glass boxes on the ring roads around towns as a high street location. And they use digital to allow people to build their own cars, and their sales are double what they were before they put this in. So really what we're talking about is creating a seamless online and offline experience. We've done this for companies like Vodafone, Paddy Power, for the Grafton Group. We're allowing people to choose devices, access live pricing, and leverage what the company already has in terms of online content in the physical store through those displays. And there's the crux of it, and the real reason behind doing something like this is that retailers are estimated to be losing, in the UK, £1 million of potential sales per month. 38% of people have experienced leaving a store empty-handed. What if we could prevent a percentage of these from leaving empty-handed and could turn those into actual sales? I think we touched on it earlier on with Mothercare and My Receipts, that if we can leverage what we're doing online in the physical store, those are really, really valuable customers to access. So when we look at what we do, we're saying a display in store that features everything that you have available in your virtual inventory online, that people can access and connect to and search through, things that aren't possible when you have a small physical space, when you have an unlimited online inventory. And that's collected across a network to our BasketBox platform. So when somebody scans on something that they want, that basically our plugin, which is plugged into the existing e-commerce platform, is taking that, redirecting it, and serving it to the customer in store. And it takes that as a retail order and not as an e-commerce order, and tracks it as such. So the retailer can track exactly what's being done in the physical store and the sales that have been driven through their e-commerce platform in that store. And that isn't just for large-scale operations where you're talking about the likes of an Audi or you're talking about large fashion retailers. When we deal with Vodafone, some of their stores are a couple of hundred square feet, some of them are 1,000 or a few thousand square feet. And that means that this solution is scalable. So if you have a store where you can only fit 100 SKUs, you can still give people access to buy and get click and collect or delivered over 2,500 SKUs that they have in their accessories. Even somebody might actually want to purchase purple headphones with mics. So in summary, what we're doing with BasketBox is plugging into the existing e-commerce platform, disseminating the digital content across a network of displays, and allowing people to shop the virtual inventory, regardless of the SKUs that are physically in the store. Enable a connected omni-channel, using that word, allowing a digital strategy across your physical and online categories, preventing a percentage of the walkaways that are costing so much every month to retailers. Leveraging what you already have, both in terms of how your digital catalogs exist, but also in terms of the e-commerce platforms that retailers already have. Because what we're talking about is a simple plug-in to that, and essentially closing the gap between the digital displays and the devices in people's hands by allowing them to purchase securely on their phone from those screens. And that's us, and I think I have 26 seconds to go. So, thanks very much.
Another one, well timed. And the last good man. The last presentation is from Dave Sevenoaks. Dave is the founder and CEO of a company called Spazar, which is South African slang for shop. And what Dave is doing, which I think is really interesting, is he's using data from multiple sources to allow a retailer to drive personal interactions with a consumer online or in store. integrating into social media profiles and your social graph, integrating into your e-commerce platform so we can track transactional history, integrating into a retailer's EPOS so we can track inventory and product availability, and then using a series of rules to personalize the interaction for a retailer with individual consumers and groups of consumers in real time. So Dave, do you want to come and join us and give us the last 5-minute slot? Thank you very much.
Can everyone hear me okay? Hi. Yeah, so as Stephen mentioned, I'm the co-founder and CEO of an Amsterdam-based startup called Spaza. And today I just want to spend a few minutes talking about the problem of discounting or markdowns. So one of the first things retailers that we talk to complain about when we talk about discounting is the negative effect on a brand. So if, for example, you've got 50% off posters all over your store, it doesn't really help with the message of getting across that your heritage and the history of your brand. There are obviously a lot of costs associated with markdowns and sales, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about margins in a minute. But there are also a lot of operational issues which have costs associated too. So you can think of moving your product around the store, putting posters up, putting stickers on your products. But an extreme case, for example, is Black Friday, and in the UK, a lot of retailers had big issues late last year with managing the huge turnover and operational and logistic issues that came in such a short space of time. And there's a photo which maybe you saw a couple of examples of, which were all over the media last year. The other problem we think is that traditional markdown strategy or high-low pricing doesn't really work so well anymore. So this chart is an example of that. So the way that this often works is that a retailer, for example, will have a high price that they will start with, their kind of regular price, and then they will sell at a very aggressive low price at markdown. But they need to maintain a certain margin during this period. So let's say that's 45%, for example. So an example might be they have a product which costs them 14 euros, and they put a 70% margin on that to begin with. So they have a product that they sell at regular price for 50 euros. At the first markdown, maybe they take that down to 45 euros, and then final markdown all the way down to 20 euros. The problem is that in the past, 30% of sales used to be during markdown, but these days that's a lot higher, and you could argue it's getting higher and higher. And the problem is that a lot of retailers end up just raising the initial price so they can keep their margins the same. And if you're a consumer, that kind of sucks, basically, especially if you're buying stuff at regular price. But with the rise of online, obviously consumers have a lot of choice, so they can choose to buy at an online alternative, or they can use things like price checkers. So they can see if price is too high, they either will buy it elsewhere, or they'll wait until it's on markdown, and so the problem exacerbates itself. But not everyone needs a discount to buy something. So some recent research from Agile One came out with the idea that basically 20% of customers are actually discount shoppers. They need a discount, whereas 15% are prepared to pay the full price. It's also interesting to note that product-specific discounts often get the best results for customers. And this is just some results from some email newsletters and subject lines. So we believe the solution to this is something called personalized pricing. And the way this works is that you take a lot of information about a customer, for example, their social profile, what they've bought in the past, and then a lot of dynamic information about a product, for example, how much stock is in the store and the age of the product. And then we apply algorithms to that data to be able to create the optimum price, both for the customer in terms of what's going to make them buy something, and for the retailer in terms of maximizing the margin. And that can be shown to the customer in store using an app or on the web shop. So with personal pricing, we increase conversion, we reduce margin loss, we reduce the operational costs associated, and we create a positive instead of a negative brand experience. Our customer Quicksilver has been running personal pricing for over a year. They've seen 50% bigger transactions, 65% more items per basket, and giving away an average of 5 to 10% compared to what you saw before. So Spaza we create individualized shopping experiences driven by data, and personalized pricing is one of our tools. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Wow. I think you get the prize for timing. Good timing on that one.
They're all too good, aren't they? Didn't hear that siren once. Well done. It reminded me a little bit of Dragon's Den, that bit. Staring at you lot. Slightly more intimidating. Anybody got any questions or comments they want to make to our startup business owners? Great. What's your name? Where are you from, sir?
Ben Bisco and Randwick.
Thanks, Ben.
Hey, Raj. I just wanted to ask a question about Spaza and the personalised pricing. Hasn't there been a huge amount of controversy around? Hasn't there been a huge amount of controversy around personalised pricing and the fact that someone could come onto the site and see a different price to someone else? And there's been press and all sorts of outlets. I'm wondering how you're going to get around, and probably the inevitable regulation that comes with that kind of complaint.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that actually, but I ran out of time. That's a question we get obviously asked all the time. The way we get around that is we are very transparent about the reason why someone's getting a price, and we also explain to them how they can get a better price as well. So we are very open. It's not just a question of you scan maybe a product and you see a different price, and your friend scans and they see something else. We're very clear about it, and we've never had a single complaint from a shopper. And as I mentioned, we've been doing this for over a year and a half.
Great. Thanks for the question, Ben. Thanks, Dave. I know Dave actually asked Stephen if he should get his hair cut for today. Thank God he didn't. I've got a question for you four, actually. In true President Bartlett style, what's next? Just give me a one line on what's next.
Who do you want to start with? Where should we go? Alex, what's next?
So we started in a niche market. So we started focused very much on London cycling community. We've been signing up shops every day. I mean, there were hundreds of shops this month already across the local independent market within London. Our focus outside of London is very, very limited at the moment. We're sort of naturally expanding a little bit into the home counties. But for us, it's about growth. It's about growth of the number of retailers and, very much importantly, growth of the wider partner network. So any publisher, any social influencer, any developer, even ad networks that have access to local audience, we're partnering with these guys to connect the local supply and the local demand. So it's a growth play, aggressive.
Okay. So basically, we've already raised our seed round, but we're over in New York in 2 weeks' time to raise our sort of like seed to Series A. And we have lots of projects planned with big media agencies, with large brands. So we're going to be connecting into all the kind of main RTV platforms like AppNexus and so on. And we just got some really big things planned with different partnerships. We're about to sign one of the biggest banks in the world, and I guess, watch this space. It's going to be really interesting.
I suppose from our point of view, we've just finished building for the Magento platform. We'll be building out to other e-commerce platforms. If I had a wish list from retailers, it's to take seriously in terms of the Wi-Fi and the network connection actually in the physical store, and to think of their physical stores in the same way as they do their digital in terms of the tools that people use when they're in them.
Right.
Well, we've been very much focused on the Netherlands as a market. We work with quite a few big Dutch retailers. So for us, it's about expanding out into other markets now. And from a product point of view, just improving the algorithms that we have and being able to do more smart stuff, I guess. Yeah.
Super stuff. Thank you very much. Round of applause again, please, for our presenters. So look, we're going to take a quick comfort break now because we've got to get the next lot mic'd up. So we've got about 10 minutes. So check your email, chat to the guys over there. I'm sure they'd love to hear your advice. We'll see you back in your seats for 3 o'clock. team. Afternoon, again. It's 3 o'clock. Right then. So I'm really looking forward to the next bit. More in the vein of innovation and technology. I'm going to bring up James Bidwell, who's the CEO of Springwise. Now, James has got a great retail background, 20 years experience. Highlights include turnaround and sale of Selfridges PLC as marketing director, the renaissance of London tourism, and laying the foundations for the Olympic legacy as CEO of Visit London. Now, he owns and runs Springwise. Springwise is the world's largest idea spotting network, and he's going to host a really great session now with 3 others. Ladies and gentlemen, James Bidwell.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Neil. Hello, everyone. So the good news is it's 90 minutes until we can have the best caipirinhas in London. So we won't do any Mexican waves or any further massaging, but although I did suggest it to Neil, but I'm going to run through this very, very quickly. The first thing I wanted to do was to set the scene a little bit, which is kind of the elephant or the dinosaur in the room. And I saw this last week, and it struck me it would be a good sort of place to start, and it will then get lighter. But I'm going to read it. So retail is facing a monumental problem that no one seems to want to talk about. It's that the entire economic model of revenue and profitability for retailers and the suppliers they do business with is collapsing under its own weight and will soon no longer function. So that was some guy who calls himself the retail prophet. He's a Canadian. But in a way, that is what we've been addressing today. And the exciting thing is he then goes on to talk about technology being one of the great ways in which this revolution is underpinning this revolution. And this is a photograph from southern Argentina a couple of weeks ago. And you can see that they don't seem to care much about their cars or their houses. But the good news is they are connected by these 2 massive satellite dishes. So consumers want to be connected. So that's very, very good news for all of us. Today, I'm going to spend, we've got 35 minutes. I'm going to spend 5 minutes on Springwise. And then I have 3 very eminent people to talk about their businesses. And the theme will be innovation and technology that is transforming retail. Springwise is a global innovations platform. And effectively, what we say is we believe that the route to innovation is through the entrepreneurs and the startups from around the world. So we go around the world with our network of 18,000 Spring spotters, and they're based across the globe in all sorts of countries. So not just the Western media countries, but China, Brazil, South Africa, Russia, etc. And they are briefed to come up with the best startup ideas that they can see on a daily basis. We get them into our editorial team in London. And then every single day, we publish 3 of these ideas. So they're kind of startup ideas, or sometimes they're ideas bigger companies are doing, but with a startup mentality or an entrepreneurial mentality. We found Facebook when it had 700,000 users, Snapchat, Bitcoin, Nest before it was bought by Google, If This Then That, which is one of the Internet of Things platforms. So we've got quite good pedigree of finding ideas before they get to market. And one of our criteria is that we will only publish if it hasn't hit the mainstream media yet. We have quite a good kind of user base. We've got 400,000 visitors a month, and we've been going for 12 years, which is good because you can't find 18,000 Spring spotters in a couple of weeks. So that's a good asset for us. I got involved only recently, so we're redesigning to make the ideas the absolute hero of what we do at Springwise. We publish innovation bulletins, so we have emails that go out every single day to 170,000 people across 180 countries. Very, very powerful click-through and open rates. That's one of our mobile emails that goes out. And very global reach. Keep going on that. One of the really powerful things as well is that we've been featured. So this is a guy who says we've been featured in Wired and Business Insider, but the piece on Springwise has proved 10 times as effective as Wired and Business Insider. So we have a very, very strong engagement with our readers. We are a proud member of 1% for the Planet. This was founded or co-founded by Yvonne Chouinard, who is the founder of Patagonia. And that means that we give 1% of our sales to environmental causes every single year. And I was just reflecting, what if Google did that? Wouldn't that be great? Have a look at this. This is very important because, of course, we talk about all these issues facing retailers and all of that. That is a very first world problem. There are other issues which are much more fundamental, which retail needs to be looking at as well. So hopefully that will be a theme for next year's conference. They're a partner. I'll go through this quickly because this thing's going down to 36 seconds. I'm going to go through 11 ideas that that's to give you a sense of the kind of stuff we publish. So this would have been good for our Shop Direct friend this morning. This is billboards that change dependent on the weather. And so with the climate change that we're facing, that might even be a bit more interesting going forward. This is a vending machine which denies you snacks based on, I'll leave that, based on your medical records. So effectively, it has an algorithm that connects to your medical records and does facial recognition. So when you're going for that 14th Mars bar of the day, it will tell you not to do it. Basically, we think of the kind of beacon technology of being big bits of kit, but actually these guys have worked out how to turn the stickers, turn them into stickers and have them as very, very small pieces of kit so that any object can turn into a smart one. This is an app that connects you directly, it's from a Brazilian idea, connects you directly to professional chefs when you are cooking. So you can have a direct stream conversation only if you're cooking with mayonnaise. So, so that was one. Yes. This is like Siri on steroids. This is Amelia. And she uses artificial intelligence to detect human emotion. So over time, she builds up a kind of recognition of how that customer's behaving and can come back to them. This is actually, Steve is going to talk about Power Tag in a minute and Power, but we discovered Power quite a long time ago at Springwise, so we're delighted to have him here today. This is a nice one. It's a social kind of community which matches people with 3D printers to people who need it for, in this case, for prosthetic limbs. So we do quite a lot of non-profit. And each of these ideas on the site will have a picture, 2 or 3 paragraphs written by our guys summarizing it, and then a call to action and contact details. This is a facial technology which allows you to pay with your face, which sounds a bit odd. I hope this is not being streamed too far. But effectively, they use military-grade algorithms to make sure that the identity is the right identity and obviously the security around that. But that's potentially something that might come to us sometime soon. And then a couple for marketing guys. This is a disloyalty card. But actually, what's interesting, it's protecting places like Neil's favorite coffee place, the Monmouth Coffee Shop across the road, because it is encouraging, in this case, the artisan coffee shops to stay together and not everyone go to Starbucks. So that was quite a nice one we saw. And one of my favorites for the property guys, the German invention which allows you to retrofit lampposts and turn them into electric car chargers. So wouldn't that be great? The whole of London, all lampposts in London, could charge electric cars, and wouldn't that be fantastic for the environment as well? And we'd all drive VW ups or Teslas. And this is my final slide, and this is the Argentinian government invention, which is really true. And so it's methane backpacks, which you can see why the cow looks slightly surprised there. So anyway, so that gives you a little bit of a walk through. We have a product that is behind the scenes which allows you to access all of those ideas, the historical database called Springwise Access. It's got great search functionality, as you'd imagine. And I'm going to go through this very quickly. And I would, so this is kind of how it comes out. I'm going because it's on 0. And anyone who wants to sign up could put in the code FutuRetail, and you'll get a little discount as a present from today. So that gives you an idea around Springwise. I'm now going to introduce Jonathan, who is a very distinguished speaker. He has a very distinguished career, a glittering career, including being marketing director, I think, of De Beers. And he has a fantastic business, which he's going to now talk to you about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Thank you. That's enough about my glittering career, because we're in new retail now. We're in digital retail, and we're in innovation, and old school retail, such as I was drenched in when I started, is a subject of conversation for that Caipirinha. What I want to do is tackle the element of disruption, but come at it from a typically disruptive point of view. So instead of talking about retail, what I'd like to do is talk about the fall of the Berlin Wall. And I was reading an article on a plane last year talking about the 25th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And it was by a journalist called Jeff Cooper. And what he was talking about was what an amazing time it was for his generation, a time when politicians could move mountains, do anything, overcome the big intransable issues of the day, i.e. the Cold War, and make the world a better place. And he was contrasting that with today, where generally people feel very apathetic towards politicians. There's a lot of, there's a lack of engagement. Even people like Obama have maybe not delivered the promise that they once held. And he was talking about this void, this political void opening up, and into that void were jumping technologists. So he was talking about how, for example, Eric Schmidt, ex of Google, was opening up communication with the North Koreans in a way that politicians weren't, about how Mark Zuckerberg was trying to resolve poverty by getting the poor online. He was talking about how Bill Gates is reinvesting his money into sorting out disease and famine, and how things like social media are empowering activists in countries like Iran and organizations such as IS, and how things, the really big issues that face us today, like climate change, like cancer, things such as, I don't know, space, interstellar space exploration, which previously would have been very much in the realms of politicians, are now far more likely to be solved in Silicon Valley or in buildings such as this one than in Parliament. And I guess the same is very similar potentially in retail, although on perhaps a less grander scale, where when I started marketing for luxury, we held all of the cards. We told people what to wear, when to wear it, how to wear it. And of course, digital has now changed all of that. It means that actually we may well be pushing our product and saying that it is the best product in the luxury space. But if the background noise out there suggests differently, then I'm going to have an issue to push that product forward. And I think someone like Steve Jobs, who used to talk about the infinite loop, about this connection that a brand had with a consumer that was so strong that that consumer would automatically buy the next product and wouldn't go looking and searching for other alternatives. And if you've got the iPhone 6, you will no doubt buy the iPhone 7 when that comes out. But in his later years, he was also talking about the infinite loop, that idea, that notion, in a slightly different way. He was talking about it like a feedback loop, where he was saying that brands can now push content out to consumers who will take that content on and then push it back to the brand. And there was this constant sort of movement of communication between the brand and the consumer, and it wasn't linear anymore. And I guess one of the sort of pictures that really drives this forward for me is this picture from a Burberry fashion show about 2 years ago, just before the launch of the iPhone 5, where Burberry filmed the entire show using iPhone 5s. And I think what's great about this image is that Burberry have now, with that image, are now sort of basically saying that they are no different to the bloggers and the visitors and the people who are viewing that fashion show. They've all got their own iPhone 5s out and their own tablets and their own devices, and Burberry has now just another one of those people building content and pushing it out into those channels, and that the fashion show can't be owned now by one brand. It's owned by everybody and the communication that they fire out to their channels. So we do a lot of work in retail. We specialize in retail. We come from retail. And I see a lot of technology within retail. And I guess I probably think that maybe 70% of the technology that I see in store fails. It's designed to enable a really interesting conversation, a communication between the brand and the consumer, but often I feel it's a barrier that gets in the way. This is for 3 reasons. This is the first reason. This is a project by a company called Bodymetrics. It's in Selfridges. You go into a room, it scans you with lasers. I've got a pretty good feeling you have to take off the majority of your clothing, and you get your body outline in millimetric detail shown on a screen outside this booth for the world to see. And I think a lot of technology gets in the way of that conversation between a brand and a consumer. If a consumer doesn't understand exactly what the benefit of that technology is and how to achieve that benefit in terms of the navigation through that technology, there's a very great danger that they'll just walk away from it. And we see that again and again and again with screens in store. Secondly, and this is my own personal bugbear, I have an issue with mobiles in store, not because I think they're not a valuable tool. I think they are, and I use mine themselves. But I think when you think about Kate Bush standing in front of her audience recently and saying, please don't please don't look at me through your mobile phones. I want to have a relationship with you. I still get very, very upset when I walk into a particular luxury store in Bond Street, and the first thing that happens is that somebody shows me an iPad and we have a conversation on an iPad. You know, it's a bit like standing in front of the Niagara Falls looking at a photograph of the Niagara Falls when actually all of this is around you. The store is about the physicality, the beauty of the product, the design, the architecture. And again, sometimes technology gets in the way if you're always looking down and not enjoying the spectacle of that store. We are all aligned towards the stage and we are all looking at the screen and we are not aware of everything else that's going on in the world. And I think there's an argument in the physical store to drag people away from screens, take people away from technology, which is screens and cables and computers, and try and embed technology into the store in a way which is not, which does not get in people's way. And the third area is that the technology has got to work. As this poor woman who's trying on this plasticized virtual reality swimsuit will no doubt attest, were she in the audience and looking at her from your point of view. But I guess, again, from my point of view, if you pick up a piece of clothing and you walk into a fitting room and you try it on, you want to look beautiful, you want to feel confident, you want to look attractive. And if that item of clothing does not hit those metrics, you will not buy it. And therefore, the technology has got to at least deliver that bar. And if it does not deliver that bar, then fundamentally it is destroying brand value rather than improving it. A few of our projects, this is one of my favorite technological stores, not least of which because it's a project that we did for Louis Vuitton. This is the townhouse in Selfridges. And what I love about this from a technology point of view is that you walk into that store and you do not see any technology. It's tucked away, it's integrated, there are no plasma screens, there are no beacons, there are no sales teams with iPads. It's all secreted away and it all works in the background and it's there when you need it, but it's not right in front of your face. If you do have to have technology in front of your face, and I would rather it was done not through screens, but through things such as this. And this is a fashion show that we did for Dunhill, the brand Dunhill, about 3 years ago. And this is the largest fashion space hologram. It's actually 2 holograms, each 28 meters wide and 10 meters high. And we dropped into the middle of Shanghai, a little piece of England, the season, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, with 64 real models immersed in this space. And the film from that was shared 2 million times in the first 12 days. And it was fundamentally beautiful. And Dunhill asked me to chaperone the head of Vogue Asia, just to make sure that she was fine and that she was treated as a VIP guest. And at the end of this show, I turned to her and she was, just to make sure she was okay, and she was having a little bit of a tear because it was quite a beautiful moment. Now, we don't set out to reduce our clients to tears, although it does happen from time to time. But there was an engagement there which technology had really helped make. If you do have to have screens in store, then they've got to work. So this is a project we did for Uniqlo in North America. And just while Russell's getting started, it just reminds me that we launched our first product last Friday, which is using the same color changing technology, which is a cosmetic app based on a bit of work we did with L'Oreal. So there's Russell. It's recognizing his outfit. It's changing the colors. And you can put on a multitude of different items of clothing in that store, and you can stand in front of the mirror, and it all works. You don't start having to go through sort of difficult navigation exercises to get the payout. You get it immediately. Or if it's going to be about clothing, this is a project we've done in collaboration with Central St. Martin's, and it's clothing that changes color according to the quality of the air that you're moving through. You wear the clothing not because you're trying to measure your heartbeat or you're interested in the amount of calories you're burning, just because the clothing itself has an inherent beauty and you want to wear it. And in the background, it's measuring a sociological sort of metric, in this case air pollution and air quality, and beaming that back. It's connected back to the headquarters of this brand that I'm afraid I can't mention. And again, it's just got to be beautiful. Don't strap something on, don't force you to change your behavior, just wear it because it's beautiful. Or this rather unusual piece that we're launching at London Fashion Week. So the previous one took data or environmental data and translated that into color and therefore information back to the brand, but this is slightly different. So this cape, this item of clothing here, it measures your brain and it transmits your brainwaves into a stream of data, and from that interprets your mood and emotion, and then starts to change the color of the item according to your mood and emotion, which could be quite dangerous. And I must admit, we've put it on. We're trying to do some R&D at the moment to see whether we can see what combination of colors and patterns equals what kind of emotion. But when we put it on, our unwilling guinea pigs, the only emotion we tend to see is absolute blind terror. And just to finish off with, if you're going to take data into store, maybe there's a way to make it beautiful so that it's not just about 98.932% of people like A or like B, but actually there's something more interesting and beautiful that draws people into that space. So this is a project that we did for Lyst, which is the online sort of e-commerce retailer that's a bit like Google, but focused on retail. And Lyst were celebrating 5 years last year, which is ironically were 5 years, and we know them very well. And Chris Morton, the CEO, asked us to come up with some interesting installation that they could put into their Lyst headquarters at a private dinner party for celebrities, journalists, and some investors. And the idea was to try and express the scale of what Lyst has achieved. And so what we did is that we came up with a real-time big data sort of visualization tool. So these are all the brands around the outside, which Lyst have on their server. And it turns out that those brands, there are so many brands updating so much clothing and accessories on their site that are updating it 30,000 times every second. So what happened was this. With this big time visualization, we grab the data that the brands are pushing at Lyst, project it onto here, and then once it's been through the projection, it then goes off to Lyst and is updated. So here's a brand releasing a packet of data. Here's another one. It's all happening in real time. The data flow through to the color of the clothing and then through to the middle, which is price points. And every single one of these dots is one item. And I said it's 30,000 items every second. It takes 6 or 7 seconds to go from the brand into the middle. So there's about 250,000 items of clothing being visualized on that installation at any one moment. So what was wonderful for me, and even better for Lyst, is that when we started to look at it, suddenly we got a god's eye view of what Lyst was all about. It wasn't just about items of clothing, it was about trends. So you can see that this brand has trends in those colors, not in these colors, not in these price points, but in these price points. And suddenly Lyst started to realize that what they had was a huge amount of very valuable data. They've now established a data division, aggregating and cutting up that data and selling it back to the brands. And they believe that the data division will drive more value now than the fashion. So they're starting to get to the point where the fashion is simply a way to generate large quantities of data that will drive that forward. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Uniqlo, and I wonder when we'll have all of those mirrors in our own houses, and we're about to do that at home. But that was just fantastic. So we've all overrun. So our next distinguished speaker is a similar theme, but with a different angle, is Michael Saunders from Barclaycard.
Thank you very much. I love that Uniqlo thing too. I know my wife would want one in her closet, definitely, but I thought that was really cool. You're probably wondering why Barclaycard is up here talking about wearables, and I'll get to that in a minute. But what I wanted to start with is talk briefly about the key trends in wearables in 2015. As we look at the wearables market as a business, and you as consumers have seen, wearables have started out in the last few years, has been really niche products and very niche industries. Fitness has been the one that has really been the thing that has made wearables, getting closer to a mainstream product. And what we see in 2015 is we see wearables will become, in our mind, a mass market product. And I'll talk to you briefly about the trends that are happening in wearables, because I think they're very important for retailers in the market today, whether you're selling the product or whether you want to collaborate with folks that are in the business to make the product and make it a better use case for your customers. So the 4 trends I'll talk about are design, convergence, proposition, and data. So design, what we've seen already in the wearable space today is that the early wearables makers were not really focused too much on design. A lot of what we saw were rubber bracelets that people wore. Some of them were big and bulky. The early Samsung smartwatches were almost impossible to wear in a lot of instances. But I think what we're seeing now is a movement towards design being a key element to the products. And I'll give a highlight of some of the things that we're seeing across the top. So the Misfit Shine on the top left. This is a fitness device, but it's a fitness device that acts like a Fitbit and integrated like a Fitbit. But the focus is on the design, and the founders of Misfit are really trying to make beautiful product that people will want to wear that almost looks like jewelry. Tory Burch has gotten involved with Fitbit in the last few months. So Fitbit moving beyond just the rubber bracelets that people wear, making product that are fashionable, that the female audience will want to wear. On the top right is Ringley. So Ringley is a company that is making designer jewelry, but it's wearable technology at its heart that provides notifications to people via the ring. So you get vibrations or they light up. But again, it's jewelry at its heart. On the bottom left, bottom right, we talked about Misfit. So this is Swarovski making a Misfit device or a band that you can incorporate your own Misfit product in. So we're starting to see this integrations between wearable tech startups or companies that are true technology companies getting involved with people that are experts in fashion design. And then the bottom right is a fashion designer in New York, Rebecca Minkoff, who's a young up-and-coming designer, but she's very into wearable technology. So she's designing her own line of products that are again, fashion at its core, but also have tremendous technology use cases. Another trend we'll see this year is this notion of going to multiple functions on a device. And we'll see later this year, in a few months, we'll see the iWatch come out, and the question really will be will the iWatch take the place of these other more niche products? So will the iWatch destroy the fitness band industry? It remains to be seen what will happen there. The iWatch is obviously going to come in at a very high price point, at around £349 here in the UK. But it'll be very interesting to see will consumers want to see that convergence and have multiple functions in one device, or are they okay having these various different products? The one thing's for sure is that a person's body is incredibly valuable real estate. You only have so much room on your wrist or anywhere else on your body. The customers are going to have to make a choice about what's important to them. So it'll be very interesting to see if the smartwatch industry or smartwatch expansion starts to take the place of other devices that are out there. One thing's for sure is from what we see is that 2015 will still be a year where I think customers and device manufacturers will be looking for the killer use case. Wearables has really exploded onto the marketplace, predominantly on the backs of fitness devices, right? So fitness devices are the one thing that people would say right now are the killer use case for wearables. The fitness devices are great. I've worn a number of them. Very helpful in understanding what you're doing in a day, how much you're sleeping, etc. The one thing that is hurting fitness devices is that the vast majority of people are abandoning the products after about 6 months. I've worn 2 of them myself, and you can see this trend happening. You start to learn, that on a typical work day, I know I walk between 15 and 20,000 steps. Not much is going to change. You can start to learn your behavior quite well. So I think one of the things we'll start to see is still a quest for that dominant use case. I also mentioned data as a key trend. I don't have a slide on that, but one of the things that data really underpins the entire wearable tech industry. It's making people and consumers more connected, more aware of what they're doing, and so data will continue to be an important trend for the growth of wearables in 2015. So now on to the question of why Barclaycard and why is Barclays. So we've really piggybacking off the growth of contactless payments, especially here in the UK. Contactless has grown tremendously in the last year. We've seen volume on contactless payments treble in 2014. We've got tremendous merchant adoption, the likes of Tesco, McDonald's, adding contactless in their stores last year. And then we've also had a wonderful use case with the TfL. So when TfL first brought contactless onto the buses a year and a half ago, and then in September brought it onto the tubes. London and the UK is a great market for us to work with contactless and to start to build wearable products based around contactless technology. So in 2014, we launched 4 specific pilots around a product that we call BPay, starting with the Pride in London Festival in late June, the British Summertime Concert where customers were given a band to use at the site for payment and also experiences. We've done a partnership with Southampton Football Club that is really in its infancy, but will evolve into something that includes ticketing access, experiences at the stadium, and payment. And then lastly, we did a launch around to coincide with TfL's launch of contactless. And it was a great experience for us because we first of all got to play in the wearable tech space, but we've learned a tremendous amount. So what did we learn? First of all, that we're no different than anyone else in the wearable tech space. The product has to look and feel good. And so as we look at our product and the design of our product, and we talk to customers, we saw that 69% of customers would use the product more and wear it more if it was smaller and more comfortable. So we're working on our designs of the product. We've worked on the chip technology to make it much smaller, so it's something that can be more comfortable to wear. And also, we're working with people that are professionals in the space. We're a bank. We're not in the fashion business, and so we're working with a number of folks to design product for 2015, and also interested in talking to anybody else about designing product. But I think it's something that is core to what we've seen, is that we're no different than anyone in the wearable space. Products need to go beyond payment. So we did a great job getting product out there this year, and so a lot of customers use a payment wearable and get very engaged with it. But we need to look for more use cases of it. So I mentioned the Southampton Football Club example. We can add access into the payment product, and we can provide experiences on site. So there's ways in which the payment functionality can become embedded into other things to provide more functions. We've also then talked about this killer proposition, and payments is one of those things that, I mentioned the killer use case for wearables. Payments is something that gives individuals a need to use the product every day. I don't believe payments will lead the wearable category and be the main reason that people wear a wearable device, but certainly something that can add functionality to a product. And this is something we clearly saw when TfL brought contactless on the tube network, is that we've now see that about 45% of our active customers are using the product every day on the tubes. So that's thousands of journeys each week that we're seeing on TfL every day. And then, lastly, I'll talk about data, and I'll bring it back to this football example. I mentioned in the football space, we can do both access, experiences, and payment on site. One of the most important things is that this is now adding a heap of data and giving the club a tremendous amount of data that they never had before, right? And previously, the club would know maybe what time the fan entered the stadium. But in the example of a football club, now we're starting to connect a lot of dots that they didn't have before. They can see where customers are spending throughout the week. They can see where customers are spending before the game and after the game. They can see then what customers are doing inside the stadium. So getting tremendous more insight onto what their customers are doing, well outside the stadium experience. We sat with Southampton a week ago, and we presented them some initial data that showed that they had a lot of customers that were going to fast food restaurants before the game and then going to fast food restaurants after the game. So that, how can a club, leverage that type of data to gain more insight about their fans, but also bring them into the stadium maybe earlier, provide the right experiences for them afterwards. So, where do we think wearables is going? I think these are the key trends that we'll see in the wearable space this year. Design will be incredibly important. The iWatch will be something that will potentially change the landscape of wearables, whether it be something that proves the convergence is what customers want, or is a device that starts to deliver that killer proposition. And then finally, data is what will underpin all of it and the success of it. For us in Barclaycard, we're excited about being in the wearable space, but we certainly need to do it with other partners in the industry, and we're thankful to have Visa as a partner, but also I mentioned some of the fashion folks that we're working with. We're excited about exploring this new venture in the wearable tech world. So James, with that, I will hand it back to you.
Thank you, Michael. That's very, very good. I'm going to hand it. So fashion and financial services, absolutely brilliant marriage. I look forward to seeing how that develops. And will there be a day when we all have a chip embedded in us and we won't bother with the having it in our wearable technology? Anyway, so the final speaker is a writer and publisher of novels, and his publishing business is the leading publisher of Sherlock Holmes novels. However, that's not why he's speaking for us today, but I did look at that on LinkedIn and thought it was worth mentioning. He is very distinguished. He is the Senior Vice President of Business Development at Power Technologies, Steve MX. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to try something a little bit different for you guys this afternoon. I'm going to do no PowerPoint because I think we nearly got into 4 figures on PowerPoint slides today. So I'm going to try a live demo, which is always a little bit dangerous. But I'm also going to show you a live case study of one of our customers. Hopefully the tech is going to be good. So, okay. So just a little bit of background on Power. Power Technologies has 3 divisions. We have a web division that does agile e-commerce sites. We have a point of sale division that does really disruptive and absolutely fantastically cool point of sale stuff. So this is the T-Series, which is flying off the production lines all over the world at the moment and being installed everywhere. It's tablet-based POS with a scanner, printer, everything, and it's about this big. It's absolutely amazing. But I'm not going to talk about that. What I'm going to talk today about is a solution called PowerTag. Hats off to the guys that were on earlier with their 5-minute slots. I've got 10 minutes and I could talk all day about PowerTag. Another point for those guys is we were where you guys were 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, Power Technologies was 30 people. Today, we are in this wonderful little club called the $1 Billion Startup Club. In just 2 years, we're sitting here in Europe, number 2 in Europe behind Spotify. We have 515 staff. We're in 21 countries, and we've signed 1,100 retailers and brands to the PowerTag technology. And I'm really excited about that. I'm particularly excited about the fact that we're a British company as well. So we raised a record-breaking Series A funding of $157 million, which, to put it into context, I think was about 10 times what the previous British record was. So it's really exciting, and that's what's coming for you guys in the next couple of years. What I wanted to do now was try and show you a live demo of PowerTag, because it's really difficult to explain what PowerTag is without actually showing you it. And to explain that we came across it a little bit kind of by accident. Why are we at an unprecedented moment in retail? Because the mobile phone has become this extension of the human being like we've never ever seen before. Okay. Normally, 2 years ago, I would ask people to put their hands up to say who's got a smartphone in the room, right? I don't need to do that now. What I do need to do is say who's got their smartphone in their hand at the moment and has their head looking down, looking at the audience. Yeah, there you go, 2 or 3 already. And the reason being is that the average person touches their smartphone in Western Europe over 250 times a day. We touch our wallet 3 to 4 times a day. All right, so that gives you the context. Does anybody want to guess what the 4th most popular use of a smartphone is in the UK? Number 4. Making a phone call is the 4th most popular. And I've got slides to back it up as well, guys. I can send those out to you. But why is that important? It's important because the one thing that we're never away from is our mobile phone. And it was interesting listening to Michael's take on wearables and catching data. If you want to catch data about your consumers, get it through the mobile phone. So we actually came across this a little bit by accident. So we're going to try and put my mobile phone, or rather Laura's, I must point that out actually, Laura, my colleague's mobile phone, onto the side screens here now. So we're going to try and get Laura's, so it's Laura's pictures of her dogs on the mobile. Not yet, there we go. Okay, so we've got on the phone the PowerTag application, and going back to something somebody said earlier, I think it was Natasha, one time you put your credentials in and then you can use PowerTag. 1,100 retailers have signed up to deploy this technology out around the world, and big brands like Adidas and people like that as well. And what it does is it uses the key functions of the mobile phone, which is its ability to scan with the camera, its ability to listen with the audio function on it, and its ability to touch if it's got NFC. And those are 3 of the triggers that we use to start a transaction. And the clever part of PowerTag is actually not the app, which is pretty cool anyway. It's actually the back back-end piping, and that's why we had to raise so much funding. We've set aside $110 million of our funding to actually do the back-end piping on PowerTag, and I'm just going to show you a traditional e-commerce transaction about how it works with PowerTag. So instead of having to go through the 4 pages of hell, as somebody explained, described them to me, or the payment pages on the website, you simply open up your app and select the tag, scan the tag. Live demo is great, isn't it? There we go. And what's happening here is that I've not visited the website before. I'm an unregistered user. It's letting the website know that it's processing a transaction on behalf of Laura Hannon. It's pulled the product information into my phone with the price, the location, my address, and I can buy. And it's as fast as that. So it's basically Amazon one click for the masses, if you like. So all we have to do is integrate it into your website, and you can do that. What starts to get very interesting is you can use different triggers. So the first trigger is a QR on the website, not particularly massively clever. But when you look at the mobile phone experience on a mobile site, the phone senses that PowerTag is sitting on the phone. So if you watch the phones on the either side, instead of a QR code, because I'm not going to be able to scan my own phone, I actually get a touch to buy button. And I can simply touch that product, flips open the app, pulls the product information in, and I can complete the transaction in the same way. Now, for every single scan of a QR code, every touch from an iBeacon, any NFC touch, and any audio tags, so we can embed digital audio watermarks into YouTube and things like that, we capture name, address, telephone number, date of birth, all the wonderful, great things. So that big data play is very interesting. So once you've done that and you've integrated it into your website, you can actually turn every single piece of advertising that you've got, online or offline, into a trigger point. So this is an ad that we've mocked up for one of our big clients. And all I have to do is scan the ad. And I can make my transaction instantly from the ad. So impulse buying from billboards. One of our customers launched 10,000 of these as a campaign overnight in Paris and did it on billboards, bus stops, restaurant tables, etc. She won the French Digital Marketing Award for that campaign. So that's the live demo. Thank goodness that all went okay. I'm really happy with that. What we're going to do now is going to switch to a video of probably my favorite customer. I didn't get to go to this launch. For some reason, maybe you guys can actually work out in the room why my CEO went to this launch and I didn't get to go. It's in Milan, and it's with a fashion brand called Motivi. They launched this, a totally digitized smart store with QR codes, audio tags, scan through the window, and all those other bits and pieces. Are we good to go? I'll let it speak for itself.
PowerTag is freedom. I really think it's freedom.
Allora, PowerTag credo che sia un'esperienza veloce, moderna, simpatica, intuitiva. Sicuramente renderà ciò che a noi donne piace di più, lo shopping, sempre a portata di mano, perché lo si potrà fare dal divano di casa, davanti a una vetrina la sera quando si fa una passeggiata, quindi
Well, the word I would use to summarize is exciting. After the experience we had this night, seeing how consumers are happy and surprised in front of this experience.
PowerTag is absolutely easy to use. This is why I really think that PowerTag is the future in e-commerce, in buying products and interact with products everywhere.
In addition to individual product purchases and endless aisle and all those kind of cool stuff that PowerTag can do, one of the most interesting use cases we're starting to see is the ability to pull an entire catalog from a single trigger. So whether it's QR code, an audio tag, YouTube video, it will pull an entire catalog of products onto your phone. If you guys, any rugby fans in the audience? Okay, if you go to Six Nations matches at Twickenham, we're live in Twickenham. We're integrated into the POS there, and we have the entire food and beverage menu and also the club shop inventory on tags. So when you in your seat, you can actually scan and you'll pull your entire food and beverage menu in, order all of your drinks, pay for it through Power Tag, and then it gets sent to the till. And you can go pick up your drinks. And instead of queuing for 15, 20 minutes to go and get your drinks, just go up to the fast till, scan yourself in, it checks you in, and your drinks are ready, and you can do that. And I've got 7 seconds left for any questions. Okay. All right.
That's it. Thank you very much, Steve. So, thank you very much. Thanks very much. That was fantastic, and it's amazing that it's a British company, not to be underestimated, to do that from the UK. So, congratulations. We have no time, but has anyone got any burning questions before the inexorable movement towards the caipirinhas in 45 minutes? Anything that anyone wants to ask any of those guys? No? Okay, so please thank them once again, and thank you very much.
Great, thanks, James. Awesome session. So we're moving into the last bit, social retail and consumer behaviours. And we've got Richard Cope, Senior Trends Consultant from Mintel, to come up and talk to us about all the good work he's been doing. Richard here?
Yeah.
Hello, Richard.
How are you doing?
Very good. Come on up.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Richard, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm here to give you something. We've given you our trend predictions for the year. It's in your pack. We're going to look at one of those, which is called Easy Street. And it builds on a lot of what we've heard about. You know, we've heard a lot about all the innovations happening in e-commerce. In Easy Street, we're really arguing that the digital mindset, if you like, never mind digital shopping, our expectations in a digital mindset, they need to be met by the high street. They need to be met by bricks and mortar retail. So that @ sign in Easy Street really is indicative. And what I'm talking about here is you think about online, not necessarily shopping. Think about your impatience. Think about your desire for instant gratification. Think about how long you wait for a web page to load. Think about how long you spend on a home page. You know, we're living very rapidly, and we expect the real world to perform just as well as the online world does. So what we're expecting to happen this year is really see the retail environment start to deliver that to us. So you're going to see a huge expansion of these intermediary click and collect services. We're seeing Tesco vying to become the chief click and collect retailer at intermediary transport locations here in the capital. We've got brands like Asda on a massive rollout campaign to increase the locations, intermediary points, at stations, in car parks, at different points where you can collect your goods, get your hands on your goods early rather than having to wait. We've also seen the advent of things like the smart collection locker as well, with Amazon rolling these out across various locations. Again, lots of these at transport hubs, lots of these in third places, points in between other points. And we've also seen Amazon, announce the details of the relationship it does have with Royal Mail regarding getting your goods earlier, again, from Royal Mail locations as well. And this craving we have to not wait, to get our hands on our product early, intermediary points, is allowing new players into the market. So we've seen companies like Doddle arrive. This is a partnership with Network Rail, again, just allowing you to collect your goods at these intermediary points. And a lot of brands, which sometimes wrongly, I think people have thought, well, maybe something we associate with traditions or the past. Brands like Argos have really been on the money with this. Their partnership with eBay now is being expanded, again, giving you more locations to get things earlier, to tap into that instant gratification, instant access mindset we have. And the kind of things you can collect from things like smart lockers is changing. As we see brands like Waitrose trialing new systems where you can collect chilled goods, ambient goods from these kind of locations as well. The other thing that's changing is we're starting to see how this click and collect service, the desire of convenience, is starting to grow. It's starting to expand. So the advent of things like John Lewis with their famous click and commute store in St. Pancras, we're seeing this move into more of a gifting scenario. the kind of products you can buy, the kind of purchases you might get. It's moving away from staple grocery products and things like that, and it's the territory of gifting, the territory of buying things for other people as well. And we're going to see what brands think they can, in my parlance, get away with in terms of the names of convenience. So we try and push this mindset further. Sainsbury's is trialing this system in its stores with its staff at the moment, where you fill a virtual basket, you're then navigated around the store with your phone, and then you're going to pay for the goods using a barcode scanning app as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how far this can go in terms of the name of convenience, how much we're prepared to do ourselves. But it's also important, we had some, I think it was Alex earlier was talking about independent retailers getting involved in this immediacy. We have seen aggregators, things like Hubbard, and I stress this isn't click and collect. This is about delivering the same convenience, the same immediacy, and you can still support independent food and drink retailers in this regard as well. So you probably expect to see a click and collect manifestation of this going forward as well. Now, fashion is something we've heard a lot about in terms of body scanning and what have you. Simple click and collect for fashion is something which we think has got absolutely enormous potential. So we saw ASOS trial this system of having these pop-up changing room pods where you can book in clothing, have it ready for you to try on and collect at transport hubs. Now, this is something that's been trialed. We really expect this to come back. We'll look at some of the data we've got at Mintel, which is quite compelling as to the reasons why we think this does have potential. At the moment, most of what we're seeing around here is startups or individual independent businesses exploring the possibilities of this. So a really interesting one I recommend you check out is this hotel in Amsterdam called the Dylan Hotel. Now, they have an extension of their room service, which goes into something called room shopping, which allows you to plug into the local boutiques in the area. It happens to be sited in the major fashion district of Amsterdam. It allows you to book in goods, to have them delivered, to have you try them on in your room at your leisure, or have them pre-packed, pre-wrapped. So you can see how this click and collect mentality is evolving very quickly from something which is about everyday convenience, picking up groceries, to something which is slower, something more considered, and something which is higher in terms of expectations and in terms of purchase value as well. So in terms of what consumers think about this desire for click and collect, this desire for getting things at intermediary points, well, it's already been very successful. If you look at what's happened here in the capital with purchases and collections from London transport points, very encouraging figures we saw in the first 10 months released in September. At Mintel, our retail analysts are predicting that this year, 17% of all online sales will take the form of click and collect. That's up from 14% in 2014. Now, to put things in context, you will have seen the figures from one of the early presentations. We sometimes over-egg online sales. It's still about 1 in 10 of everything. But this is starting to get a big market share of the entire online market. So in terms of what's driving this, there's several things. This need to get our hands on things early is partly driven by that digital mindset. I mean, I don't personally believe we're any busier than we were 20 years ago, but that doesn't matter. We think we are. We're always on. We're always connected. So that mentality is driving it. But something else is driving it is the fact that we have a commuter culture. We're urbanizing to a degree. More of us are moving further out of cities, whether we're young or whether we've got families, spending more time in transit. And we want to kill that time. We want to use it, and we want to collect things at intermediary points. Also, as we'll see with some of the data, some of the penetration with this isn't just about young consumers or tech-savvy consumers or early adopters in younger demographics. What's happening here with this commuter culture is we're all working into our 70s and our 80s. So the market for this is going to get broader. And one thing to think about there, a lot of things you've heard about today, it seems very tech-savvy. It's also about early adoption. Something else just to touch on briefly in terms of demographics, something to consider, is you'll be aware that in this country and in countries like the United States, we've got a culture of more and more young people staying at home with their parents longer, maybe into their 30s. That's becoming something that's really mainstreaming. Now, there's lots of ways to look at this. The negative to look at about it is it's probably bad news if you're a household cleaning company. It could even be bad news if you're a grocery company, because you're almost being threatened with being denied of that next generation of new shoppers. But where it's good news is in terms of the digital legacy. All these sons and daughters staying home with parents are going to be the in-house tech guys. So they're going to raise parental confidence, not just in online shopping, but using all kinds of devices. So you're going to get a big legacy, a big sea change from that. So at the moment, if we look at all consumers, including those parents, 35% of UK consumers have used click and collect services in the past year. Now, I think what's really interesting about this is sometimes I saw someone earlier throw out this idea of the death of the high street, that doom-mongering quote we saw. Well, sometimes people are trying to associate this with that. That seems to be not the case. In fact, it's the opposite, because 58% say that click and collect actually encourages them to engage with stores and opens them up to a more, potentially more emotive purchasing experience. You know, they can purchase based more on impulse or what they're attracted to in the store. So it's driving engagement. It's giving you a reason to have bricks and mortar locations as well. Now, if we break down the data we have from Intel, the figures you're seeing on the left are younger demographics, 16 to 24s on the left, and 25 to 34s on the right, against the general picture. So it is true that younger you go, the appetite for paying more to get same-day delivery of groceries or getting earlier access to clothes, it is stronger the younger you go, but it's still pretty encouraging across the board. This mindset is really pervading of wanting to get easy access to stuff. Now, we talked earlier about the potential of things like that ASOS example to mainstream in fashion, the potential for those pods. And that's rooted in the data here. I've done a bit of a cheat here. This isn't a garment somebody ordered and decided to return. It's actually a gallery. But, you know, we're stating the obvious here, but 80% of consumers talk about the obstacle to online shopping being, you know, not knowing whether it fits, which is why the body scanning technology we saw earlier is important, which is why the ability to have click and collect pods is important. And again, you get the hassle of returning goods, something that really accentuates amongst female consumers as well. And when we ask consumers, you know, would you opt for the brand, the retail brand, which gave you these options of trying on or returning, a quarter of them said that would be the deal breaker. That would make them shop with that brand rather than another one. So in terms of where this is going to go headed forward, we've got some quite inspirational examples. So taking this fashion click and collect model to its extreme is this brand Goo in Tokyo. Now here, they don't just let you book in the clothing to try it on, they let you leave the store with it. So to make, you know, spend the rest of the afternoon or the morning deciding, making a slow, considered decision about whether you really want to buy this or not. What do your friends think of it? You know, see some pictures of you in it. So again, another example, like we saw the Dylan Hotel, with this not just being about immediacy and convenience and split seconds. This can be about slow, considered decisions as well. Right, that's a bit weird. Sorry to put two of me on the screen. Fortunately, I'm wearing my second jacket, but this isn't really, this is a 3D print studio. And again, it's just raising what we heard about earlier in terms of body mapping technology. Here is the camera technology, which is used to get a 3D figurine of you printed. Those same arguments we saw for body mapping technology, for smart mirrors in stores. We think this is the kind of thing which might work in a pop-up environment, in a private pop-up environment, but a pop-up environment, some of those intermediary station points where we see click and collect working. You can get yourself profiled by a particular brand to know in future that you can purchase in confidence, knowing what your size is with that particular label. Now, actually talking specifically about 3D printing now, the kind of goods you can get from 3D print companies tends to be things like jewelry, tends to be things like toys and gifts. We see some amazing things. There's a company, Crayon Creatures, which will turn your children's two-dimensional drawings into three-dimensional toys. We've seen other companies do things like, sorry, I forgot the name of the company, allow you to compose a melody, send that as a file, and they will print a music box, a physical object, which will play your melody back. Now, all of this fits in very well with gifting. So one thing we're confident we'll see by the end of the year is pop-up 3D print shops, kind of print and collect stores, where you can order gifts and things like that, particularly around the holiday gifting periods, around Christmas, etc. So we've already seen something almost what we're talking about arrive since we made this prediction at the end of last year, with the Royal Mail doing this partnership with the iMaker 3D print store in London, where there's a catalogue of goods you can customize, choose, have them delivered to the store for you to pick up later on that week. So we are heading towards that. We had an interesting presentation earlier about wearables, just to say a few things about wearables. The other thing wearables could do is obviously give us the opportunity to explore things in a different way. Something like Oculus Rift technology is being used a lot in the auto industry to show you inside a car engine. You can imagine how the pharmaceuticals industry might start using it to show you what it actually does inside a body. Or you can use it, as in this case here with Lexus, to sort of test drive products in that regard. So again, This is the kind of thing which will work really well at transport hubs, at those intermediary locations. I think the most important thing to say about wearables, I agree wholeheartedly that they're going to mainstream. I agree. You need to think about wearables not being something new. This is a wearable, okay? Spectacles are wearables. They've been around forever. They need to look good. They need to be something you want to be seen with to succeed. But the other thing to think about wearables is the conversation about data, which came up earlier. And for an insight to where this is going, let's look at this brand here, Alpha Bank, this Russian bank. Now, what they're doing as a marketing gimmick, they're giving people preferential interest rates based on the fitness data they provide. So they can be, you know, the bank for fit people, the fit bank. But you can see where this is going in future. This is going into the territory where myself, as part of the aging population, my wearable is going to be the black box recorder, which determines what kind of health insurance policy I get. And, you know, it might determine whether the NHS is going to give me a gastric band in 20 years. That's where we're headed, where we're going to supply data, and that's going to determine the deal we get in return. Beyond the need that, you know, we're going to pay other intermediaries and other companies to make sense of all this data. It's marvelous I can pull all my diet data, my fitness tracker data into one place on HealthKit, but I'm probably going to need professionals to analyze that. Just going back to digital propositions happening in the physical world, just a couple of examples to show you here. A great example is Birchbox. So Birchbox, previously a purely digital service. It's about expert curation. It's about fast tracking. You get a subscription to beauty samples sent to you in the post. They've turned that into a store in New York City, Manhattan, delivering exactly the same service, but delivering it in person. So showing how something which was previously purely digital has translated directly to the high street. And it's interesting to ponder out how the services we get at transport hubs and intermediary points might go beyond just retail into advice. So something that's been very successful in the health sector in the United States is brands like Walgreens, Kroger, etc. Maybe they're getting rid of getting rid of people at checkouts, replacing that with storefront technology, but they're investing in people, in expertise. People, you know, who are dietitians can help number crunch some of that data I was talking about. So again, something to look out for, I think, is getting advice at intermediary locations, getting advice quickly, conveniently at pop-up locations, not just getting your hands on goods. And a lot of what's happening with technology this year is all these systems around the smart home are placing faith in things like voice technology. You'll be aware of things like the Amazon Echo speaker now on sale in the States, where, you know, it'll read back answers to you, it'll play music for you, you build a shopping list. We're seeing that voice technology, which is at the heart of, you know, Samsung, Google's interactive systems, being put into stores as well. So it's interesting to see how much we're prepared to interact with characters like this, which is basically nothing more than an Amazon Echo speaker on wheels, which is going to try and sell us a coffee machine. So you might see brands try and push that further forward. But really, the final thing I want to say is that you know, a lot of what we're talking about, the heart of it is the fact we're in transient locations. More of us are working long into our lives. We want convenience. We want immediacy. There are very reasonably low-tech things which are already out there delivering that, and one of those is vending machines. Now, you know, I've hinted at how a lot of this is driven by the growth of the commuter society. You know, look no farther than somewhere like Japan for the most extreme examples of that. And you look at the throughput of somewhere like Shinjuku Station. It's no coincidence that in Japan, there's a vending machine for every 23 people. Now, there's the potential for us to emulate that as well. If we get past some of the tawdry associations of vending machines, we often just associate them still with unhealthy products, carbonated drinks, tobacco, things like that. Particularly amongst younger groups, there is willingness to buy into this concept if we can change perceptions about what you're getting vending machines. And there's lots of wonderful examples out there. You know, Selfridges housing a mini Moet Chandon vending machine. There's effectively giant vending machines which allow you to park your car. There's very high quality pizza vending machines. There's all kinds of things out there. And this is an established technology which can deliver a lot of what we're talking about. So 3 minutes, 5 seconds for any questions.
Richard? Yep. That was great, by the way. Is the report as compelling as you are on stage?
More so. Yeah, it's one of our 4 predictions. So the other ones look at, we have a section looking at wearables and smart home technology, which I'm pleased to say did chime with what was spoken about earlier. Something else about us trying to protect ourselves from pollution, which also chimed with those dressers we saw advertised earlier as well. So yeah, please check it out.
Great.
Cool.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. Thank you. That's amazing. I know Richard does a lot of speaking actually at the Mintel big conversation events around Europe. So I'll be sure to try and seek him out. Now, we're on to the final session. I'm going to introduce a colleague of mine, James Bacon, head of premium content for sales for YouTube. I don't know what he does, even though we work in the same office, but desks apart. I think he's going to tell you a little bit about video's role in retail. Okay, round of applause. James, come on up.
Oh, no. Thank you very much, Neil. Good afternoon. Lovely to be here today. Today, I'm going to talk about why YouTube is such a great thing for retail and show you how you can get the most out of it. But obviously, I'm very aware that I'm the last speaker of the day. I'm the only thing standing between you and booze. So I'm going to get cracking. First of all, let's look at why it's such an exciting place to be. You can play the video, please.
All right, so here we are with the elephants. Cool thing about these guys is that they have really, really long fronts, and that's cool. And that's pretty much all there is to say.
Well, look, I said it would be exciting. I don't think I've disappointed. No, that was actually the first video ever uploaded to YouTube, and that was 10 years ago. And if you leave here today knowing nothing else more than the fact that elephants have long trunks, then it's been a pretty good day, I think. But yeah, the reason I show it's the first video ever uploaded to YouTube. Of course, things have moved on quite a bit for YouTube. Now, in 2015, YouTube is the home of people's passions. There's 1 billion people coming to YouTube every single month, 1 billion people. And there's 300 hours of content uploaded to YouTube every single minute. And I don't know about you, but if you use YouTube and you go on there, you can find something that you're passionate about. It's really easy. So whether you're into sport or music or cupcake making or even pregnancy yoga, there's great content to inspire and educate you and entertain you. The other thing about YouTube is it's the place where new stars are being born. So creators like Tanya Burr. Has anyone heard of Tanya Burr? Apart from Nitin over there, Misguided, they've worked with her. But Tanya Burr is a massive YouTube creator. She's got nearly 3 million subscribers to her YouTube channel. Last year, she announced she was going to go down to Covent Garden and do a little meet and greet. She thought she might get a few fans popping along and saying, "Hi, Tanya." Thousands of people turned up. The police had to shut down the whole of Covent Garden because of the fans that she had turn up. And I think that's the difference with creators. They're not getting audiences, they're developing fan bases. And they have this incredible engagement with these fans and massive influence upon them. So new stars are being born. And then in terms of brands, a couple of years ago, I would have stood on a stage and said, Red Bull, Red Bull, Red Bull, and it would have got really boring. But now there's loads and loads of brands using YouTube on a regular basis. It's really part of most marketing campaigns. And it's got to the stage now where ready for web video has become mainstream marketing. So it's an exciting place to be. Now I could usually in these presentations, I start doing lots of entertaining videos and we'll have loads of fun. But I wanted to really do something to explain why it was so important to retail. So it's going to be really boring from now on. So what I want to do, is talk about why YouTube is so good for retail. And broadly speaking, I've put it into 3 words: inspiration, validation, and activation. And I'm going to talk about each of these. So your customers are using YouTube for inspiration. Now, your customers, they're starting to make decisions about the things they're going to buy well before they come to your website or go into your stores. So how's YouTube actually helping with this inspiration process? Well, first of all, it might start with a search. YouTube is the world's 2nd largest search engine after all. So in this particular example, I want to learn how to barbecue. So I type in how to barbecue onto YouTube. And these are the results I get. So you've got the lovely barbecue pit boys here. You've got DJ Barbecue, who's part of Jamie Oliver's FoodTube. And then you've got the Art of Manliness on how to grill burgers. Some good results. Now, it's fair to say that if people are searching for how to barbecue and they're watching content like this, they might well be in the market for barbecue food. They might well be in the market for barbecue equipment. And that's the reason why the clever guys at Kettle Grill Pizza Oven have decided to put an ad up the top. I really want one of those now. So it might start with a search, and that's some examples of the kind of food content you might get on YouTube. Now, fashion is enormous on YouTube. It really is. And these are just 3 examples I've pulled out, which kind of summarize some of the great content you might find. Does anyone know what OOTD stands for? Yes. No prizes, sorry. It's pretty good. So outfit of the day. So you've learnt about elephant facts and outfit of the day now, a new acronym. But you know, that's a really nice piece of content where a vlogger has talked about what she's wearing for the day. In the middle, we've got 5 dessert-inspired outfits. I thought that was quite interesting. Desert or dessert? I think it's dessert. But if you want to dress like a pudding, then you can obviously look at this video, and it will give you some good inspiration for fashion. And on the right here, we've got Tanya Burr, who I've already mentioned. This is one of her lookbooks. And lookbooks are something that's very common in the inspiration process for fashion. So they're just some examples from fashion. And then something I'm really passionate about, cycling. Last year, I made the mistake of signing up to cycle from London to Paris in 24 hours, which actually turned out to be the best thing I think I've ever done. But in the lead up to it, I used YouTube a lot in order to get trained up. So the Global Cycling Network on the far left there, they're a fantastic YouTube channel who give you loads of great advice on how to be a great cyclist. So, you know, I was struggling up Ditchling Beacon, and, you know, they helped me learn how to climb. To be honest with you, I actually ended up throwing a load of money at it, like most blokes do. So I ended up upgrading my bike, my shoes, buying all the gel packs, all those kind of things. But, you know, that was kind of where the inspiration came from. That's what helped me get to the stage where I could cycle all those miles. And then a couple of other examples. Martin Ashton, Road Bike Party. Great video if you haven't seen it. Just shows you some of the stunts you can do with a very expensive carbon fiber road bike. Crazy. And then this one, this is interesting. This is actually just UGC. This is not a specific creator. The quality is not particularly high. It's a GoPro video of a man hurtling down a hill at 60 miles an hour on a road bike. Now, that doesn't matter to me that it's not glossy premium content. The fact is it inspires me and it helps me and it's useful. And that's the thing about YouTube. YouTube doesn't have to be glossy content. Premium is in the eye of the beholder. So that's just a few things about inspiration. Whatever your passion is, you can find inspiration on YouTube. And I could go on and do this for the whole day, but then we'd never get to the bar. And I would challenge you to go out and do some searches on the things that you're passionate about. Go and do some searches on your brand and that kind of area. And you'll be amazed at what you find. So next up, validation. Your customers are using YouTube for validation. You guys rock. Validation. And what do we mean by validation? Well, we've got to ensure we make the right choice before we actually purchase the product. So we're feeling inspired. We've decided we want to buy something. How do we ensure we make the right choice? The right choice of product, the right choice of brand, the right choice of retailer. So here's a good scenario. You decided you want a mobile phone. What do you do next? How can YouTube help you? Well, the first thing you might do is look at the many comparison videos, such as this example from Tech Radar on the top 10 smartphones. That would be a good place to start. Then you might say, well, actually, you know, I really like the HTC One Mate. And so then you might look at a vlogger and their video about that product. And then, of course, you might look at the brand's product video. But all of these things are great video content you'll find on YouTube that will help you make a choice. Now, formats on YouTube are king. There's lots of great formats on YouTube, and I thought I'd just share 6 formats that I think are interesting and are particularly popular. So the first one on the top left is haul videos. Everyone seen a haul video? Haul videos, basically the vlogger goes out and they go and buy a load of goodies, they come back, they create a video telling the camera, telling their audience what they've bought. It's awesome, really exciting. But these are enormously popular. So that's one example. Next, down the bottom, probably the most original of formats is unboxing. Unboxing is great, particularly for a brand like Apple, when the packaging is almost as much of a work of art as the actual product. But you know, it's still very popular. People like to unbox. They like to show themselves going through the process. In the middle at the top, you've got what's in my bag. Now, I always thought you weren't supposed to know the contents of a lady's handbag, but there's a whole format devoted to it, where they go through and explain all the kind of things they've got, from the makeup to their gadgets, etc. Then you've got product demos. Does what it says on the tin, obviously. And then we've got beauty. 2 examples of beauty here. One which is just a how-to do face masks, and one here which is a celebrity makeup tutorial. Now, beauty is absolutely massive on YouTube. 66% of beauty buyers say that they use YouTube to actually envisage how they can use the product themselves. So it's really key in that kind of purchase process. You know, that's just a few examples of formats. And now I've mentioned Tanya Burr already, but I thought it'd be worth just talking a bit more about some of these new influencers, if you like. There's 3 here. You've got Zoella, you've got Marcus Brownlee, and you've got Jim Chapman. 7.2 million subscribers, 2.2 million subscribers, 2 million subscribers. These guys are massive, and these are just a few of many, many. But the interesting thing here is that they are really powerful. They're really powerful in the influence they exert upon their fan bases. And I'll give you a good example. Zoella worked with a retailer, I think it was either last year or the year before, and she created a video and talked about that retailer's products in the video. She put a link at the bottom of the video, and the click-through rate from that campaign got her nearly 40% click-through rate to the retailer's site. So it's absolutely massive, and it can really drive sales for retailers. So last bit, and then there's cocktails await. Can you smell them? You smell the cocktails. Activation. Brands are using YouTube for activation. And they're doing 3 things, really. Content, ads, and sponsorship. So I'll just explain a few of these. First up, content. This is a content framework we use with our customers. We call it Hero, Hub, and Hygiene. And this really is a great place to start if you want to create content to inspire, you know, validate, entertain, educate your customers. So Hero is about content that's entertaining, inspiring, with emotional storytelling promoted through advertising. Hub content is regularly updated destinations full of valuable and engaging content worth returning to. It's the kind of stuff you subscribe to, follow, or like. And hygiene content is about educating with answers to questions through search. So I'll show you a few examples of this. Appreciate this isn't a retail brand, but Volvo is quite a good example of Hero Hub Hygiene. So the Hero idea was Jean-Claude Van Damme going backwards, doing the splits on 2 lorries. Easy. But, you know, a really kind of inspiring brand storytelling message. The Hub content was original episodic content oriented towards trucker type people. So there was things like Brian's, looking at Brian's cab. Sorry. Anyway, and then hygiene content was about answering those kind of more geeky questions. So, you know, if you wanted to know a bit more about the truck and the braking systems, etc., that's where their videos came in. In terms of retail, what does it look like? So hero content might be the big Christmas TV ad, you know, the Sainsbury's ad, the John Lewis ad. It might be an event. You might be part of, you know, a sports event or a festival or something and creating content around that. And that might be something that could be hero. As long as it's telling a brand story, then that could be hero content. Hub. Now, Hub could be anything. It depends on the kind of retailer you are, of course. But a lot of the stuff that I've talked about earlier on around inspiration and validation, that kind of content could be Hub or hygiene, and it's great stuff to create. And then hygiene, product reviews, demos, how-tos. Great example from B&Q. B&Q, it makes absolute sense that they would answer questions around how to deal with your DIY challenges. So that's an example from retail, the kind of content you can create. Next up, advertising. So last year we launched a product called Google Preferred. And this is the audience you value and the content they love. So what we tried to do is take the subjectivity away from what is premium content. And in order to do that, we created something called the preference score. And this is an algorithm that looks at YouTube channels and then rates them based on popularity and engagement. Popularity is signals like watch time and repeat viewership. Engagement is things like likes and fan uploads. But all of this means that we are able to look at channels in a new way and basically, look at what premium means. This is something that is for basically your hero content and your TV ads. TrueView, I think most people will have heard of TrueView. Ultimately, TrueView, whether it be the pre-rolls, the skippable pre-rolls, or the in-search stuff, this is the way to make your videos discoverable. Whether you're making hero, hygiene, hub, whatever it might be, whether it's inspiration, validation, whatever it is, this is the way to make sure they're discoverable. Now, remarketing is key. Obviously, you need to follow video view signals to be able to have a good conversation with them in the future. So if someone watches a video that you've created about a lookbook, then why not remarket them with another video which has got the product from the lookbook? All of these kind of signals are important to have an ongoing conversation with your customers about the things that they're interested in. And something I'm really excited about, this hasn't launched yet, this is in beta, but one of the things, so this is a replacement to annotations. This is called YouTube info cards. And the idea here is that you can go beyond the view. So obviously we want to get down to the point where we can sell something. And this is a way of, these YouTube info cards work in this way. First of all, you might get, or you would get, a click down here in the top corner of the video. You'd open it, and then you would get these gallery pictures. So here you've got Armin van Buuren's stereo that you can purchase. Here you can buy his album off Google Play, and here you can buy gig tickets. And then obviously you can click on one of those and go through to an action. So it's a much better experience than the YouTube annotations we had before. And the really important thing is that it works on mobile devices. So if you consider that YouTube, about 50% of YouTube views are now on mobile devices, this actually finally works. So we have the ability to funnel people from a view through to a sale much better on YouTube now. Oh, I've gone backwards. Sorry. So the final bit, 3 minutes, perfect. The final bit, sponsorship. And when I say sponsorship, I'm really talking about going beyond a media buy and looking to maximize the brand association. This is a really good quote from the Pepsi CMO. In the 80s, we had Michael Jackson. In the 90s, we had Beckham. And now it's YouTube stars. And I think this is very true. And actually, I was really pleased to see in the audience Nitin from Misguided, because he didn't know I was going to talk about this. But this is a really good example of where Misguided worked with Tanya Burr and got some great results. So what they did is they teamed up with her, they collaborated with her, and used her influence to help them sell products on the site. She created a video which was a makeup tutorial for Nicole Scherzinger. And in the video, she talked about the new Nicole range that Misguided was selling. And then she created a link in the bottom of the video, which drove through to the site. And the great news is, and I believe this number's right, they had 130,000 clicks from the 500,000 views. So that's massive. That's an incredible way of driving traffic through to your site. I would assume you sold a lot of dresses. Yes, there you go, done. So that's collaborating with influencers. Now, the really important thing is don't forget to promote these collaborations. It's great that you can get some decent scale with influencers, but it's not necessarily your full target audience. And there's huge amounts more opportunity to reach other people within your target audience if you use media to push it. So that's what these guys did. Liam Perrins and Sorted Food. Sorted Food created a great set of video content. They did all the standard stuff of putting the links in the bottom to drive traffic through to Liam Perrins. But then they also created advertising formats to drive more views amongst the target audience. So they did the in-search stuff and they did the pre-rolls. And this was really good because they were able to set a view target and then make sure they hit it through organic plus paid. And then finally, obviously lots and lots of brands are doing all sorts of interesting sponsorships on the ground. And this is a great example from RBS, who are the official sponsor of the Six Nations. If you went to the ground, you saw RBS billboards everywhere. If you watched them on TV, you saw the RBS branding absolutely everywhere. What we did is packaged up all the rugby content and said, here you go. Why didn't you make sure that your advertising is against all the rugby content on YouTube so that you've got a full sponsorship and you're really owning that category? And that's what they did. And this is what it looked like. So that's it, cocktail time. Inspiration, validation, activation. YouTube really is a place for anyone to go and find inspiration and validation. And my challenge to you would be, what are you actually doing to go to activate this platform? Thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Nice sales pitch. Right, thank you, guys. It's good to see so many of you still here. It's time we finish and head downstairs. Well, I just wanted to quickly try and summarize what we've gone through today. It's a lot of content. I'm going to do it in the style of my big boss, Matt Britton. Here goes. You ready for this? So this morning, we all gave each other a little massage, didn't we? We said hello, we met some new people. We heard Martine talk about borderless internet. Need to fail fast. We learned that Alibaba Alibaba took 17 minutes to drive $1 billion, and mobile was the glue. We heard from Jonathan about the transformation Shop Direct was going through. They no longer distribute catalogs with 40 billion pages. It's all about personalization and the UX lab for them. We took a ride in Sophie's helicopter. She recommended we did some reading. Third Great Wave, Economist, introduced us to AirPMP, Little Data, and advised us to take some time out to see where the train's going. We then heard about Michael in the evolution of automation, or rather the atomization of decisions and data. He showed us some great graphs and said, if this isn't confusing you, then you didn't get it. Great advice, Michael. Natasha, she talks about Visa's vision of payments. Cash is their #1 competitor. We learned about new ways to shop, new ways to pay. We learned about the growth of micro businesses, and that you can buy a card acceptance device from John Lewis. Amazing stuff. We learned from Alex and Ryan about Y receipts and how they're closing the loop between online and offline. We learned how Mothercare are mapping that to their consumer journey and how that's helping them build out their local database. And we heard from Callum, best bank in the world, if you ask me, Metro Bank. They're open all the time. They love dogs. And they're currently looking for new premises all over the place and new customers. We learned from David about the Battersea Power Station. It's going to open in 2016. It's 1.5 miles from Westminster. Justin led a great panel around rethinking the high street. Buzzwords, convenience and compelling, experience and evolution. And it's all about partnering with key stakeholders to reimagine that high street. We then broke for lunch. How am I doing? All right? Okay, we had a little Mexican wave. That was great. You all enjoyed that. Then Stephen led a great Dragon's Den startup style debate where we're trying to solve the interconnectedness between people, places, products, and devices. Ryan talks about vertically. Alex talks about Pocket High Street. Fergal gave us a new word. Do you remember what it was? Phygital. Great word. Dave told us all about Spaza and personalized pricing. We then went into tech transforming retail, led by James from Springwise. 3 most exciting innovations around the world by his Springers, I believe they're called, and introduced me to methane backpacks. I might get one of those myself. Cottage industry. Then we learned from Jonathan really cool visualizations of data and technology around clothing. Awesome stuff. Michael talks about wearable technology and payments, and Barclaycard playing in that space. We'll all have TFL pay bans before long. Steve told us about Power and how they're in the $1 billion startup club, only after 2 rounds of funding. Amazing. And how the future of e-commerce is all around that tags and the clever data. Richard has only got 2 jackets, we know that. But Richard talked to us about, brought to life that Mintel work that he's been doing, the 2015 report. Easy report, we're all going to read it. And then finally, James talks about videos role in retail, introduced us to OOTD, outfit of the day. That's it. What a great day. We should thank everybody, shouldn't we? Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to all our lovely sponsors for providing us with all the great content, food, drinks, and cocktails to come. Thanks to Ollie and Jimmy in the text hub over there. Great job. And thanks to more thanks. And thanks to Pam and her team for putting on such a great event and making it the day fly by. Yeah, like a double team today. I want to invite Philip upstage to really close.
My last comments, of course, can I thank Neil for being a fantastic chair for my awesome. Really great. So thank you to Google for hosting. We'll see you next year. Please come down to Cabana and join us with a cocktail. Thank you all very much.